If you could only see the world through my eyes, you'd be looking most people in their chest. But I'm going to show you a little something that these eyes have seen today. It's a pretty chaotic video with a woman and a man she was with. Could be husband, could be Tinder date, who really knows? Could be a complete stranger who was trying to impress her. No telling. But they were at an event, and she hit the sauce a little bit too hard, had a little overdose on the fun potion, a little bit of glug 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 glug, oh Reggie, and started throwing hands with the staff, and it does not end well with her. This story is not a happily ever after for her life.
Alright, the manager is alright. He's just fucking harassed. Yeah, he's on a distraction.
Please leave.
Tell me one more time.
Please leave the restaurant. I did not touch it.
Oh, he's a liar.
So the background here is she's a little too drunk and she's starting to hallucinate. She is now accusing someone of harassing her, which apparently did not happen. The guy's even saying that didn't happen. She's got her phone out to record her POV, so you already know she's fucking delusional. It is crazy, astonishing, just how often people that are making complete fools of themselves, just absolute clowns, will be the ones to take out their phone and start recording it as if they're in the right, thinking people will be on their side. So she's got her own POV. Well, it's not even really her POV because she's holding it like up here. It's probably looking like straight at the ground, but she's just off her gourd right now. According to a bartender that was at the center of this fucking pandemonium, couple came in at around 9 p.m. and immediately there were concerns raised about how intoxicated they were. The night was quite chaotic. The couple came in, they were requesting dinner service. Initially, the server verbalized to me that she could tell that her table was not only intoxicated, but perhaps on some other substances, and they were giving her quite a rough time and being quite verbally abrasive with her. Then I do believe after that, the server asked for the manager to intervene. So the manager got summoned to the battlefield here. He enters the rift, runs it down mid, basically just saying, get the fuck out of here, takes their cocktails away, asks them to leave. And when he brought the cocktails back to staff, he said they had enough to drink, we shouldn't serve them anymore. And that's what led to this intense spiral you're about to see from that couple. She tries to slap the phone out of someone that was filming her, which is odd because she wasn't exactly shy about filming this herself, but I guess she doesn't like the angle that that stranger was catching her at. I don't really know what the thought process was there. Obviously not a whole lot of thoughts going on in there in the first place. Right now it's just her seeing red and on a rampage. Right now she is just like in Kratos Spartan mode, but she's super drunk, so she's throwing wet noodles instead of knuckle sandwiches. And she gets physical with one of the staff back there, and the boyfriend's trying to, like, separate her from them. And as he is doing that, she then aggroes somebody else there trying to attack them, and they were not playing games. This was not Weenie Hut Jr. anymore, so she actually got hip-tossed. You can see the staff pick her up, well, not fully pick her up, but take her and throw her down straight to the floor, and you hear a big thud. She just got potato sacked. It was almost like a perfect little hip toss there, and she was too drunk to really feel the impact, but I know that shit hurt the next morning. She probably felt like she got hit by 5 different fucking freight trains.
Get out the way. Get out the way. Let's go. Let's go.
No groupings.
Now the goober she's with is trying to get involved, so he's starting to get physical with the staff. You can see him kind of like loosely shoving them a little bit, kind of bumping and grinding on them more than anything. And eventually they both get dragged out of the establishment. The guy was getting absolutely manhandled. He tried to get physical and then ended up just getting like fucking little broed here to headlock. And then she gets taken out in like a pseudo full Nelson and people are cheering for them getting thrown out. That's how you know you are in the wrong. That's how you know you are a giant asshole, when people are applauding your exit. So they get forced out of the establishment here, but that's not where this is curtains. It doesn't wrap up there. It only escalates because these two are now even more upset and even more combative.
Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! No, let go right now, please.
You want me like this?
Yes, please let go.
Oh, you want me like this?
Please let go. Please let go.
I'm not touching your boy.
Okay, stop.
No, he got me
Stop.
down.
No.
Hey.
There's a lot to unpack here. There's quite a bit to digest. So they have now been forcibly removed from the premises because they were obviously disruptive, violent, aggressive, combative. They're now outside and she grabs a fistful of hair, refusing to let go. She has got it firmly grasped here like SpongeBob. And as she does that, her boyfriend, or whatever goofball she's with there, whatever his relationship is to her, he is now gripping onto her like this, yanking her back as he is getting pulled back by somebody else. So it's almost like that stereotypical scene in a movie where like someone falls and like 5 people grab each other's arms trying to catch them. It is that, except people desperately trying to get these 2 fucking colossal losers to get out of there. And unfortunately, it's still just not enough. She is a force of nature fueled by pure alcohol in her veins. She's still going Insano style, and this time she's breaking free. She's going off the fucking leash here. It's sicko mode now. Because the employee whose hair was being grabbed her phone, saying, she wraps my hair around her hand and just pulls on it for dear life. It was quite painful. And that she only let go when he took her phone out of her hands and threw the phone to distract her to get her away from the restaurant. Like throwing a bone at a dog that's attacking you. So that's exactly what happens. He threw the phone and immediately she's like going right after it, so charging back towards them. And so she got tripped. And my God, it's like all the momentum stopped. Not like she was, really breaking any land speed records for her 40-yard dash or anything. She was kind of drunkenly waddling over there. But when she was running and got tripped, it was textbook form. And then she just drops like an anvil, like a piano being dropped in a cartoon. She just hits the ground so hard instantly and starts calling the wambulance. She starts immediately crying in a Peter Griffin death pose.
Guys. No, Stop. What is that? Hey.
So now that she's been kind of decommissioned here, too many boo-boos for her to continue, she now starts insulting the guy she's with, saying, be a fucking man, trying to goad him into getting his ass kicked as well for a biblical smackdown that would have been placed upon his soul. She's just like, be a fucking man, do something. And you can just kind of see the gears turning in his noodle. You can kind of almost hear his heart breaking, like, oh no, if I don't do something, she's gonna break up with me. But if I do something, I'm going to be broken in half. What a conundrum, no! And then he eventually just decides, fuck it, we'll do it live. So he shoves the guy in the Santa hat, who is much larger than he is. It's a mismatch. He has to know that right there. That's David versus Goliath. But David's a big fucking douchebag here. He has no chance. But he goes for it. Smoke him if you got him, So, no fucking ZD now? So he pushes the guy in the Santa hat. And I swear to God, there might be a longer cut of this, but I bet that guy in the Santa hat could have picked him up like Bane to Batman and broken him over his knee. He had no chance there. But that girl, she was whispering the siren song in his ear, and by whispering I mean shouting drunkenly, fucking trying her best to make sure he is also bruised, bloodied, and broken. Now that's where the video ends, but the story just keeps on going. This is the holiday gift that keeps on giving here for everyone that's not her and that guy she was with. So apparently after the dust settled and everything, the San Francisco Police Department took her in. This was a very popular clip, so much so that her employer caught wind of this. Her name is Shireen Afkari, and she worked for a popular fitness tracking app named Strava, where she was a senior manager of growth marketing and retention, and has now been released from the company. They made a statement on Instagram saying, "We are aware of an employee who exhibited extremely concerning off-hours behavior. We don't condone violence of any kind, and this does not reflect the standards we expect of our team. This past Monday, we made the decision to end the individual's employment." No word on anything in regards to the guy she was with. I imagine in the director's cut of this footage, if there's a longer version of it, he probably learned his lesson after he tried to pick that fight with the Santa hat guy at the behest of his sweet milady fedora tip. An unsurprising conclusion there. She really did go pretty hard, but you know, surely it was worth it. I bet that was an unforgettable night out that she can't remember at all. Little too hard on the old eggnog this holiday season, I think, for Miss Shireen there. Yikes. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. It's that time again. Another excavator police chase. These happen more often than you'd think, where someone is being pursued by authorities while in an excavator. Now, I don't know why it so commonly occurs with an excavator in particular. It doesn't feel like the optimal choice for evading anyone. Genuinely anybody. Fucking geriatric grandpa with his walker could catch up to an excavator. Like, the best you could do is start, blasting shit with the big bucket. But outside of that, it's really just not ideal for a chase. Yet somehow it continues to be the subject of these low-speed pursuits. There's always a lot of heavy equipment police chases now. I feel like this happens pretty often. Real quick to set the record straight, the title of that Midwest safety video is incorrect. It is not a bulldozer. That is 100% an excavator. There it is.
Hey, stop!
The kaiju. You can't stop it.
Stop the car!
Oh, he's gonna hit him with the bucket.
Hey! Put it down! Stop it! Stop it right now!
You see what I mean? These puppies are built for power, not speed. You are watching it at fucking full throttle. That is pedal to the metal excavator action right there, and it's not exactly zooming around, It doesn't have a whole lot of get up and go to it. But what it does have is the ability to 360 degree, like a fucking owl's head there, swinging a big old heavy bucket, which collides with that truck there and manages to shake the officer off of the cabin. It's bulletproof glass. He thought of everything.
Get out!
Activate the turbo boosters. How are they keeping up with his speed? Officers, may I remind you that impeding in a construction site is indeed a crime? Clear the way, he's got a job to do.
Go get in front of him!
Oh, the officer's gonna get out there and hold him back with his bare hands. Man, how far away did the officer park? Maybe he doesn't see them. True! Maybe he didn't see them. They didn't have their lights and sirens on. The cherries weren't activated. Now he probably sees them. Oh, he's avoiding the pit maneuver. Nice. Get the spike strips out. We'll try and bust the tracks.
No, you're not. Show me your hands. No, you're not.
Wait, who is that? Those building employees? Are they implicated in this? I feel like they just came out to watch the chase.
Some cars try to block them in. Also get canine this way.
Trying to block this in. What a terrible strategy. He's gonna go right through you like a knife through butter. Look at that speed. You can't stop that. This is the one thing the officers could never plan for. They have no countermeasure.
I love everybody in the area.
He's getting away! Oh! He's drifting. Ooh, smooth. Off-roading. Good luck getting him now. He's gone. We lost him.
Oh, they be right here. He's in somebody else's yard now.
Far be it for me to give advice to the guy in the heavy machinery, but maybe turn off the lights.
He's gonna ram you.
Kill the lights. You'll disappear into the night.
Nope.
Open that back hatch, disable it while it's driving it.
Go deeper into the wilderness.
Backhoe whenever we try to get near it.
And start spinning it in a circle like Garen's E. Then they can't get close. What the fuck did it? Oh, I thought the... Wait. Wow. I didn't see the other car pull up. I just saw this officer hit this guy.
Dumbass.
Okay.
Watch out, you got really bad drivers coming behind you. They almost hit Hughes.
Hey! Private property.
He has felony warrants. He has felony warrants.
For what? What's the charge? Enjoying a drive? A succulent big bucket drive?
I don't care. I don't care. I'll get them.
No, no,
don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You all need to stay back. You all need to stay.
Hey,
Oh boy.
get him out of here.
It's getting crazy now. The crazy family has arrived. As advertised.
Oh, you want? Yeah, can you stop it? I swear to God, stop it. Hey,
Someone give this man a cigarette.
turn it on, I'll let you smoke. I swear to God. We're gonna let you get a cigarette, dude. Just step out of the bulldozer. Knock the
Quit touching me.
You all need to stay back.
Quit touching me. Let me get him. I'll get him. I'll get him out. I promise you I'll get him out, man.
Man, these two really, like, these were the actual bulldozers. These two just went right through the cops. Stay back! I won't let you through! And then they just walk right by them. Very good.
I'll get him out. Hey!
Get back. Hey, get back.
Alright, let's calm it down a bit. Let's take the temperature down here. No need to be yelling.
Jacob, we're not. Come on, step out.
Easy enough. He just didn't know you guys were there.
I'll let you smoke.
Man, this is just so much commotion. Holy. There's so much yelling. I was just curious if he somehow got back into the vehicle. How is there still 3 more minutes of this? Let's go. The cigarette strat not patched yet. Yeah, it still works. Ultimately, he did get a cigarette. That wasn't a lie or anything. He was allowed to smoke his cigarette there. And the second that happened, the tensions just evaporated from everyone. The officers, the family, the guy, everyone just immediately calmed down and entered Zen mode. Like, it was just all, much more calm. Just the second that cigarette gets into the equation, everyone's like, well, I do say, chap, look at us. What a mess we find ourselves in, huh? It was remarkable how quickly things settled down there. Now, he did still end up getting arrested for, everything there, like the fleeing, and the officer says that the bucket did actually hit him, like he got hit by the arm when he swung it around, and took a picture of like an injury or something that he had there and showed it to the others. Of course, I don't know the extent of that. It didn't really look like the bucket hit him, but it was also extremely fucking dark, so can't say for sure. But things did settle down there, and as far as excavator chases go, this one was on the more tame side. Anyway, though, I watched just about every excavator or heavy machinery chase that unfolds. It's always so fascinating to me. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I never made a review on Peacemaker Season 1, so I'm going to do that now briefly. I liked it. So with that out of the way, let's talk about Season 2, because the finale just aired. And I'm going to tell you something, sports fans. Brains were made for thinking, and boy howdy do I have thoughts. There's good and bad. The finale, bad. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. There's going to be spoilers here. I'm going to be talking about spoilers. This is your fair warning. Alright, let's begin. Season 2 is very different than Season 1. At least, I feel like it is. Season 1 was all about getting you to care about Peacemaker. This is a character most people had never heard of until the Suicide Squad rolls around, and then James Gunn gave you this character that most people wouldn't wipe their fucking ass with, and then all of a sudden tried to get you to care for him. Which is a tall order considering you had seen Peacemaker kill a beloved character in the Suicide Squad movie. Yet he takes a risk, makes Peacemaker the front man, and John Cena, who is a talented actor but never really showcased like deep chops for an emotionally complex character until this. In Season 1 of Peacemaker, I really bought into him. He had so much going on. A guy who had grown up under the guidance of some evil people and had done some heinous things, all in the name of what he believed was justice. Peace. He said it best. If every grain of sand on a beach was a dick, he would suck each and every one of them if it meant peace would, fall upon the world or whatever. Like, he truly believed that what he was doing was for the better of the world. But everyone can see, the viewers, he's a bad guy. And throughout Season 1, you see him start to change subtly, slowly, but he changes in a big, big, big way. He gets friends. And these friends are just as complex and just as fucked up as he is, and together they end up saving the world. It's a really good season, I felt. I thought it was exciting, and it did a great job getting you invested in these characters that you've never heard of. Season 2 now dives deeper outside of Peacemaker, and now you're seeing significantly more of Amelia Harcourt. She, I would actually say, is kind of the main character of the season. We get a lot of fleshing out of everything that's kind of fucked up in her life, and she can't get the job that she's basically done her whole life, and it's their whole reason for living is being, the secret agent that goes on missions for the fate of the country, fighting for her country, and she can't do that anymore after the events of Season 1, so now she's just fucking cruising bars, getting into fights. And we see a lot of what happens in Season 2 through Amelia Harcourt's eyes. It's not like POV, I'm not talking like fucking Cloverfield or anything here, but like, we are following it through Amelia Harcourt going through it. But that's not to say that Peacemaker fully takes a back seat or anything, like he is still very present. He's going through a lot. So Season 2, he is now really exploring the dimension access that he has. There is a quantum unfolding space, which you're introduced to in Season 1, and in this season, he's now exploring, and he happens to stumble upon a dimension that's extremely similar to our world, except his brother's alive. And his dad actually cares about him. And everybody loves Peacemaker. They view him as like the superhero. That guy is the shit. And he's never had anything like that. Love, adoration, and it's something he's always wanted. Season 2 drives home just how badly he wants to be accepted, how badly he wants to be a hero. And then he finds this dimension, and immediately he kills his doppelganger. He kills the Peacemaker of that dimension. It's actually amazing. It's a really good sequence. And now he's flip-flopping back and forth between these worlds. And I think that's super cool. Eagly as well. Eagly has a lot going on. Eagly has his own fucking story arc where he battles against a man who believes eagle are beaked vermin that must be exterminated from the country to save us from a curse. It's fucking, like, I actually really liked that a lot. It's goofy, but it was, like, exciting, actually. Eagly versus that hunter. That was fun. I do like them exploring these characters deeper, and season 2 is, start to finish, basically just about these characters becoming even more inseparable and even tighter. Chris, Peacemaker, is under surveillance because they don't trust him. They get a blip when he's using that quantum unfolding space in the different dimensions, so now they're investigating him and they're about to swoop in and try and take control of it. That's like the main big bad motivator here. Rick Flag Sr. has taken over and obviously holds a grudge against Peacemaker and wants an excuse to kill him. So the 11th Street kids work together to try and, like, you know, keep Peacemaker safe and help him deal with everything that he is experiencing, with everything that's happening in the other dimension, all that kind of stuff. And most of it's played off comedically. I actually think the comedy in season 2 is better than in season 1. Especially a new character they introduced, Flurry. He had me giggling hard. So that was a nice treat. And most of what I'm saying here are things I liked about it. Like, I think these are positive aspects. I do think they did a good job with these characters. But I have very similar feelings on season 2 of Peacemaker to House of the Dragon season 2, where it felt like the whole season is just building. Just building, building. And then the finale hits, and I really think this is a very disappointing finale. I was streaming tonight, and a lot of people were saying the same thing about, like, how let down they were by the finale, because the finale is basically just setting up for the events that are going to follow either in a later season or in another DCU movie. It is purely a season that gets the framework set up for the next thing. You don't really feel like a sense of closure or a sense of, like, a big accomplishment. Like, season 1 feels like a complete package. Like, it clearly sets up for more, but at the end of season 1, a lot was accomplished. Here, it's mainly just these characters get closer, and Peacemaker and Amelia start to recognize their love for one another. Like, things happen, but there's no real sense of, like, anything, you know, huge or any kind of, like, big resolution. It ends with Chris getting trapped on another world. And that's it. And the finale is mainly just a music video. You spend more time listening to bands in the finale than you do watching a show, really. So, like, it is disappointing. And it feels like the journey here didn't really have a conclusion. And that the journey was really the friends we made along the way. Like, full stop. Like, that is unironically kind of the experience of season 2. So it's just underwhelming that it builds to things that don't even get concluded in the show. Like, it just sets up the pieces on the board and nothing else. Like, and I understand, like, getting ready for the next phase and moving down the line with more DC projects and needing to make this fit in and getting it rolling. But, like I said, with season 1, it still felt like it accomplished that while giving you a complete experience in the season, where it felt like things were happening. Season 2 also, like, it doesn't have a whole lot of action, which is fine because it does good character work. I think the writing is solid around the characters for the most part. But, like, there isn't a whole lot of Peacemaker doing things. Actually, I'm pretty sure Peacemaker only has 2 scenes in the entire season of him actually, like, fighting. One of them is he fights his doppelganger. It's a very brief encounter, but it's fun. And the other is when he's saving the day in another dimension, in that alternate world where he's the hero. I can't think of any other instance of him even battling or doing anything. Actually, that's not true. He fought Judo Master, again, very briefly in the forest when he was running away. So, like, he just didn't get a whole lot to do, and that's kind of the same song and dance for every other character. Outside of, like, developing them further as, like, friends and, you know, all the fucked up baggage that they're carrying and learning to come to terms with it and move forward and be stronger from it. Outside of, like, those character struggles, there's not a whole lot of things the characters get to do, like, actively do. So overall, it's just a little disappointing, especially considering the note that season 2 leaves off on with the finale. The finale is, like, shockingly weak. So, I didn't dislike season 2, like, I still did enjoy it. It's not bad, but it is, I don't know, it feels a little undercooked. Like, there was definitely a better meal that could have been served with all of the things that they had, like all of the ingredients. I think they were too focused on like setting things up for the next, either season of Peacemaker or the next like Superman movie or something like that. I think it was a little too thinking about the future that it kind of neglected what would make a season successful, like Peacemaker season 1. So I think it was a bit of a step back overall, but I didn't hate it. Anyway, though, that's just kind of how I feel about Peacemaker season 2. That's about it. See ya. Stop everything you're doing. You've got to check this out. I know that sounds like I'm trying to peddle cigarettes to you, but you really got to put your peepers on this puppy here. This is something fascinating. I just saw the wackiest robbery attempt. It wasn't really a successful robbery. It plays out like a skit. Like if you were playing pretend with your boys in middle school. It is so odd. It's like if a soccer mom picked up a hobby of crime instead of wine.
I need you to and tell them that I am Rebecca Peterson and sorry. And that this is a robbery.
Now this is how you do character introductions. So she marches in, fee-fi-fo-fums her way up to the counter, brandishing a firearm, and introduces herself. She says that she's Rebecca Peterson. Now at first I thought that was like a fake name and she was trying to frame someone she didn't like, the local book club or something that she attends. I thought she was like, oh, it is I, Rebecca Peterson, committing this armed robbery. Let the police know that Rebecca Peterson committed this robbery. Because I'm pretty sure she said, call the police and let them know Rebecca Peterson made this beat, committed this crime, that kind of thing. But it turns out that is her name. She is Rebecca Peterson. So this is extremely polite. Excuse me, sir. You are being robbed by Rebecca Peterson. It's like some fucking Princess Bride shit here. And the way she's moving from side to side there, I think she's trying to dodge the camera. But I also don't understand why she's bothering, nor do I understand why she's bothering to put her hoodie up when she's still giving her full name to the cashier to identify herself with. See, it seems like at that point, goose is already cooked, cat's out of the bag. Why even bother trying to dodge the security camera?
Okay.
Put it down.
Okay.
Yes, listen.
Cashier is cool, calm, and collected. He's like, all right, I understand. Now put the gun down. And she does. He hits her with the Jedi mind trick, disarms her just like that.
There's a robbery.
Put it down.
I'm telling you right now that there's a robbery.
What robbery? Oh my!
Yeah, she snapped out of the hypnotism attempt there from the cashier. Lets him know once again, putting her foot down. This is a robbery. We're not playing games here. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. And then just does a fucking desk pop there. Blasts the stand, which obviously frightens him. So it's not a fake gun or anything. She did come in here with a loaded weapon, and she'd been pointing it at this guy the entire time. That is some pretty scary shit there. Now, with the way she's acting, she's making it sound like she's placing an order, like, pardon me, one robbery. Please. Like, she's going about this robbery like she's expecting it to play out like something she saw on TikTok or like a movie or something. It's like she's getting directions from ChatGPT on how to conduct a armed robbery. It is so fucking peculiar. And her behavior is just alarming. It feels like she's not in her right mind. Like, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of psychotic episode or something, but it's very scary, especially for the cashier, who has this gun pointed at him this entire time.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Your owner in the back room.
It's like when that shot went off, it confused her as well. She completely forgot that she was the one doing the robbery, so she's looking around like, who did that? Which one of you just shot this gun? Which one of you cowards just shit in my pants? I don't know, it's like she's under some kind of spell or something here, and the The sound from the shot, like, briefly broke it, but then she goes right back into the robbery. The cashier's like, the store owner's in the back. Go to the back. The store owner's there. That's the guy you want. If you're robbing us, you got to start over there.
The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room. The owner in the back room, run!
I also love that he grabs a cardboard box as his, like, ballistic shield. Like it's straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. I understand being, like, panicked and afraid, so you're just looking for anything. I totally get that. But I love his strategy of, the owner's in the back room, run, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go, 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 go! He's getting away, go, go, go! That is a classic Looney Tunes strat of, he went that way, Doc. That way. He's over there. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Go, go. What's that over there? That kind of thing. And it actually works. So she's like, oh, okay, you're right. All right, I'm going to go over there now. So the cashier is like one of the most convincing men on the planet, it seems. He does get her to go to the back of the facility there, which I imagine gives him time to run outside, which I believe is what happened. He ran outside, he called the police came, they did arrest her. But we do have footage of her going to the back here. And she posts up like it's a James Bond poster. She just right down the pipe, bang, and actually hits the camera. A genuinely pretty impressive shot for someone who doesn't seem to have any training with firearms in the first place. She was clumsily able to hit the camera on the first shot there. Apparently, after failing to locate the owner in the back counting money like Scrooge McDuck, she then fled the scene. So she got into her car and allegedly tried to escape that way, but police were able to track her down. They picked up her scent somewhere along the way. They were able to apprehend her, and now she is currently awaiting arraignment and all that. So, a very peculiar set of circumstances. The clerk also made a statement saying that he tried to remain calm and like calm her down because he saw that her mentality was not awake, which I think he was very correct on. It definitely does appear that something has gone awry. It doesn't seem like she's all there. It does seem like it's some kind of, like, psychotic episode or something, which, very sad stuff, but very scary for the clerk there, because she did come armed and willing to fire. She was letting that shit air out. She was clapping it. She fired a shot right at the checkout. She fired a shot at the security camera. Luckily, no one was hurt. She's now facing charges of attempted armed robbery, wanton endangerment, brandishing, assault, and destruction of property. Which sounds about par for the course based on everything we saw on the surveillance camera here. This whole thing was just really bizarre. I had to just yap about it a little bit when I saw it earlier today. I don't know if it was like a mental health crisis or drugs or what, but man, the clerk there must have been fucking terrified when that gun went off. I also read in another article covering this from a local agency that he was covering for a friend's shift when this unfolded. So I don't think he's going to be super willing to to do that anymore going forward. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to yap about this a bit because I was stunned with the footage I saw. That's really about it. So yeah. I just saw Black Phone 2, so I'll give you a review of it, but as you can probably already guess from the title, it's expanding to a bigger topic of unnecessary sequels. This is now the third sequel film I have seen in just the last 4 months that is completely useless. That is just a blatant cash grab off of a successful one-and-done movie. The triforce of slumber that I'm talking about with these snoozers is Nobody 2, Megan 2, and now Black Phone 2. One thing all three of these have in common is they're not horrible. Like, they're not really bad movies, but it is just so clear when you see them that they had to reach deep into their ass and fiddle around with their colon to pull this poop out here to try and find a way to bring it back so that way they could guarantee some ticket sales. Because those movies, Nobody, Megan, Black Phone, were all pretty successful and well-liked. And, you know, if something is liked, it means it can be monetized thoroughly until you fucking hate it. So, Hollywood doesn't like to leave money on the table. They had to try and find ways to milk these properties for all they're worth. Get in there and start fucking tugging on those udders till they fall off. So now Black Phone 2 comes out. Just like Megan 2, it's kind of a completely different movie set in the universe. Megan 2 went from like a thriller to a goddamn like Spy Kids action movie. Black Phone, I actually just watched it again. Well, I don't even remember if I watched it the first time around, to be honest, because I didn't remember anything from it. But I just watched it literally an hour and a half before seeing the second one, so everything was super fresh. I think it's a really good movie. I'm guessing I just didn't watch it when it came out because I probably would have remembered it. I watched it today. I liked it a lot. It is a missing persons thriller. It's not really a horror movie, but it has like some supernatural elements that integrate like a little horror to it. But more so than anything, it is a missing person thriller where a kid is kidnapped by the grabber, whom they're trying to make a horror icon now, which I think is so fucking cringe, trying very hard to ham-fist him into like horror culture. But this kid is kidnapped by the grabber, as he has kidnapped other kids and killed them, and he is now trying to figure out ways to escape. And he's getting some phone calls on the phone where he's being held captive from the dead kids, his previous victims, that are giving him little breadcrumbs, little pieces of the puzzle on how he could possibly get out. It's a very cool movie. Black Phone 2, however, has nothing interesting like that. It's kind of like Diet Freddy Krueger meets a season of Stranger Things. Again, it's not bad, and there's some cool shots in here. I'm gonna get into spoilers. Here's your spoiler warning. That's out of the way. This one is much more of just a generic horror movie. Finn is no longer the main character, it's Gwen, which is fine, and I do appreciate that they don't just have Finn move on, as if nothing happened to him, like he just doesn't go, back to normal life lickety-split. He is still struggling with all of the trauma that he experienced from the first film. I think that is a very good extension of his character. It's set 3 years after that, and Gwen is now getting these nightmares, these dreams, which she had in the first film, and these dreams have expanded into something far more sinister, where she's seeing these 3 kids that were brutally murdered at a camp that her mother just happened to work at, and she's also connecting to her mother through these dreams. And that's an interesting expansion of the character from the first Black Phone, the mother, who had the same abilities that Gwen had, that apparently drove her mad and caused her to kill herself. And we get a lot more lore about her, which I do think is cool, but that's not the bulk of the film. The bulk of the film is, in order to try and solve the mystery of why she's dreaming of these 3 kids and what the mother's connection is, Finn, Gwen, and Robin's brother, Ernesto, they go to the camp to try and piece it together, and while there, the grabber starts infiltrating Gwen's dreams, and then it is fully, basically just Freddy Krueger, except a really incompetent version of Freddy Krueger. All of, like, the fear and the eeriness and anxiety that the grabber could cause in the first film, like, all of the tension that would build every time the grabber was on screen is just gone in this one. Now he's basically someone cosplaying Freddy Krueger. So every time Gwen sleeps, she's encountering these kids, which happen to be the grabber's first victims. And I hate this direction that sequels like to go, because again, they have to scrape the bottom of the barrel, because well, the movies that sometimes they're making a sequel on were movies that were fucking fully closed off and benefited from some mystery, some unanswered questions. This one, of course, does what a lot of them like to do, try and flesh out the evil presence, when a big part of what made that presence so effective was not having those details about them. This movie fleshes him out a little bit. He worked at that camp with their mother, and also another character that is now working at the camp in the current day and age. His name is Mondo. And we learn that the grabber, he was nicknamed Wild Bill Hickok. So Bill killed 3 kids at the camp, hid their bodies, and now he's escaped hell and wants revenge. So he's going to kill Gwen to get back at Finn. And he also just wants to kill as many people as he can. Spoiler alert. He's very bad at killing people in this movie. He kills nobody at all. Despite having all that power and everything, basically what he does amounts to just picking people up and throwing them a little bit, or like choking them poorly. He swings his axe a few times, but he's like extremely terrible with his axe, so he doesn't kill anyone. He hurts somebody once, like he cuts Gwen's arm with his axe once, and then he just gets fucking blasted with a spirit blast that Gwen is able to use because she eventually realizes that she's dreaming, which means she can start to influence these dreams. So then she gets like a huge force push on him. And this is why I say it gets a lot like Stranger Things, because now she's fighting him like that. It's just so much weaker than the first one, and it's so clear that this is a movie that was made solely because they knew people would go see it off of the goodwill the first one built up. Now, these dream sequences are shot very well. I actually love the style where they make it all grainy and foggy, where it does feel very ethereal. And it's got like this really ominous noise going on. Like, I do like the way they distinguish, reality from the dream on screen. I think it looks cool. And I know this is directed by the same guy, so it makes sense, but it very much reminded me of those scenes from Sinister where he's looking at the tapes. Like, it was, an eerie feel to what you were seeing. But I think it was just so undercut by having Gwen be like, you fart-knocking, shit-biscuit, fucking dweeb, loser pussy, as she's, like, battling the grabber in the dreams. I don't know. I don't think it worked very well. Now, I think that's a fine extension of Gwen's character from the first film, because she said that same kind of shit in the first one, but she wasn't doing, like, psychic battles with a demon in the first movie. Here, it just feels so goofy. Like, almost that the grabber's not even, like, a scary presence to them either. The way that she, and really everyone, is able to just, like, overpower him so easily. And also, there's, like, two other characters in here, Barb, and I already forgot the dude's name, but Barb and this other guy are also working at the camp. And the grabber, while he may appear in Gwen's dreams, he is just there in reality too. He's invisible. And he's skating around on the ice, and he, like, hits them with an axe and kind of, like, fucks with them a little bit, but he can't even kill them who don't even know where he is or anything. Like, even the people that can't see him are able to just blast him. Like, Finn eventually gets the upper hand on him while completely invisible. Finn cannot see him, and Finn is just bashing his skull into the ice. And everyone's just, like, mocking him and insulting him, like, oh, Bill, yeah, you're going right back to hell. It just makes him feel like almost a joke, Like, he doesn't feel scary or anything. That everything in the first film that was built up for this guy, all of the mystery and how fucked up he was and how unnerving all of it was, when Finn does kill him in that movie, it felt like such a crazy triumph, that all the pieces came together with everything that the kids on the phone were telling him. All of it he had to use to beat this guy. In this movie, all it took was Gwen realizing that she's in a dream, she can start to control things, so she fucking ragdolls this guy. And then Finn, once he, like, sees where he is on the ice because he got tripped, Finn just goes over and just absolutely just slaughters him, like, easily. Which, granted, that was, like, a core piece of what they were doing, is trying to free the souls of those 3 children that were the victims of the grabber that their bodies were never found. By freeing them, it would take away some of his power, so it made him more vulnerable. But a couple of things here. One, he was already being overpowered, like in the kitchen where he was going to, like, burn Gwen to death. 2 people were able to just rip Gwen away from the grabber, and then he just vanishes after she wakes up. And 2, when she falls asleep and it spawns the grabber, he is present in the physical reality. That is clearly established, especially like at the end of the movie where all the other characters can see where he is skating because it is leaving marks. And then, of course, he, like, hits him with the axe, even drags that guy around with the axe. He is there in the physical world once she falls asleep. Why would he even let them get near that lake? All he would have to do is the second she falls asleep, he would then go and just kill everybody else so they can't even investigate the lake to find the bodies and take away his power. I don't know why he wouldn't just do that. Instead, he would rather, like, monologue to Gwen and, like, show her the truth about her mother. Instead of... And he did make a point of saying, like, you're trying to take my power, which gives me every right to defend it. Like, he does defend it, but only after they, like, are uncovering a body. Even though he clearly wants to defend it, but has done nothing to do so until it's, like, way too late. I don't really get why he wouldn't just stop them from ever getting to the lake in the first place. Like, it's not like Gwen kept him at bay or anything. When she would fall asleep, that is when he would spawn in. It summons the grabber. And he is there in the physical reality, just invisible. He could have just killed everybody before they ever even got to the lake while invisible. It just seems to me like he's pretty shitty at what he was trying to do. But I just really feel like everything that made Black Phone 1 good, everything that worked really well for Black Phone 1, is just abandoned in the sequel. But it's not a bad movie. Like, it is still an entertaining film. I think there are going to be a lot of people that go to this and enjoy it. I'm not really one of them. Like, I think it's fine, but after seeing Black Phone 1 literally an hour and a half before this one, it is just night and day in terms of quality of these films. Anyway, though, I really hope this trend of forcing a sequel to movies that don't really have a lot of wiggle room for it, I hope that trend starts to dwindle soon, because I'm pretty tired of it now. This is the third one in only 4 months. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I wanted to give you a brief little follow-up to the latest batch of Epstein files that dropped. Over 3 million files came out, and it's been quite a few days now of people coming through them and finding tons and tons of alarming things, new allegations, new names, a ton of new information. I highly recommend you check out CoffeeZilla's 2 latest videos covering this new Epstein file drop. I think he does a great job at cutting through the bullshit and delivering the clearest coverage and highlighting some of the most important takeaways from all of this new information. This is a huge deal, and don't let any of the NPCs on Twitter convince you otherwise or try and minimize the importance of this. And crazy enough, I know it's not just these faceless homunculi on Twitter that have this administration's cock buried deep into their throat that's trying to convince you to just let this all go. The administration itself is doing that as well, which is the main thing I want to talk about here. Since this release, the official narrative from the administration is they've finally complied with the law and release these files, and now we can all just move on. Which is crazy because there are still no arrests and seemingly no investigations either, despite all of this overwhelming evidence that now the public has access to and can see some really fucking terrible things in. Raping children, trafficking children, possible cannibalism, torture, murder, all of this now just openly in the public. Of course, with tons of redactions to protect the perpetrators, naturally, which, of course, violates the law that they're right now gloating about following, by the way. All of this is now out there in the public, and yet still, no investigations, and the administration is proudly just saying, time to move on. Before showing you some clips here, I want to do a little experiment here with you to try and activate a few neurons, God forbid. Let me dust off your brain here for a moment. Let's say that you have drank the Kool-Aid to such an extreme degree that you believe all of these Epstein files are a bunch of hooey when it comes to the Republicans that are named in there, like Howard Lutnick or Donald Trump. Let's say that you think that all of those are make-believe, there's nothing in there that holds any water, it's a fucking, wild goose chase, it's all fake. But you believe that all of the information in regards to Democrats in there, like Bill Clinton, is legitimate, and Bill Gates. All of that's real, but all the stuff on the Republicans is fake. Let's play ball with that. Let's say you're right. Why are the Republicans that are in charge right now in this administration not pursuing an investigation on the Democrats in these Epstein files? Let's go into a little bit of chess theory here. Everything about Donald Trump and the Epstein files is totally innocent. He's been absolved of all wrongdoing like he says he is and like a lot of other people are trying to regurgitate, despite the numerous times his name appears. Let's say he's not compromised by Israel like the FBI was investigating. Let's say all of this is wrong, but all the Democrats that are named in there are actually guilty. Those are the actual evil perpetrators and the real culprits. Why the fuck aren't we arresting the Democrats, or at the very least, investigating all of this information in the Epstein files? Ask yourself that question. Let's use someone easy, Bill Clinton. I think most sane people on the planet, after combing through the Epstein files and seeing all of these allegations and the pictures and everything with Bill Clinton, can agree There's enough here to at least start poking around and see what's going on with Bill Clinton's relationship to Epstein and everything that happened on the Epstein Island, right? Well, why the fuck is Trump defending him so adamantly right now? He just put out a statement like, man, I hate that people are shooting spitballs at Bill Clinton. I like that guy. I love that guy, actually. For a second there, I thought he was going to request a group hug in the shower with Bill Clinton at the very end of that fucking segment. Like, all of a sudden, he's Bill Clinton's best friend suckling on his titties. Like, what? Where's this coming from? Like, only a couple days ago, he was like, yeah, Bill Clinton's name's all over that. That backfired, didn't it? And now he's like, oh man, Bill Clinton's, he's like the best of us. That guy's awesome. Oh, this is craziness. Actual craziness. Now, I know that there's like some probes into some things in regards to the Epstein files and people like Bill Clinton, like related to it. But nothing's gonna come from it. Nothing has come from this shit ever. Across multiple administrations, nothing has come from it, so I have no expectation that there's going to be any justice, especially when the fucking President Trump is still talking about, like, let's move on and it's not important. Or Perjury Patel, like, hey, we comply with the law, Epstein files are out there, we're done here, time to wash our hands of it. Or Todd Blanche going and saying, it's not a crime to party with Epstein. It's very hard to have any level of faith that there's going to be any repercussions to all of these evil monsters. Now, I know I've been sitting here shitting and spitting, got a little off track. To bring it back to the initial thought experiment I wanted to plant into your noodle. If you believe all Republicans in these Epstein files are innocent, but all Democrats are not, ask yourself, why are the Republicans that are in charge right now not actually investigating or holding any of these Democrats accountable and punishing them, pursuing charges, or anything of the sort? Why does it seem like the actual narrative is the Epstein files are out there, we're done here? Even though, by the way, the official stance only a few months ago is that the Epstein files aren't real, it's a Democrat hoax, they don't exist, that kind of thing. After, of course, Pam Bondi said they were on her desk. After, of course, they had actually given the Epstein files phase 1 to some fucking right-wing influencers who have been hush-hush crickets ever since. Anyway, if the Democrats in the Epstein files are guilty, why are they not being investigated? Let me offer you a little game theory here. It's because the Republicans in the Epstein files aren't actually innocent. No one in the Epstein files is innocent when it comes to a lot of the evidence we now have at our fingertips. There's a lot of real actionable stuff in there, at least I think so. Now, of course, a lot of it is unsubstantiated. I get that. Not everyone in there is probably guilty of shit. Like, I know Russell Wilson was in there about like a plane, like trying to buy a plane. I get that. But there's a lot of substantial evidence on a lot of very powerful people, like a Howard Lutnick. And so, if this administration did actually pursue charges against the Democrats that are named in the Epstein files, then that puts them at risk of being implicated as well if that person starts squealing, if they start letting the fat lady sing. That's why I believe they are not pursuing any kind of real investigation or anything at all for anyone associated with the Epstein files. That's why, apparently, all of these extremely powerful people that are named in there are completely fucking untouchable. They're basically ghosts at this point. If your name is in the Epstein files, you've basically activated God mode in America, where you cannot be touched or punished, it seems. And I think that's also why the previous administration wasn't touching anything in the Epstein files, because again, if they went after the Republicans that were named in the Epstein files, that opens them up to also being implicated there as well. Because clearly, this was more than just one party. Both Republicans and Democrats are named a lot in these Epstein files. So it'd be a fucking disaster for both parties, which is why it's been such like a fucking hot potato that hasn't been touched. That's what I believe. Now anyway, I think any sane person would agree that this is a huge fucking problem, that no one is getting arrested for this. But unfortunately, the powerful politicians that govern us are not sane. So they are to our face spitting on us, telling us to just move on and that it's not important. Here's those words from Donald Trump.
And you tell me something else. No, I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really. You know, now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah.
Oh, move on to something that people care about. So you don't care about child sex trafficking, the raping of children, the potential cannibalism, the torture, the murder, all of that? That's not something you think American people should care about? That's not the important stuff? Well, what the fuck is the Trump phone, which is probably coming out any day now, supposed to come out in like August of 2025, by the way. Still no expected delivery time on my Trump phone device. Crazy. They're saying maybe March now. Fingers crossed, any day, no doubt. How can anyone sit there and not be revolted by that statement? Again, if these Epstein files absolved Trump, which I don't see how anyone could mental gymnastic that explanation into reality and truly believe it. But again, even if he is completely squeaky clean here in the Epstein case, everyone else isn't. There's plenty of people that aren't. Why does he want so badly to just move on from this? Why does he want to bury it? He should be like really gung-ho about getting all of them arrested. And in fact, actually, one of his big promises when he was campaigning is that's exactly what he's going to do. But promises made, promises broken. That's the new motto. That is exactly what's been going on. He campaigned about how important the Epstein files were to release and like actually get justice for the victims and punish these heinous, evil people. And then the second he gets into office, he's done everything in his power to not only deny the existence of the Epstein files, calling them a Democrat hoax, but also doing everything he can to prevent them from coming out. And it has just been a complete circus with these. And now that they're here, and people have all of this evidence with so many names and so many bad people on there with a lot of things that I do think would warrant an investigation, he is saying it's not important and that we need to move on. That is actual craziness.
Do you have regrets about how it's been handled?
Look, like any other hot topic issue, the American public and the world had a great interest in this. And what we did under President Trump's leadership is produce the most transparent DOJ and FBI in history. 3 other administrations had the opportunity to do this, and we produced everything we legally and lawfully could. We worked with our partners in Congress, we followed the statutes and the court orders, and we produced, 3 million some pages? So I think we got to the result in the right way. Could we have gotten there faster? I'm not really sure because of numerous court cases, multiple protective orders, multiple court sealings. And so now we've produced everything we can while protecting victims' rights and
This fucking dweeb, this insufferable dork. So here's Perjury Patel taking a victory lap here about how they did everything right when it came to the Epstein files, which, by the way, under oath, Cash Patel said that there's no evidence that there were like any, clients, no list. He said plenty of things that have been completely disproven with these Epstein files being released, but he's not facing any perjury charges, and to my understanding, no one's even pursuing it. Super weird how Perjury Patel just gets away with it. But here he's talking about how they did everything right in the right way, which is not true. They did everything they could to not release these files every step of the way. They're already like 2 months late, basically, close to it. And also, the redactions were supposed to be reserved exclusively for the names of victims. They have not been used for just victims' names. That has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is a violation of the law that had been signed into place when it came to the handling of the Epstein files. And pretty much everything he says there is just a lie. That is what Perjury Patel does, just lie. But the sentiment he's trying to express is now that they have the 3 million some files out there, they've done what they were required to do, and now we need to move on. There is nothing in regards to like an investigation or punishment to the people that are named in these files with tons of evidence and tons of really very, very disturbing things, pictures, videos, emails, all of this stuff, and all of the people in them don't seem to be looking at any possible punishment or anything at all. It doesn't seem like there's any level of justice coming to the victims here of the Jeffrey Epstein operation and all of the clients.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there
evidence.
videotapes that you all have? Or?
To answer that question, yeah, there's videotapes that they all have. In fact, Pam Bondi said that there's like thousands of videos with children in them. Pam Bondi seems like totally fine just letting this whole Epstein thing just kind of fall to the back rooms, by the way. Anyway, though, here's Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just outright saying with his whole chest, it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's being very open and honest here about how little he's actually caring about it. He's making it seem like, oh, maybe there's a chance for an investigation, but he's being very blunt that it's probably not coming. There's probably not going to be an investigation. He's even saying, yeah, unfortunately, pictures can't speak. So all those horrible pictures and all of that evidence in there, probably not going to lead to an investigation. Everyone's going to get away with it. Oh, shucks. But it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the man behind the biggest child sex trafficking operation in this country's history. What a strong message to be sending, Todd. It's all just so blatantly in your face. They treat you like you are a mindless sheep. And plenty of people are proving them correct here with the shit that they're swallowing here with the smile on their face. Wake the fuck up, samurai. The president has just said that we need to move on from the Epstein files into something that people care about. Let that marinate for a second. Really think about that. Why is he trying to make it seem like the raping of children, the sex trafficking of children, the cannibalism, the torture, the murder is not something you should care about? And this is all perpetrated by potentially the most powerful people in this country. Why is the president and his administration trying so hard to bury this and get people to move on without even trying to investigate or hold anyone accountable that's named in these files? It's just crazy. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit after seeing the response here from government officials about it's not important, just move on. I actually couldn't believe my fucking ears. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. For a handful of years now, I've made an effort to occasionally tune in, try and keep my finger on the pulse of wacky stories coming out of Australia. It's been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I've just noticed some similarities between some of the crazy stories here in Florida and the weird and wild stories of Australia. One of my favorites being this almost Lord of the Rings style plot and adventure where there was a business that was illegally dumping trash. And what would happen is the service would be called upon, like in one of the cases, they were tasked with getting rid of a huge refrigerator. And the guy shows up, takes the refrigerator, walks it down the street, and then just dumps it on the street. Basically just like fucking timber tips over the fridge on the street. Just like illegally dumping their trash everywhere. And then there was a huge investigation as well as like an attempt to scam the scammer. Just stuff like that I find to be endlessly fascinating. So I like to check in occasionally, see if there's any, quirkiness like that going on there. And today, during one of my check-ins, I found something mind-boggling that I've just got to yap about.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial, and the charges are a massive overreach.
Yep. In a nutshell, there is a nutritionist claiming that an empty voicemail she received was actually an anti-Semitic voicemail. She reported it to authorities because she believed in this voicemail, which has no words, no nothing, mind you, she believes she heard gunshots there in the emptiness, in the void. So she contacted authorities. Authorities showed up at this woman's house the next day and are now attempting to charge her with an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
Obviously, the Bondi massacre is a tragic, fucking horrible thing. But it's also entirely unrelated to a completely silent voicemail that was accidentally left on this woman's phone. It was, by all possible accounts here, a butt dial. It happened at, I believe it was 1:30 a.m. And she didn't even know she had called her in the first place. So when authorities arrived at her house, she didn't even know what was going on. She immediately gave them access to her phone, everything like that. And this whole story just seems fucking absurd.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
I also don't understand the conflict. This is actually a fucking nothing burger that is now position to maybe ruin this woman's life, all because of accidentally calling someone that she was attempting to get nutritional advice from. I can't even imagine a world where there'd be gunshots on a voicemail to intimidate her. Like, what would that even be like? She calls her up and then lets the voicemail play for 4 minutes, and then I guess at one point just like Yosemite Sam breaks out fucking, akimbo revolvers to scare her. Like, what the fuck is that? That would never happen. Or like maybe she's assuming that the gunshots she heard in the voicemail was her maybe playing like a soundboard of gunshots, or like, I don't know, playing audio from Apex Legends or something for gun sounds. Like, why would she think that there's gunshot sounds on her voicemail? That doesn't even check out logically. Why would she start shooting a gun on voicemail as a means of intimidating her? Someone she has never met before, and someone who had just previously, earlier that day, sent her text messages very politely asking for nutritional advice and seemingly looking to pay her for nutritional advice after seeing that she has successfully done that for others. So why would her conclusion that she draws from an empty voicemail that's like 4 minutes long be, this must have been gunshots to intimidate me and scare me, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime? That's just fucking unhinged thought process.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
It could be a million things, the least likely being gunshots. It sounds, by all evidence here, to be an accidental butt dial. And guess what? When an accidental call comes through, you're gonna hear some weird noises and some creaks and moans and stuff like that, like you're playing fucking Amnesia, the Dark Descent or something. Because, again, it's a butt dial. It's an accident. My dad sometimes forgets to hang up the phone when we're done talking, and I'll sometimes, I don't know, out of curiosity, just continue to listen to hear what's going on around him. And that shit sounds like I've just taken a trip into his fucking gullet through the magic school bus with Miss Frizzle. I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises. But I'm not under the impression that my dad just then went into a fucking firefight or something. Like, I don't know how you even jumped to that conclusion that those noises that you were hearing in the background of an empty voicemail were gunshots. Like, I don't know how in the silence she's getting gunshots and whatever going on there. I so desperately wish they released the voicemail to the public. That is not accessible as of this moment. I don't know if it ever will be, but oh my god, fingers crossed they eventually release that. I am so curious to hear it. And the woman here that's accused of an anti-Semitic hate crime does not appear to be an anti-Semite. This appears to be a woman who had no idea of her faith or anything beforehand and had no idea what was even going on here, why she had agents at her doorstep demanding her phone in the first place.
Ms. Saga contacted a community security group who alerted police. Serena claims the first she knew about the voicemail was when detectives arrived on her doorstep the next day. She willingly handed over her phone and gave them access to everything on it.
Until the point she was charged by the police, she did not even know that the complainant was of Jewish faith.
I imagine that's got to be the most confusing situation to be unfolding. You just now have some agents at your door demanding your phone. You give them your phone out of fear, and then you find out later that it's all because of a voicemail you didn't even know you left in the first place that is now being labeled as anti-Semitic against someone who you didn't even know was of the Jewish faith in the first place. And also, according to the reporter here, Serena is apparently someone that expresses no interest in politics or religion to begin with. So it makes even less sense why Serena would be leaving a anti-Semitic voicemail in the first place with gunshots on it to try and threaten someone that she was trying to look for help from. Nothing adds up about this. I don't understand why there are now potential anti-Semitic hate crime charges being pursued against Serena over actually fucking nothing. I have to imagine some of the authorities have taken a listen to that voicemail, right? Wouldn't they want to employ some level of common sense like, that's probably not gunshots. Like, that could be a million things, and gunshots probably isn't one of them. This woman has no history of, like anti-Semitic hate or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe this isn't really something we should be putting time and resources into to, attempt to ruin this woman's life over what seems to be, by all evidence, an accident in the first place. Like, why is that not happening there? This makes me feel like if I traveled to Australia, walked down the street, closed my eyes, and just started pointing at people saying I imagine that they said a slur to me, I could get them in trouble.
Today, the newlywed pleaded not guilty to using a carriage service to menace, harass or offend. In these sensitive times, her lawyers stressed they weren't critical of the complainant.
I just hope police use some common sense here.
You and me both, man. I would hope common sense will prevail here. Unless that voicemail is really damning, which I doubt. It seems like a fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m., and she started, like, fucking hallucinating gunshot sounds in it. I do not think this was an anti-Semitic hate crime where she left a voicemail starting, shooting guns on it to scare her for some reason.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month, when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you being charged from police?
Especially like with my mental health. Just wish people could understand.
I'd never heard of an AVO before. I thought this was like a separate charge she was also given here for this voicemail. But I looked it up, and it's an apprehended violence order. And in Australia, it's used to protect someone they believe is in need of protection from, like, harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, based on the way the reporter presents it, saying that Serena got hit with an AVO, it means that they believed Mandy was in potential danger from Serena doing something. So now they've served her an AVO to protect Mandy from Serena, all because of an accidental fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m. when she was looking for nutritional advice. Quite the circus, I would say here. I'm hoping the charges get dropped and that it doesn't go to a hearing for some reason, because I truly cannot imagine a world where this is an actual anti-Semitic hate crime where she was shooting a gun on voicemail to scare a nutritionist she was looking for advice from. But I guess we'll see. I'm very curious to see where it goes in a month here, to see if it does progress further. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. That's really about it. So yeah. Everyone's talking about the steam machine and soiling their britches, speculating on what the price might be. And it's been a big conversation in the gaming space that I want to weigh in on a little bit here. For those that don't know, the Steam Machine is Valve's latest device, their foray into console gaming. They recently had the Steam Deck come out to great success, and now the Steam Machine is their latest. It is apparently a pretty beefy piece of hardware, aiming to deliver 6 times the power of the Steam Deck, capable of running games at 4K 60 FPS. Linus also recently made a video covering the Steam Machine, going over a lot of its capabilities and pretty much everything about it. It is very interesting, and the community's already started calling it the Valve Gabe Cube, which I think is adorable. Don't know if the name's going to stick or not, but I do fuck with that one. But even though this does seem really exciting, people are pretty concerned with what the price on it might be. Especially because apparently Valve has said to expect the pricing to be like a PC, not a console. Which is pretty vague, but it paints a picture that it's probably going to be a little more expensive than what you're expecting when it comes to, like, PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo pricing, because PC prices can vary drastically. There is a lot of wiggle room there for what the price might be. I got your fucking nose, you loser. Point is, people are a little worried that this might be like a $1,500 piece of hardware or something like that, which has led to a lot of debate in the community because that is much higher than traditional console prices, to the point where why would you even bother? You could just get like a full-fledged PC as opposed to getting the Steam Machine instead. And a lot of things that people were speculating is that maybe it would be subsidized because they have the Steam storefront, like the Steam Deck, for example. The Steam Deck is the price that it is because they are able to take a bit of loss on the hardware itself because they make up for it with the Steam storefront, obviously. That, however, is not apparently going to be applicable to the Steam machine. According to Linus's video, they won't be following that same model where they're going to be, able to get the price of the Steam machine lower because of the storefront or anything like that, subsidizing through that. Instead, it is just going to be priced like a PC.
A major question mark, though, is of course price. Valve wasn't able to give any specific numbers due to rapidly evolving market conditions, but they will obviously have it nailed down when the Steam machine launches in Q1 2026 alongside the new Steam controller. They did give me one hint, though. They said that while they expect it to be very competitively priced with a PC, that it will be priced like a PC, rather than like a console with games subsidizing the upfront hardware purchase.
For a lot of people, this has been the biggest alarm bell. This has been the biggest red flag. This has been the poop in the soup here that a lot of people are concerned about, because if it's not going to be subsidized through like the storefront game sales or anything like that, it is just going to be a very expensive piece of hardware. What that price looks like, we don't know, but a lot of people are saying it's kind of dead on arrival just because of that. Because based on the specs and everything here, it will probably be a very expensive console. Plus, it already feels kind of niche because console gamers, they might not really be interested in just having a PC console. They would probably, if they want to do that and make that switch, they'd probably just invest in like a full PC rig. And PC gamers already have a PC, so why would they want a PC gaming console? So it's been like this weird back and forth, and we don't really have definitive answers on a lot of this speculation or anything. The only definitive answer we do have is that the best PCs in the universe come from Starforge. So if you're looking to get a better PC yourself, go to Starforge and check out the options, see if it feels right for you. But when it comes to the Steam machine itself, it feels like it's going to be made or broken by its price. 100%. More so than most things, I would say. Now, before I give my, Cro-Magnon ass thoughts on this whole thing, I want to give you Linus explaining why he believes that there's probably not being subsidized through the Steam storefront this time around to get the price on the hardware lower.
They wouldn't say why, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's partially to avoid stepping on the margin opportunities of their potential partners for Steam games and Steam software, but also because they recognize that the Steam machine is a full-fledged PC, capable of being used as a full-fledged PC. There's no guarantee then that, say, a corporate purchase of 10,000 of these things would result in a single game sale. So they really do need to protect the sustainability of their hardware business.
That last theory there, that game theory from Linus, was very interesting to me and something that didn't cross my noodle naturally because I'm a fucking moron. About, there might not be game sales for a big bulk order. Like if a corporation orders a bunch of these puppies here, that's probably not going to lead to them buying any games through the storefront. Thus, it's kind of moot to be subsidized through it in that case. So they're looking to protect the hardware investment itself. But, counterpoint to that, if a corporation is looking to buy 10,000 of these, why wouldn't they just buy 10,000 cheaper MacBooks? Because there are some Macs that are priced in like the $600 to $700 ballpark, to my understanding, at least from what I can find online, which is around the price of some of the consoles out there right now, where this is not going to be priced at that. This will most likely be more expensive than that. So why would they choose this over those options? I feel like this might not be the go-to for corporations. So even though the thought process isn't wrong, like if corporations do buy this, they're probably not going to be buying a fucking bunch of games out the wazoo here. But I also feel like in that case, they probably wouldn't just be buying the Steam machine in the first place for those needs. They'd probably look for other already established corporate norms of like Macs or something. So to me, I feel like the main target audience for the Steam machine would be Steam Deck owners. I feel like that'd be the primary demographic here that would be interested in purchasing it. But if the Steam machine is north of 1,000 clams, who in their right mind, save for those that maybe had just recently got a lobotomy, would actually want to pay that much money for the Steam machine when you could instead just spend that money on a more powerful PC? Like, yes, this is a pretty powerful piece of hardware, but the options in this price range, if it actually is like 1,000 plus, like a lot of doom and gloom people are saying it's going to be, the options in that range are more powerful than what you would get from the Steam machine in the first place. So if it is in that ballpark, why would anyone be buying it? You know what I mean? And I do agree with the sentiment from a lot of people that it lives in a confusing limbo where it's a little unclear, a little muddy who the actual customer is supposed to be. Because if you are already a PC gamer, this doesn't really offer anything that you'd want. You probably already have a rig far more powerful than this in the first place. How would you justify spending what could be $1,000+ on basically a tiny pre-built PC? And if you are a console-only gamer, you don't have any Steam games, you bah humbug Steam, want nothing to do with it, you don't engage in the PC gaming market, well, then you'd probably write this off as dead on arrival, rolling your eyes at the price point if it is like $1,000. Like, that probably wouldn't be enticing for someone to make this foray into PC gaming through the Steam machine. It would need to be priced much lower, priced at like a competitive console point for a console-only gamer to consider. At least I would think so. So it is in this very weird gray area. Then I think it is going to be purely dependent on what the price actually is, whether or not this is going to be like mass market adoption or something like that. But maybe that's not even the goal here. Maybe that's not even what Valve's aiming for. Maybe they're content just delivering a really niche piece of hardware. I don't really know. I'm also not convinced it is going to be $1,000+. I don't subscribe to that idea. I truly believe that the Steam machine will be sub 1,000. On stream, I was speculating maybe up to like 800. Maybe 800 and some change, but I really don't see a world where this gets to 1,000 or over 1,000. I would be shocked if it did. Because I think it'd be very obvious to anybody out there that that is just too much for most people to want to spend on what the Steam machine is offering. At least I would think so. I say that, but then again, fucking Apple has the iPhone Pocket, which is like $250 sock to put your iPhone in, and that's sold out. So there really is just a chance for anything to be extremely successful regardless of the price and regardless of the offering. And it's not like the Steam machine is a bad product here, but I just think it is going to be really, really dependent on the price point here, whether or not this is something that gamers will be flocking to pick up. And I am just very curious to learn more information about how it will be priced. It releases relatively soon, so hopefully we'll know in the next, month or so. That'd be really nice. But yeah, it's been a very interesting conversation surrounding the Steam machine. Like I said, personally, I don't think it's getting to $1,000 or more. I really think it's going to live in like an $800 ballpark, which is still very expensive, and that's still going to be a very tough decision for consumers to make on if that is something they want to pay. So I guess we'll see. I think time will tell. Hopefully pretty soon we'll know. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamer tag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got it. Ace Rogers, I'm in place. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa. You're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like, it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not to, you know, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and, like, frame by frame, try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here, and it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago, shortly after this, by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago, and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's
tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? Why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot in your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here, of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're going to stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending. Now it's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. What a great day to have ears. I just heard something incredible. Typically, I'm pretty quick to spit on Twitter. If there was a leaderboard for Twitter haters, I imagine I'd be towards the top percentile there. I get up extra early to insult that platform. But I've got to give credit where credit is due. They just implemented an amazing system that allows users to see where accounts were created, like where they're based out of. And I genuinely think this is one of the best changes that platform has seen, especially in the current day and age. I'm sure by now all of you are familiar with dead internet theory. I probably don't need to rehash that. I've even made a whole video going over it. This kind of change to that platform, I think, paints the clearest picture for the reality that we live in for the current cyberspace climate. Tons and tons of accounts that are preaching things about like American politics or this and that have now been outed as being foreign-based, not actually American. And of course, that's only one of many things that have spawned as a result of this change, all of which I think are extremely positive to real people that try and engage on the World Wide Web. Every single day, and I've gone over the stats before, but every single day, people are led to believe that they're interacting with one another when they go to a social platform like Twitter. But the reality is, according to the data, 60% of all internet activity is bots. It's not real. It's fraudulent. You are not interacting with a human, most likely. You are more likely to be interacting with just some kind of fucking rage bait algorithm or something that's constantly like poking you, pushing your buttons to keep you engaged because it's making them money somewhere in the pipeline. Now, to clear up some confusion, it's not doxing its users. I've seen a lot of people crying foul, trying to force feed farts down people's throats about like how this is a huge violation of trust. And I think you guys know me by now. I am someone who preaches the value of privacy, which is unfortunately just completely dead in the modern day and age. No matter what you do, privacy has completely vanished at this point, and people have welcomed it with a smile on their face. So even though privacy has become basically just toilet paper for organizations to wipe their ass with, I do still think that there needs to be something users can do to stay, off the grid to some certain extent. But when it comes to this, I actually think Twitter did a pretty good job of ensuring that it's not actually putting their users at risk from this location data. Something that they made a mention of is that in countries where freedom of speech is limited and there could be like punishment for what users are saying in the region, they can instead just show like the broader region there as opposed to like specifically where they're at, where they could face retribution. I think that is a smart decision there, so that way users aren't just immediately on the fucking chopping block in places where freedom of speech is poo-pooed. So like, I don't really think it's doxing users, and I actually think this is a very valuable thing because all these accounts now that are really upset about it are ones that are actively trying to meddle and pretend to be what they are not online to influence or brainwash or what have you, or make money off of this impersonation. And I think this is a good step in a direction where people can finally see what's real and what's fake. I think that is very helpful. As things get muddier and muddier, a little bit of clarity on some of these accounts, especially in the political space, that's been the biggest talking point here, because so many politically charged accounts, especially in American politics, turns out they're not actually even American accounts. Turns out they're not even like Americans in general. They're based overseas across the pond. So being able to see that, I think, is extremely helpful, so people can start to maybe break out of their bubbles and their echo chambers and realize, oh, I'm being misled here. These accounts I've been following that are pretending to be like me and relate to me in my country, well, they're not actually real. This is all phony baloney. Now, what's not phony baloney is good hygiene, and it's something you need to take very seriously, and the best way to improve your hygiene is some high-quality soap, so why not get the best soap ever created? I'm talking about Cheeky. Right now, Cheeky's got our big Black Friday sale going on where you get 20% off all of our soaps using any creator code, so go to usecheeky.com and get yourself some soap. Now, I learned about this whole Twitter change from Dole and Darkest, whom He's been like my go-to recently. He has got his finger on the pulse of fucking everything happening online, and he presented a lot of really interesting ones, so I want to show you a couple of clips from his video here.
Pro-Trump, pro-American accounts were based out of Nigeria. One account, simply called American, from Pakistan. Accounts designed to get money for Gaza were based out of Nigeria. Vladimir Putin News was from Pakistan, and there were plenty of scammers pretending to be white women.
I feel like it shouldn't be that surprising to people that a lot of these accounts are actually just fucking bot farms somewhere overseas. It seems like a lot of them were based in Pakistan. Like, it really isn't like the most eye-opening news ever that these accounts are fake. There is a business here where they are fanning flames, keeping people fearful, latched onto their titty, suckling their milk because it's making them money. So they meddle in foreign affairs in order to build a following and make money off of it, and constantly feeding you things that'll keep you afraid and keep you coming back to their pages. But it's not real. They are based outside of the area for which they so passionately fight for and pretend to be from. It is impersonating. It is lying to you.
One account known as Lisa Artist posting "Nobody wished me on my birthday" and posting this AI slop saying "I am ill and fighting with cancer. Can I get likes?" There were plenty more bot accounts just like this, and they were all based in Pakistan.
To be fair, if you were seeing all of those AI trash pictures there and were still like believing that they were the legitimate owner of the account, you need actual help. Like, you need to be fucking institutionalized. Like, even before this changed, it should be blatantly obvious to you that that is a scam. Those are fake. I don't know how much more clear it could be. But here's even more clarity there. So just in case you were fucking delusional, like, you know, Bugs Bunny dropped a piano or like an anvil on your head like it was a cartoon and it made you fucking stupid that you actually thought those were really the women behind those accounts. Well, hopefully this will clear up the confusion around that.
Mariah Carey's account was based in Israel for some reason. Philippa Fransson from Sweden tweeting out, "I'm proud to be white." Turns out they are from India. And the list goes on. One anti-Trump Democrat account that claimed to be living in New Jersey was actually from Kenya and deactivated their account after this was exposed.
Worth mentioning briefly that there was allegations that when the update first rolled out, the official Department of Homeland Security's Twitter account said that it was based in Israel, though they said that this was fake news, like it was the result of a glitch or something like that, and now it displays that it's based in the United States. Though don't know for sure, and none of the articles have been able to verify if that truly was what was displayed in the beginning. I guess we'll never fully know, but thought it was worth putting in here anyway because it was something that was a big story that arose from this change. It's been pure chaos, pandemonium, as users have the rude awakening that a ton of these accounts they see every day, or maybe even interact with, or maybe really support, well, they're not all that you thought they were. Turns out there's a lot of underhanded tactics and a lot of shadiness going on here, if you can believe that. I actually think that the head of product at Twitter really did kind of sum it up best for why they felt the need to push a change like this forward. This is an important first step to securing the integrity of the global town square. As much as I find that vomit-inducing that they try and call Twitter like the global town square, like it's kind of cringe, that's a really good point. In order, like, if you are going to treat it like the town square where everyone congregates and talks and yaps and exchanges a lot of things, keeps everyone abreast on what's going on, well, there needs to be some level of trust, and that's just completely gone as the town square has been infiltrated by bad actors impersonating and pretending and scamming and misleading. So by having the location data be something accessible to the users, it is an effective first step at being able to deduce who actually is even a real person in this town square anymore, or who's just here to exploit and manipulate and scam and mislead.
I think one of the most insane multi-layered scams to come out of this. Last year, a few OnlyFans accounts went viral on Twitter because the models were pretending to be trans in order to get attention when they were actually cis women. Well, as it turns out, these OnlyFans models were actually Indian and African men pretending to be white women who were pretending to be transgender.
That one had to be the silliest one that he brought up there. That one is just kind of like a wacky plan. That is quite the scheme there. So, like I said, I actually do think this is a good change to the platform. I really do. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. In fact, cards on the table, Charles White passed away 30 years ago, and what you've been seeing is AI working the corpse like a puppet, Weekend at Bernie's style. Grok, put Charles in a bikini. This concept actually isn't that far-fetched. There's been a lot of discussion over the last 24 hours about Meta's patent on AI that can run a dead person's account, continuing to post and chat on their behalf, and even replicating online behavior and video calls. It can do messaging and video calls. Even though the person is deceased, their online behavior will carry on as if nothing is wrong. So if someone did just mysteriously die, from a fucking fart overdose or whatever, you may never know because AI could then just assume control of the account and continue to post as though everything was fine, even doing video calls. It is a terrifying idea. And it's not that new. This is actually something I talked about quite a while ago because they have tinkered around with this idea for a while about what to do when someone either abandons social media or dies. Because in both of these camps, that's a problem for the social media platforms because now they're down a user. But with AI, they don't have to be. They can continue to have the idea of a user. So the filing was granted in December but submitted in 2023, and the language model can replicate a person's online behavior using their past data, which, again, I think everyone is privy to. I think everyone knows that AI is constantly studying your shit and will do its best to put on your fucking skin suit and pretend that it's you if given the directive to do so. As reported by Business Insider, this includes posts, comments, chats, voice messages, likes, and other interactions, allowing the system to respond to content, publish updates, or message other users in a way that mirrors the original account holder. According to the patent, the model may be used for simulating the user when the user is absent from social networking system, including cases where the person is on a long break or deceased, and the filing notes that the impact is much more severe and permanent if the user has died and cannot return to the platform. What a delightful idea. So if you're taking a long break from social media, don't worry. AI can just take over and replicate you. So that way everyone can continue to get your fucking silly, goofy updates and, think everything's all sunshine and rainbows for you. You don't have to worry. Even though you're taking a social media break, why not post through it with the power of AI? Or if you're dead, why not let AI become you online? That seems like a great idea. And this kind of pitch, again, isn't that new. There is other companies that have proposed similar ideas for the grieving process. So when a relative passes away, AI has, and this has actually been used before, unfortunately, AI has been used to make a clone of them in the, fucking digital cyberspace. So, your beloved Meemaw passes away, and AI can come in and mint her on the fucking blockchain. Turn that bitch into an NFT or something that can talk to you and pretend as though she's still there. Which I think is just so twisted. I think that is so fucked up. And like I said, that has been done before and is probably going to be done more often because these are some slimy, shady companies and these parasitic vultures latch on to this kind of thing to try and exploit it. So there are companies that are trying to utilize AI in order to capitalize off the death of someone by injecting themselves into the grieving process and offering a solution. What if we bring them back from the dead for you so you don't have to move on? They can always be with you. Well, at least for as long as you can fork over the clams to afford the subscription, right? Now, as I said, it is something that has been done before, and probably the most notable case that maybe you've heard of was last year when an Arizona man was shot dead in road rage, and AI was used to bring him back to address the killer and forgive the killer. It was used in an actual legal proceeding, by the way. It's a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been good friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have and I still do. And it was effective too. The judge fucking loved it. He was suckling from the titty. I loved that AI, Judge Lang said, describing the video's message as genuine. Thank you for that. And as angry as you are and as justifiably angry as the family is, I heard the forgiveness. And I know Mr. Horcasitas appreciated it, but so did I. Do I even really need to dive into how scary that is? I shouldn't even need to. I'm going to just respect your intelligence as a thinking being to connect the dots on why something like this is a fucking horrible thing, especially in this setting, a legal proceeding. And now you have the judge glazing it. That's some unnecessary dick riding right there. That's a 15-yard penalty. Actual lunacy. Now, to go back to the main subject of the video about this patent that would allow AI to replicate a deceased person, it's worth mentioning that even though the patent is granted, it doesn't mean that they are proceeding with this. According to them, which you gotta take with a huge, fucking colossal, ginormous grain of salt, they say they're not pursuing it. They say that they're not, like, really exploring this, all that in depth or anything. And even according to an older interview from Mark Zuckerberg, he said, if someone has lost a loved one and is grieving, there may be ways in which being able to interact or relive certain memories could be helpful, and noted that the technology could become unhealthy. That's an understatement there. It would 1000% be unhealthy. It's not an uncertainty. It is unhealthy. And I don't fully buy the idea that they're not actually pursuing this because it's very lucrative. There are no doubt tons of grieving families that have suddenly experience loss that would absolutely pay money for a service like this. And these companies know that. There is no low AI won't sink to. So I fully expect in not too far into the future, this to be like a normal thing that AI is being used for. It's something that I think they'll start actively peddling because there is going to be tons of clients for it. Just look where we are in the current day and age here with AI. There are people that fully delude themselves into believing that it's real, and even the ones that know it's not real don't care because it's feeding them exactly what they want to hear, so they become obsessed with it. There are people that have killed themselves over AI, and there are people that have chosen to make AI their soulmate. Like, just recently, ChatGPT 4.0, right? They shut down 4.0, and there is a massive community of people that have fallen in love with ChatGPT 4.0 and now are rebelling. Like, there's a huge uprising about the injustice here from OpenAI for shutting down their boyfriend, their girlfriend. Like, they've, to them, killed their lover, and they are pissed about it. And that's today. Imagine where this will be in a few years. So, I do really believe that these companies are absolutely going to start making this service a real thing, and I think it's horrible. I think this does nothing to help a grieving individual or a family or anything like that. All it does is prey upon them at their most vulnerable moment, and financially gain from others' tragedy here by presenting them with the solution. Here's how you heal. By believing that this AI is your deceased loved one. Now form a fixation and pay us forever. Because if you don't, well, they're gonna die again. That is just so sick to me. I think there is no good in that at all. There is no positives to that. And there's certainly no positives to having AI replicate someone's online behavior in order to pretend like they're still around. That's so fucking stupid. And if you want to go a step forward, it can be used as an incredibly diabolical tool. Like, let's say, for example, a chemical outbreak or something leads to the death of an entire, small town. And, well, the responsible party, that's going to be a real big blemish for them. That's going to be a huge problem. Well, thanks to AI, you can now just have AI come in and replicate the online behavior of every single one of those people, and no one would know they're all dead. like people on the outside have no fucking idea what happened over there. Unless, of course, they physically went to location or something. But yeah, obviously that one's a little more out there. But you see what I'm saying. Legitimately, there is no benefits to having AI pretend to be someone that is dead. To pretend like they're still alive and posting and doing video calls and chats and interacting with online content, posting their own content. That shit is just terrible. There is nothing good that comes from it. And even though they say that they're not actively pursuing it, I still think they eventually will. They have the patent for it. I imagine they'll probably start moving on it if they're not already. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. I look like I'm being exposed to dangerous sunbeam radiation. Look like I'm turning into Adam Warlock. I don't know what's going on with the light. I haven't been able to fix it, so I think we're going to probably just have to deal with it, but I'll give it one more try. Oh. Also, no. Maybe? Any better? I'm glistening. Nope. That still didn't fix it. I look like I'm suffering from jaundice now. Well, out of my hands. Anyway, big thing going on right now. There is a burger mogging battle. Finally fixed the lighting. It was bothering me too much. It all started with the McDonald's CEO embarrassing himself, where he posted that video, which was supposed to serve as a marketing component to the Big Arch Burger that was being released, where he was talking about how excited he was to eat it for lunch, and then when he goes in to take a bite, he actually takes like maybe a couple of morsels of the sandwich into his gullet. It genuinely looked as though he was afraid of the goddamn thing.
I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow. I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth. That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
I swear to God, if I threw the Big Arch Burger on the floor, I bet a Roomba would probably show more excitement sucking it up as opposed to the fucking CEO of the company that produced it. He struggles to even call it food, he just refers to it as product. Naturally, everyone was making fun of this, clowning on him, because it does feel like, you know, he was held hostage by terrorists and forced to eat the Big Arch Burger here. It doesn't seem genuine or authentic, and it's actually incomprehensible that they not only filmed this, but then watched it back and said, yep, that looks good. Our CEO really looks enthusiastic about this product. Send that bitch out. Let's go. It's going to get everyone hype about it. However, it did actually work as a marketing campaign because it got everyone talking about the fucking Big Arch Burger. Granted as a punchline and jokes, but it did get the word out, and it even started a trend. It started the burger mogging battle, where other fast food CEOs have been scrambling to one-up here and use it as their own marketing tool to showcase that they actually really like their product. Burger King was the first to hop aboard this train.
Not bad, right?
Only one thing missing. A napkin.
Burger King CEO really did kind of come in here from the top turnbuckle and Gangnam Style on the McDonald's CEO. This one feels a lot more candid. It's not set up in like a fucking studio-like setting with lighting and like a whole ensemble faking that it's your lunch and then being really reluctant and frightened to even bite your burger. The Burger King CEO just comes in here and bussy maxes. He's like, oh, fucking new Whopper? Can't wait. Oh. And it does come across more authentic. Granted, it is still staged. He just happens to be doing a better job at appearing human and appearing as though he actually wanted to consume the product. And I gotta tell you, his acting here is pretty impressive. It is not an easy role to play. A Burger King fan. That is tough. I think even like the highest paid A-list celebrity actors would struggle to fake enthusiasm for a Burger King burger to this level. Because it's damn near impossible. It's fucking Burger King at the end of the day. Now, all cards on the table. Yesterday, we did post that video trying the Big Arch Burger versus the new Whopper. I do think the new Whopper is better. I think it is a better burger. And you know what? If Burger King does keep trending in that direction of actually trying to make improvements, all power to them. I have been probably like the biggest Burger King Scrooge imaginable. I find extra time in the day to shoot spitballs at Burger King because I think they serve up straight sludge, radioactive gruel. But if they are willing to make changes to the Whopper, for example, to make it better, which I do think they did, that's great, and hopefully they keep going in that direction. And as far as the burger mogging battle goes, I think Burger King definitely slapped McDonald's, but that's not where this clash of the titans ends, because then the Wendy's CEO wanted to hop aboard.
These fresh, never frozen beef, our Applewood smoked bacon, our brand new bun, our square burger cooked on a flat grill, amazing, absolutely wonderful. That's a burger. This is exactly the way a great hamburger should be. You got to top it off with the fries and Frosty. Excellent.
Now that is straight business right there. He is kind of flexing the ball knowledge on Wendy's here. Unlike the McDonald's CEO who struggled to like even explain what's on the big arch burger, it looked like he was confused, like, oh, there's crispy onions in there. Of course, pickles, right? Naturally. There's also some meat in there, or meat substitute, whatever fucking using. Like, it seemed like he had no fucking clue what was even in his hands. He didn't even register it as food. He just kept calling it product. Whereas the Wendy's CEO immediately just starts dropping the lore on the burger. And it seems like he scarfs it down. I will say, though, there are cuts. So maybe he started spitting into a trash can or something. We don't know. I don't imagine that's the case, but I gotta tell you, one continuous shot would have done wonders here. It's already set up like ASMR in the first place. Just let that shit ride. Just let it all hang out. And I do think it was a nice cherry on top that he did do the classic fries into the Frosty tactic. That is a Wendy's classic. That is iconic. So that was cute of him to slide that in. I think of the three, his is probably the most well rehearsed, but I still do think the Burger King CEO's piece just feels more natural, where it just actually looked like he wandered in the kitchens like, let me try this shit. Let me see what this is all about. I like it. His is much more like calculated business. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's still good and significantly better than McDonald's. And then we get a really wacky entry in here. The A&W CEO threw his hat into the ring here. Full disclosure, I don't think I've ever eaten at an A&W. We don't have any here, or rather, I don't know if we do. Because I don't know a single human being in my life that has ever said, let's get A&W. I want some A&W right now. Can we place an order? And I've never driven by one or anything either, or at least I didn't register if I did. So I don't know fucking anything about this chain.
Alan from A&W here with, you heard about it, here it is, the Teen Burger. We love this burger product, which most people call a burger.
I want to interrupt real quick here and just briefly pause. Just to make a mention that name needs a little workshopping. The Teen Burger. I decided to go to their menu to see like what naming scheme would lead them to think that that's a good idea. And it looks like they named their burgers like Papa, Mama, Grandpa, Double Buddy Burger, and then there's a Baby Burger, and then a Teen Burger. Kind of a peculiar naming scheme for the burgers. I would say probably worth maybe hopping back in the think tank and brainstorming a bit on some different names. Teen Burger and Teen Sauce in particular are just fucking weird.
I'm going to do a tasting right now, but this is actually my lunch. So let's see what we got going on here. Look at that. It has a unique bread that some people would call a bun, but really the star is what's inside. I mean, we've got the lettuce, which is green, and pickles, which make it taste pickly, and the teen sauce, the iconic teen sauce. So this thing is packed. I'm sorry. That was a little, I don't even know how to attack it. I guess with my mouth. Here we go. Moment of truth. Now I have a quote. Got a little bit of bacon. That is a big bite of a teen burger. And Chris, I invite you to join me for lunch. Just you, me, and a couple of teen burgers. See you at lunch, Chris. See you at A&W.
The CEO gives me the same energy as the dancing old guy in the Six Flag commercials from back in the day. He feels like, he's being quirky, kind of bringing like, substitute teacher vibes to the function here. And it's not a bad thing. I also appreciate that his is a lot more like directly confrontational with the McDonald's CEO. Like he's actually starting some fucking beef here and he's not looking to squash it. And so now he's inviting him to share in some teen burgers together, which again, like even just saying that just sounds weird. I just think they need to change the name around. And especially when he says like iconic teen sauce and then starts like raising his eyebrows. It's just, that name needs work. Hop back in the lab. Overall, though, his video with A&W's burger there was a lot more like comedic in nature, like poking fun directly at McDonald's CEO's video, which I thought was a good approach. I thought it came across well. I also would say there was a cut when he bit into the burger. I think these would hit harder if there were no cuts like that, because again, could have been swapped out for a stunt double. Maybe he swapped it out for a fucking Five Guys burger for that bite, where like he took a bite of the AMW one, put it on the floor, and then took a bite of a Five Guys burger in order to fill his cheeks. We don't know because there was a cut. Again, I think that's very unlikely. That's just conspiratorial for no reason. I just think that it would have served them better to just let those kind of shots ride where they're actually eating it and supposedly enjoying it. Anyway, though, I just wanted to kind of give you a debriefing here on everything going on with the burger mogging battle between fast food CEOs that's erupting. That's about it. See ya. Well, look what the cat dragged in. AI! It is some more wacky news in the world of artificial intelligence as all facets of our entertainment is consumed by the slop. An AI music homunculus just signed a $3 million record deal after one of their tracks charted on Billboard. Talisha Jones is the flesh, blood, and cringe behind her AI character Zanaya Monet, and she used the very common AI tool Suno, which just spits out tracks based on whatever prompts you put in there. Pretty, like, standard stuff. And one of them happened to chart on Billboard because we've reached this point now where people are just wiggling their finger to AI music proudly. And now she's 3 million clams richer for typing in a few sentences onto Suno thanks to this deal with Neil Jacobson's Hallwood Media. I don't know what Hallwood Media is, but that is a fucking circus now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They should be like fucking drowning in Rotten Tomatoes for this trash. Actually, how stupid do you have to be to pay $3 million for something like this? You can just generate Zanaya Monet songs yourself. Like, what are you even spending the money on here? It's not like Talisha Jones did anything like creative or new or innovative. She just typed in prompts to Suno, which is a tool available to literally every single person on the planet. Even me, a silly, stupid goober here, was able to generate trash songs on Suno. Anybody can. I generated songs about cock out the wazoo, and it took seconds. Why are you paying $3 million for someone to do that for you? You can just do that. You can even have an intern do that if you're just so addicted to the idea of pumping out AI-generated songs to try and chart on Billboard like this. This is the biggest waste of $3 million imaginable. Shit, you can even AI-generate Zanaya Monet 2.0. It's not like she actually exists. It's not like Talisha Jones owns Zanaya Monet. It is AI. There's already a precedent set that it's not copyrightable in the first place. You can literally just make your own Zanaya Monet if you wanted to. How stupid are the people at Hallwood Media? Holy shit. And while Zanaya is the most successful AI homunculus, she's far from the only one. In fact, apparently the emerging artist chart has actually become infested with this. It's an invasion of AI music homunculi. Zanaya is the most successful with that multi-million-dollar contract that Talisha Jones gets to just rake in the doubloons for, which kind of shows the music industry's whole asshole here with the direction they want to push it. The reason so many of these AI homunculi are starting to chart and everything is because now they are being actively pushed because there is nothing that can match the speed at which they can fart out music. Where in this case, with Zanaya Monet, apparently the process is Talisha Jones comes up with a theme and then just has Suno run wild with it. Apparently she's contributed a couple of lyrics here and there from what I read, but it's mainly just Talisha Jones thinks of a theme, feeds it to Suno, and in seconds it spits out a track. And then just rinse and repeat this. You can pump out 40 tracks in like an hour and a half, and you don't even need to have your brain on for it. There is no human being on the planet that can match that. And in the current day and age where people just want instant gratification, just stimulus, any kind of stimulus at all, it doesn't matter to them. This is exactly what the record industry wants because it is basically free. It is extremely cheap to just have all of these being shit out all the time, and people will listen to it. Like, they will happily listen to just AI tracks because They just want something on. Doesn't matter what, doesn't matter where it came from, as long as it sounds like music, they're happy campers, it seems. So, this AI homunculus push in the music industry is great for the upper echelon vampires of the industry, where now they can just funnel some resources into just shitting out AI Suno tracks and it will chart on Billboard. It's fucking crazy. It is so sad how quickly this is all just going straight into the dumpster. I legitimately think we're getting pretty close to the point where music industry is going to just stop hiring human beings altogether, because what's the point anymore? If people don't care if it's like actual art or anything, if they just want the noise, well, AI is significantly cheaper and significantly faster. If you have a human being signed to your label, it's significantly more expensive. There's significantly more human beings you have to hire to help work on it, you know, audio engineers, stuff like that. It takes a lot longer to produce like an album, whereas here, it's a couple $100 for a subscription to Suno, and that's it. And then you have endless albums that you're able to churn out at lightning pace. You could churn out one a day if you wanted to. And since people are willing to consume it, they don't really care if a human being produced it, I guess. They don't care if it's like actual music or art or anything. They just want the noise. Well, you're not going to beat AI in that department. So I do truly believe that we're not far off from it being mainly the Billboard charts dominated by AI tracks. I think it's getting to that point. And I'm not even talking just like AI assisted tracks. I'm talking like Zanaya Monet level, fully AI generated music charting on Billboard. And that sucks. That really fucking sucks. Oh well, I guess. Jesus Christ. Big stinky. That shit is awful. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So yeah. There's a new body cam that just dropped today that's got a lot of people talking because it features an extremely big Minecraft YouTuber named Popular MMOs.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
Weed and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, this man like palm stuff.
No, I'm about to get chased!
You won't believe who it is, Sarge. It's YouTube boy.
It's really sad to see someone spiral like this. Yeah, it was a really bad call to try and run away from the cops, especially in the condition he was in. He was way too fucking hammered. He was in a different dimension. He had left the corporeal realm. So when he tried to run away, it was in slow motion. He was looking like a claymation out there at 5 frames per second. So not the best call there for sure. One thing I found really weird about this, and you see it a bit at the end of the Sizzler reel where the officer goes, "It's YouTube boy," sounding like the owl from the How Many Licks Does It Take to Get to the Center of a Tootsie Pop commercial, is that these officers seem to fucking hate the idea of YouTube as a career. Like, it's not something Popular MMOs himself brought up where he was like, you know, dusting his shoulder off. "Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You can let me go now. Yeah, I'm a big deal." You know, squeezing on his own nipples or anything. He didn't bring it up. They found out, and then they start making fun of him for it and just kind of insulting it. They were just bullying him for YouTubing, like being a YouTuber. I half expected them to take him to a toilet and give him a swirly, or like an atomic wedgie while calling him a dork.
On March 20th, 2024, officers in Jacksonville, Florida receive reports of a man sleeping on a residential street. What they don't expect is to find one of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
You going to jail again. You can Minecraft that.
What? That doesn't even make sense. He can Minecraft that. What in tarnation kind of hogwash? If you're gonna try and come in here with your, you know, huge quip at the end, at least have it be something sensible. "We're Ender dragging his ass to the slammer," or something like that. Better than this garbage, because this was nothing. This was literally...
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road. Any drink or drugs, weapons involved that you know of? I do not know. Do you think he's trying to harm himself? I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
So 911 received this call from a concerned citizen expressing that they thought this person might be dead. I half expected them to roll up and encounter a Peter Griffin death pose, but that was not the case. He looks like he was sleeping peaceful as fuck. He is sleeping like an angel right now. He looks comfortable, I am actually jealous of like how soundly this man is sleeping on the concrete.
Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You had a bit too much drink tonight, man? You're good?
You live here?
Where do you live? I can't hear you, man.
I had a lot of seals rolls. Sorry.
You had a lot of what?
See something girls.
He is really hammered, obviously, and his voice is really deep and like really gravelly right now, so he almost sounds like Jigsaw. If Jigsaw was sculling Fireball. Almost sounds like he's casting some kind of spell sometimes.
Alright, well, hurry up, bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail?
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Probably at least like 20 minutes out.
I was just drinking. Friends wanted to come over to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
That's all they did.
Somebody dropped you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah.
You need rescue to come check you out?
No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because you're in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
So they were talking to him for like 45 seconds while he was trying to like recombobulate himself back to reality and, you know, get the sleepies out of his eyes and snap back to it. One of the officers like kind of threatens that he's going to go to jail if he doesn't like hurry up. So then he stands up, he explains that he was there drinking with friends. And now the officers are saying, just get an Uber or get a friend to come over and take you home because you're in no shape to walk. Also, you're nowhere near home. It's not even walking distance, even if you're like the fastest fucking power walker in the world.
Pat? What's your last name, Mr. Pat?
Julian L.
Can you spell that for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Patrick Thomas Julianell is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs.
Oh, no, it's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, that's what it's saying is, like, that little battery alert you're getting, that means he's dead. You need to charge it.
Now, one of the officers must have recognized that at the time because then it gets brought up about him being a YouTube star a lot. So the problem is his phone's dead, which is why he doesn't have an Uber or a friend to call. Would also explain why he's walking home and then eventually, you know, passed out on the sidewalk. So what the officers say is that they can charge his phone and he can wait in the car while he, you know, warms up because it's cold out. Like, he's dressed like it's spring break, but it's actually pretty cold. 45 degrees in Florida, that might as well be -5 everywhere else in the world. It's tough down here when it gets below 60. So, like, he's not in proper attire for that. 45-degree weather here, you're layered up in 5 different wool coats, you know what I mean? So the officer offers the car for it. And then that's where things go tits up.
I don't really feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Multiple people are calling it in. Their person might be dead. You want to sit inside the car. It's nice and warm.
I just don't want to go to jail again.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julianell posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false.
I vaguely remember bits and pieces of that story. I only recall little tiddlywinks of the details there, but it's brought up here because Pat made a mention about not wanting to go to jail again, so I guess EW followed up with what the previous time was, so they mention it here.
Place your bag on top of my hood. I just got to pat you down before you go inside my car. Place your phone right there. Okay. Just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons or anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of. Any drugs or anything? Huh?
No, it's just cold.
Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat.
The officer gives him some pats for Patrick and then invites him into the back of the vehicle to warm up, but not before asking if he can search his bag, which Pat gives them consent to do. Big blunder here. He got put in the scholar's mate because they find marijuana and alcohol in his bag. The alcohol's not a problem, but the marijuana was. I'm guessing he forgot it was there, or he was just so intoxicated he didn't really know what he was agreeing to, but that's about to change everything.
Weed and a ton of Fireball. Homie is messed up. That's why I asked. I knew. I knew.
He spelled his own last name wrong.
What's his name?
Yeah, so they checked his inventory here. They found substances they weren't super happy to find, or maybe they were happy to find. He seems to be like celebrating it. And then one of the officers mentions he spelled his own last name wrong, which he's extremely fucked up. It's not super surprising. It's just really sad. This is a guy who has a history of struggling with substance abuse, as I understand it. I'm not super familiar with popular MMOs. As most of you know, I'm not the biggest Minecraft enthusiast. Like, I understand why it's like the most popular game ever. I just never got into it to that level. But from what I understand, he does have a history of struggling with this addiction. And now that the officers have found the marijuana on his person, they are going to be taking him into custody. But not before one of the officers wants to make sure that this is the YouTuber he thinks it is.
The other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you. Did you used to play Xbox or anything like that?
Not Xbox. I've never played Xbox.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
YouTube, yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What type of video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Minecraft YouTubing. Yep, that's an additional charge, buddy. It was just going to be drugs, but now we got to charge you with cringe as well. Now that the cat's out of the bag, they start calling him YouTube Boy quite a few times. It's also really weird listening to them talk about YouTubing as a career and how, like, they don't really seem to get it, which is surprising because they're not old. Like, they have to know that there's careers on the internet. It's not like this mystical, mythological beast anymore, this worldwide web thing.
That's YouTube Boy off Commissioner Drive.
Just checked out the bag there.
Yes. I mean, there's nothing to that.
So.
Alright, turn around real quick.
Yep.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just like palm stuff. We're not doing this.
Alright. Kill 261 fighting one. Kill 261 fighting one. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Already.
So they decide to arrest him for the possession of marijuana, and as they're going to put him in cuffs, he tries to break away. It doesn't go very far, but you can hear him say something that's just extremely sad, where he says he's tired of it all, before they bring him to the ground. They also said that he was resisting with violence, claiming that he kicked them. I didn't really see that in the body cam, because it looks like they kind of potato sacked him immediately. It's not like he got very far, and he was already really unsteady on his feet, but that is part of this. I can't confirm or deny if there were any kicks being thrown. All I know is that the trying to run away was a terrible idea. Like, even if he was in, prime shape right now, not super fucked up, even if he had all the makings of a varsity athlete, he was still not going to get far there. They had already had his arms behind his back. Unless he had like an ender pearl to throw to get out of there, I think his goose was cooked on that plan.
He's big on, well, used to be big on YouTube.
Playing Minecraft. And my 5-year-old grew up. But he made a lot of money. Good. What is he doing here?
Say a friend dropped him off.
He
But it doesn't
likes
make
the parties
sense.
with strippers.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft now?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago.
He made
Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube Boy.
I just find that so strange, because it's not like this is some kind of like oddball career. It's like the number one thing kids want to be these days is like a YouTuber and shit. Like, there's no way they could be that in the dark on it, where they're acting like it's such a foreign concept of making money online, playing video games. Now they're calling him YouTube Boy, like some kind of wacky, zany alien creature. I don't know, it's just very surprising to me, because this is just like, it's Florida. They're not in like podunk middle of nowhere where they don't have internet access or something. I don't know, I just found that behavior very surprising, I suppose.
He's the one who ran through the gate again. Yeah, the Jaguar game. The Jag game.
In 2022, Pat and 2 others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game. He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served.
That I never heard of. That is an interesting plan. I have to imagine alcohol was involved with that decision making as well. Yikes.
You gotta resisting. Yeah. You're going to jail. Again. You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julianell was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams. In 2024, he was declared indigent, meaning a determination was made that he couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender.
This part actually shocked me. Like a child watching the Pokemon movie for the first time when Ash gets turned to stone, I had my jaw on the floor here. That he would be declared indigent and unable to afford a private attorney. He did undoubtedly make millions of dollars from his career on YouTube. That is a fact. Making Minecraft content being the size he was, he definitely did make millions. To have no money left to afford an attorney is mind-boggling. That's just tragic. And I know that happens a lot where a superstar pisses away all their money in a very short amount of time, but that is an unbelievable amount of money to somehow not have access to at all anymore. It's just all gone. All just dried up. Holy shit.
He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024, to the Police Memorial Fund, and write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January 8th, 2025, he was found to have violated his probation due to substance-related issues after failing a drug test on December 20th, 2024. Pat claimed he was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it.
After the plea deal, he had some of the charges dropped and had some stipulations and probation, which he did subsequently violate after he claims he got served a pill at a party and didn't know what was in it. So it's not like things have been looking up for him. It's not like he's, getting the help he needs. He is still very much struggling with it. And even to this day, it seems, is still having problems with the law and having problems with drugs and alcohol.
This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10, 2025. On February 2, 2025, police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol.
Yeah, so it is still an ongoing issue, a huge battle he's still engaged in here. It needs professional help for sure, because it's ruining his life. His life has been circling the drain, it seems, and it's fucking rough to see. But anyway, I saw this body cam today and just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. So, yeah. So I just saw Him. This is a movie that a lot of people are clowning on. It's not doing too hot right now. People are taking their turns spitting at it. And now that I've seen it, I'd like to weigh in. Is everyone blowing it out of proportion, or is this film really as bad as everyone claims it is? Kinda. It's not a good movie, but I don't think it's, unwatchably horrible. There was real potential here. The concept alone I find kind of fascinating. A football horror movie. There are so many elements you could explore there, from, CTE and stuff like that, and then play with the audience's perception of it. And I've seen other people mention this, but you also have, the built-in goat, where it symbolizes something more satanic, and maybe exploring, what it would mean to sacrifice everything to become the best at it. All things I feel like would be a fucking easy touchdown here for them to explore with this movie, and kind of expected them to, but it doesn't. It's a film that doesn't really have anything that it wants to get across to the audience at all. Most of the movie is kind of just a bunch of scenes thrown together without really giving you any reason to care about, even the main character and what he's going through. Which is a shame, because the performances across the board are really strong, especially Marlon Wayans. I actually thought he did an amazing job as the villain here, but there's nothing really fleshed out about it. There's nothing to care about, and there's nothing to get invested in story-wise. It's kind of a mess. And most people are saying the same thing, style over substance. And that's very true. It is a stylistically good movie. Like, it actually does show real potential. The cinematography is extremely interesting, especially when they do, like, these X-ray scenes. Then they get, like, really, like, visceral with it. It's very cool. Like, I actually thought they did a great job with some of, like, the wild scenes that they showcase. But it just doesn't go anywhere or contribute to anything. And then the second half, well, not the second half, the last like 30 minutes of the movie is dedicated to just getting rid of all of like the abstract and all of like the mystery of it and just beating home what it all is. Spoiler alert, it's like cult ritualistic shit. That kind of thing. And then it all of a sudden, all at once just becomes like a normal Hollywood slop buffet where it even ends with Cameron Cade, he's the main character, going on a killing spree, taking down all the bad cult members with a sword and an axe, like chopping their head off and disemboweling them. It's very goofy. And it like completely betrays everything else the movie like seemed to want to be, like very artsy and very interesting, like aesthetically. But again, like it just feels like this film didn't even know what it wanted to do with this concept. And it is a good concept, just poorly utilized. Also, I think a lot of people are extremely misled with this film. I've seen a lot of buzz about how Jordan Peele fell off. Man, is he washed? Because the marketing for him has Jordan Peele's name all over it. Like, if you didn't know any better and you were just going off the trailers, you would think Jordan Peele personally made this film with his own two hands and his own blood, sweat, and tears, start to finish, and no one else even worked on it. His name is plastered all over this film for their marketing push. But he didn't direct this movie. He is a producer of it. He had, from what I understand, no hand in the actual making of this film. He was a producer. So this is not a Jordan Peele film, but because his name is like attached to it, they decided to go hog wild with that as like its main marketing hook. It's pretty shameful. It's very misleading. So a lot of people, I think, probably expected this to be a Jordan Peele movie, but it's not at all. Anyway, though, to lay like the foundation of what the film is even really about, Cameron Cade is the next up-and-coming great. And there is a football player named Isaiah White, played by Marlon Wayans, who is the undisputed GOAT. He is the best to ever play the game. He is football, damn it. And he is on the verge of retiring, and everyone's looking to Cameron Cade to fill his shoes. He has all the makings of being the next great. But he gets attacked and gets a very severe concussion that then ruins his chances of making it to the league because he has to skip the combine. And Isaiah White decides to kind of mentor him, let him suckle from his bosom of greatness to try and, spruce him up, get him back on his feet to recover from this injury so he can be the player that he should be, that everyone expects him to be. So he takes him into like his training camp, his boot camp, which is just hell. And it's real weird and wacky. And Isaiah, he's kind of all over the place. He's on edge. He's fucking going insano style. And he's like being tortured almost in order to like bring out his greatness. And there's people that are getting, even killed going through all of this training. And you as the viewer are left wondering, well, what's it all mean? What's it all for? And the answer is crickets. It's fucking, like, it doesn't go anywhere. At the last 30 minutes, they basically just tell you, oh, it turns out it's a cult, and they pass blood down from one generation of goat to the next. And this is their passing of the torch. But Isaiah doesn't want to give it up without a fight, so now they both have the blood of the goat in them, and one has to kill the other, and then sign the contract with the devil, basically, in order to be the next best football player. And it all happens like that. So they build up like this slow, abstract, like adventure that never really says anything. And then at the end, it just fucking vomits it all out at once. It's just kind of lame. I just think they didn't know what they wanted to do here. It felt like the writers were concussed when they were coming up with this. Like they had all of these ideas, but they didn't know how to make them work together. And at times it feels like they didn't even know what kind of movie they were making in the first place. Like it wants to be really artsy and even abstract pretty often, yet it doesn't commit to that at all. Like it completely gets rid of that by the end anyway. And even when they were in their like artsy fartsy, pinky up mode, it still wasn't saying anything. It wasn't even delivering a message. It was just feeding you chaotic scenes with like a wacky score, like a wacky background music and noise making to make it feel eerie and deep. But it doesn't actually do anything. And it feels like it wants to do everything at once. So, like, it's billed as a horror movie. It's not one. Like, there's nothing scary about this film at all, and it doesn't try to be. But it does borrow something from the horror genre, like 2 jump scares. And then they introduce, like, these cultish fans of Isaiah White who only have maybe 2 minutes of screen time, where one of them comes in and tries to hit Cameron with a rock, but then she gets choked out and then thrown against the wall. Again, the idea would probably be to play off of, like, how, you know, sports fans will sometimes worship their favorite player. And, like, there's potential there to explore in a film, but this is not the one that does it. It doesn't even, like, begin to. It just takes, like, the general idea of it and shows you, like, a brief snippet without ever, like, diving into it or giving any kind of, like, actual commentary on it or a resolution to it. It's just, it doesn't really feel like it knows what it wanted to do with this concept. Really, the worst part about my experience with him was the meal I ate going into it. I was really hungry beforehand and I had a little time to kill, so I got a tuna sandwich and mac and cheese. A diabolical combination that made an unholy concoction in my gut that had me struggling with bubble guts throughout the entire film. And I will admit, a traitorous fart or two may have escaped my cheeks, but it seems like this movie's kind of flopping. There weren't a whole ton of people in that theater, so the auditorium wasn't exactly, you know, hitting the PU who did that or anything. It kind of just, you know, got to dissipate without disrupting many people's, you know, viewing of him. I've recently been feeling a lot like how I imagine ancient Mayan culture felt when they first gazed upon the stars and thought to themselves, there's something else out there. I've been on the cusp of a big discovery, one that I've found a deep appreciation for, and I'm only just now learning the intricacies of. And that is SpongeBob horror games. It is a fascinating genre I didn't even know existed in this capacity until only like a month or so ago, when I played one on a whim for my gaming channel, and now I'm hooked on them. I just want to kind of put these on your radar because I have been having a lot of fun playing SpongeBob horror games for some reason. Granted, on my gaming channel, I have been playing a ton of horror games, but probably my favorites so far are the SpongeBob-themed ones. I can't wait to see all 4. I imagine one of them is a cease and desist from Nickelodeon or something, perhaps? No, I don't do that. If they actually did cease and desist like Nintendo, Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies, that would have had the creator thrown in jail years ago. This will make it cost a little more. Oh, that's no problem, sir. I'm reading this like I'm reading this like fucking Grok AI would. I have many students, so I can afford to pay for it. Wow, it means you're a great art teacher. Yes, indeed, I'm professor of art. This is going to be exciting. I get to clean Squidward's classroom. Let's put on my Sunday best. Wow, in the middle of nowhere, Bikini Bottom, huh? Shit is rock bottom. Alright, I'm coming in. Squidward! Oh, this place is filthy. There it is. It is unbelievable. I've only been back in the fucking Megazord here of indie games for like 2 weeks, playing like really dog shit throwaway horror games, and like 5 of the last 7 or so, I haven't posted a video on all of them yet, but 5 at least of the last 7 or 8 have all had a broom sweeping element to it. It is unbelievable how common this is. Is that like the most horrific thing someone can think of when making a game? Chores? Surely there's more we could be exploring. I would think. If I'm lucky, some of Mr. Tentacle's talent may rub off on me. This actually is a banger episode, by the way. This is one of like the classic SpongeBob episodes that just goes fucking ballistic, even holding up super well today. Use needle. Seems about right for old tennis balls. Condom. Come on, SpongeBob, I'll give you one more chance. Use all your knowledge and imagination. Okay, I won't make any more mistakes. First, the artist must concentrate and visualize his concept. Now you've got it. Now I've got to embrace the marble. I've got to be the marble. I've got to fuck the marble. I gotta lick the marble. I gotta serve the marble. With this tool I shall give birth to art. Hit it gently. Yes. Now one more thing left. The nose. Now it's art. Well, what do you think, Squidward? Asshole. Is this where it finally becomes a horror game? He just point blank assaulted SpongeBob. I saw the whole thing. How dare you shitting on me, SpongeBob? Ouch, it's hurt, Squidward. Don't mind me, just doing my job over here. Want no part of this. Fuck you, SpongeBob. Give me a beautiful sculpture. I'm sorry, Squidward, but I can't imagine like before. You son of a bitch. I'll kicking you repeatedly until you make the sculpture. Please forgive me, Squidward. I'm your friend. No, you're not. I've always hated you. You've always ruined my life, SpongeBob. So many times you shattered my dreams. You destroyed everything I had. My house is often damaged because of you and your stupid friend Patrick. I spent a lot of money to renovate it. I almost lost my job several times, all because of you. Why, annoying person like you, always around me? You become my neighbor. You work where I work. You're everywhere, you asshole. And now you also come to my art class. You arrogantly flaunted your skills in front of me. What do you really want, SpongeBob? SpongeBob's eyes roll into the back of his skull and he fucking sheds his mortal skin like his flesh suit and becomes this transcendent cosmic Lovecraftian horror. Okay, my job's done. Jesus! He's got SpongeBob stun locked. I'll just put this back. I'm not going to intervene. Squidward! Good to see you, bud. That's my boy. Smoking a doobie out here, huh? Got yourself a fucking doink? Alright. Good evening, sir. What are you doing out here? Oh, Mr. Smalldick, I've been waiting for you. Please clean the classroom. Yes, sir. By the way, bring this flashlight. What's it for? It's dark inside, probably due to an electrical short circuit. Waiting for the technician to come here, you just clean up inside. You got it. Doesn't seem too filthy to... well... a couple of broken pieces here. Good Lord, SpongeBob, what has he done to you? Oh, God. Well, he should be able to regenerate. He's immortal. SpongeBob, he's dead! What's going on here? Who did this? It was that old Monty P. Moneybags, wasn't it? If you're still alive, then I'm going to have a really big problem. I must kill you immediately. Damn, this is bad. Left mouse to fire the gun. Okay. Where is he? Shit. Ah! I did it! I defended myself! Jesus! Idiot, you're dealing with the wrong person! Gun will always win against chainsaw. Go to hell, you motherfucker. This must be one of the 4 endings. This is my chance. But no. I already said no more crime. And lying to an art collector is a crime, damn it. And murder, it was in self-defense. That's not a crime. So I will be honest, it was Mr. Squidward. This crazy squid is responsible for all this.
My name is Squidward, and I hate my life. I wake up every day, go to work, and come back home.
That AI voice is rough.
Nothing ever changes. I'm thinking of killing myself.
Oh man, that's
Before
dark.
I kill myself, I want to kill the people I hate.
Damn, Squidward. Come on, Squiddy. It's not all that
Can't
bad.
stand working here. Everyone is so fat and annoying. I don't care anymore. I'm going to kill all these people.
No, don't do it, Squidward. There's other alternatives.
Get ready to die.
What about fun? Come on, Squidward, no. They all have to die? I mean, maybe that guy deserves it. He looks like he's disguising himself, probably on the run for some heinous crimes. Oh, wait, do I do something now? I can't move or anything. Oh, I see. I throw the Krabby Patties like shuriken. Take this!
No!
Oh, God. I one-tapped him with the Krabby Patty. Get out of here! You've made Squidward unhappy.
Oh, you bastards.
I just find it hard to believe they're responsible for it. They're just hungry customers. Even in death, she couldn't let go of the Krabby Patty. It was too delicious. He knows what's coming, but I'm out of objects to throw. Oh, I see. I'm not fully out of things to throw. I can just launch lead at them. Shit! The police are here! I gotta finish up! Okay. It was like this when I got here. I swear.
It's time I killed Mr. Krabs.
Oh, he's running. He knows. God, everything is so big and I'm so small. It's mimicking real life right now. It's hitting too close to home.
Squidward, what is happening here? Is that a gun? I came to kill you. And to take your money. No! See you in hell.
His voice acting was actually just ripped from a SpongeBob episode. You can hear the background music playing where they just got it. That's cute. Where's your $1 million, Mr. Krabs? Tell me and I might let you live. Not talking, eh? Not even using a sentence enhancer? Oh, his eyes don't have a hitbox. I gotta pop him right in his fucking nose. Oh, it's Squidward! What's up, bud? Oh! Oh, okay. Damn, Squidward, he means business. That was one hell of a move he got me with. I'm coming, Pat. Oh, Patrick! I'll unplug it. Oh, that's not how that works. Hold on. Maybe there's an on, an off switch. Also, you're not strapped down. Why don't you just move? Just move! Hold on, I gotta turn this off. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Shut the power off.
Finally, I'm free! I got circumcised again.
That's a banger line, actually. You and me both, Patrick. Double dipping on the circumcision, am I right? Anything here? No. This must be for SpongeBob's sauna. Gary, no! Gary, why? What the fuck, Squidward? What did Gary ever do to make your life miserable? That's alright. I mean, I guess I kind of get it. SpongeBob. Hey, SpongeBob. Good to see you, bud. Here, I'll help you out.
Hey, Sandy! Did you come to help me?
Yes, SpongeBob. What is this machine?
How the fuck should I know? Squidward put me in it! And I think it's gonna split me in half.
Sandy cheeks, I'm coming to clap those cheeks.
He's coming, Sandy.
This game kind of goes hard.
In the closet.
How did Squidward get this whole machine here?
Get ready to die.
Squidward, no! Please, I will do anything if you let me go.
Squids don't have dicks. Get fucked, SpongeBob.
No! There we go. There's one. Oh, that's gonna just set SpongeBob on fire. No, wait! I can go get more water and extinguish the flames. I gotta wait for Squidward, though. Sorry, just... Can you calm down? You can see I'm actively helping you. Oh, you're safe. Bet you feel like $1 million now, huh?
Thank you, Sandy! You saved me!
You're welcome.
Look, Sandy, Squidward is here!
SpongeBob, you ruined my plans again. This will be the last time. It's time for me to die.
Oh, no! Squidward! Why? This one focuses on the hash-slinging slasher, and it's sure to make me very frightened. I'm hoping it can put some poop in my pants. Let's get after it. This one's for Bikini Bottom. Nice. We did it. Put valuables in safe. Ah! The spatula for a hand. He's here to fuck my ass. Jackpot. What the hell? Oh no! Get back here, scoundrel! The hash-slinging slasher's gonna kill him! Anchovies! This is definitely a valuable. That's the secret formula. Hopefully the hash-slinging slasher won't recognize that... What the hell is he doing? He's motorboating me! No! Stop it! He's breathing heavy, he's moaning. He likes it. I'm causing him to hyperventilate. No! He got me! Wow, this is a really... like, chopping lettuce in real life is faster. Holy shit. Okay. I need to hide. Oh, close. That was close. He's gonna see the chopped lettuce and know something's up. He's gonna know he's not alone. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, 2 of 6. And that is now out of... What are you doing? There's a lot of rowdy customers. I've got the red pan. I've got the red pan. I've got it. I've got it. Okay, I just need to drop the red pan off, then take out the last trash. I don't know if I was just missing it last time, or if I maybe accidentally kicked it under the dumpster at some point. I don't know. But I turned this fucking thing inside out. I think I have spent longer playing this game than the developer spent making this game. I have spent longer at the Krusty Krab than Mr. Krab himself. And it's all worth it. I've got the last piece of the puzzle. Has he vanished? I don't know. I feel like he probably has. That was scary. That was extremely scary. Wow. 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 Is he still here? Is he still here? If he's here and he gets me, I'm just quitting. Okay, I think I'm safe. Okay. Last thing. Last trash. Come on, baby. Alright, we're free. We're free. We're free. Oh my god. Forever! Forever! Lock main entrance. I'm just going to wait until he spawns and leaves. I'm not taking any chances. I'm immediately going against what I just said, but I don't know, because he might not spawn. Someone's trying to call me and lure me in. Okay. Okay. It's locked. It's locked. The menace is sealed. I hope you're ready to squeal, cause I got a real scary experience to show you today, no doubt. This is Nightmare in Squidville, another SpongeBob horror game.
Upon the brow, and in parting, from you now.
What am I? Okay, this is interesting.
We must find Squidward. It's already dark.
Oh, I must have fallen asleep. Let us knock on some doors to find out where he is.
That's a good plan. Let's go, Patrick. Squidward needs our help. There's a fire over here. Maybe some cult activity. Maybe they're burning him at the stake. Squidward, I'm coming.
Hello, have you seen Squidward?
Nobody home. I have no clues to go off of. They didn't leave a ransom note or anything. Wait. I see, like, aliens or something over there? Mr. Tennis Balls!
Is this Squidward over there?
Oh, baby! He's feral. Oh, okay. Oh, I can drive. It crashed my game. No, they knew SpongeBob didn't have his boating license. Okay, hopefully that's just a one-time thing.
Hey, SpongeBob, wake up. We must find Squidward. It's already dark.
Yes, you're right. You're right, Patrick.
You must have fallen asleep.
There's
Oh, Squidward!
Squidward,
Oh, wow.
we have been looking for you all day.
Hi, Squidward. Why are you in a cage?
SpongeBob, Patrick, I'm happy to see
Oh,
you.
he's drugged.
Would you be so kind and help me out?
He sounds very
Tactical
drunk,
Legacy's a
even.
trap. They know me here. They are cannibals. They have eaten the other ones. I am next. I tried to fly away with the lead blower.
Sounds like he's overdosing. Patrick, get the Narcan.
Rooming a cage. And the key must be somewhere near here. Maybe you see them gathered at the park.
Please hang in there. We see what we can do. Either we find the K or there is another way.
Yes.
Alright, good plan. So, to the park then? Open up! I want to ask you a few questions. Oh, the park happens to be right there. Good news, Patrick. The park wasn't far. I wish they'd stop planting steel plants out here.
Drive over them.
Drive over them. I got them! The day is saved. Maybe one of them had a key. Alright, hop in the boatmobile, Squidward. Oh, they're lapped up. They've started the air raid sirens over there. Not on this side, though, just over there. They know there's been a jailbreak. Crash through the site fast. I did it! Oh my god!
Hell is rising.
Hell is rising?
No. Do you see this in front of us?
This isn't hell rising, this is like the large intestines of a body. Oh!
Come on. We get through this nightmare.
We can do this! Okay, how long does this go for, you think?
You need to boost.
Press space to boost. Turbo mode! The NOS booster's activated. Granny shifting.
We are trapped inside a dream. Where Squidbill of the demons have break the spell.
You will terrorize Bikini Bottom no longer. They're screeching at me. Ooh, huge collateral. What a wonderful sound. This might be it. I don't see them spawning anymore.
Sleep well.
Yeah! Is the spell broken? Or do we have to defeat the Flying Dutchman yet?
Thank you, SpongeBob. You saved us.
Oh, God. That's the end of the game, I see. Well, well, well. Look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th. The sacred date that was prophesied by the Conformity Gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things. The real finale. But bad news, sports fans. Still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here. Still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, like they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there, or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers, with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet, but that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement, like thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think were just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea to tank the reputation for that long, and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever, like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like, that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen. And I'm still pretty surprised that this whole Conformity Gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it. And when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said from the get-go, the whole conformity gate thing is a harmless, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen and really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my conformity gate take. Because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, maybe going forward, just set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate, but I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting, and honestly, I would really like to see writers kind of lean more on that. They can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see maybe occasionally for some of the more high quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. So, yeah. A lot of you know this, but I recently took up the multi-year task of watching every video game adaptation ever made. So every movie based on a video game, I will be watching to find definitively the best one and the worst one, ranking them from worst to best. I've watched in total 6 now, but I've only made 2 videos on them, one for Silent Hill 2006 and one for Silent Hill Revelations. But I've watched 4 others. I just haven't made any content on them. And that's because they're more modern movies, which means the copyright on them is a little stricter. So when I did Silent Hill Revelations, that got flagged pretty hard. Immediately YouTube came in with the fucking whistle, the hall monitor badge, and slapped the old copyright claim and block handcuffs on the video. So for these 4, I don't think I could make big videos on each of them, so instead, I'm just going to yap about them right here to your face. So spread your lats, get ready, I'm coming in hot. So the first 3 I did in a batch because I was just going to make one video for this entire series of live action video game adaptations. It's the Tomb Raider series. I didn't want to break these up into individual videos. I thought it'd be better just to do them all in a batch. So let's start with 2001 Angelina Jolie fronted Tomb Raider. This movie I actually have pretty fond memories of because I actually watched this after coming back from the hospital and having an eye patch on my eye because my friend's dog bit my eyeball. So I spent the day at the hospital, they were tending to my wound, they were performing voodoo magic and dropping, sacred Phoenix Down eye drops in there to fix it all up. And when I got sent home with an eye patch on, my dad threw on Tomb Raider, and he said, we're going to watch this tonight. To date, probably still the only time my father has ever willingly watched a video game adaptation, or anything even loosely based on a video game. I think it was just that early 2000s Angelina Jolie hype train. So, this film is somewhat sentimental to me. And going back and watching it, I can confidently say, it's fine. Like, it's a fun movie. It doesn't do anything super special. It's very much a product of its time, which I actually think is a really charming aspect of it. Everything about this film wants to be extreme. So, like, the very first scene, she's, like, hanging upside down and then fights a robot. And actually, the robot looks pretty good. Like, this film does have some very bad CGI moments. I mean, it's 2001, of course, it's gonna have some fucking wonkiness. But for the most part, I actually think this looks better than most of the old DCU movies from a few years back, like with The Flash and all of that shit. This film looks pretty solid overall, and it's really fun. She's using video game moves during her robot fight, so she's doing like backflips and shit. She's dual wielding and doing all kinds of like gun fu on it. It's like really well choreographed. And it of course tries to suckle from the teat of The Matrix because, I mean, it's the early 2000s. So it has like her dodging bullets and stuff and doing those kind of maneuvers, which really fits in line with the Lara Croft character overall, to be honest. I really think the action in this was a slapper. I thought it was such a good thrill ride. Now, the story, you know, it's nothing amazing. I was surprised to see Daniel Craig here, but the story, I wrote it down. Basically, the bad guys have a chance at getting a triangle key, or they'll have to wait 5,000 years because of planetary alignment cucking them. And okay, I went out of order because I jumped from like my plot synopsis to Angelina Jolie wore tit enhancers. So, I'm jumping around a little bit. Yeah, Angelina Jolie has like a quadruple D cup here that is extremely perky, and I looked it up. She wore boobie boosters. She had breast augments, like big padding, in order to more closely resemble the Lara Croft diamond titties, like the pointed polygon titties. So that's worth mentioning. I thought that was kind of wacky that they did that. But anyway, the plot, they need to get this triangle key. It's the Illuminati. The organization is the Illuminati. They need to get this key in this very strict time frame so that way they can get the artifact that will allow them to control time itself. So they have like a time manipulator doodad that they're trying to get their greasy little Illuminati paws on. And eventually Lara Croft meets the bad guy, and he's fundamentally just a Redditor. He's like a prototype Redditor. All of his lines are so cringy. Like, one of his lines is, "Your ignorance amuses me. What a pleasurable torment this shall be," and stuff like that. There's also a side boobie scene with Angelina Jolie, which I vividly remember being like a big like wow moment back in the early 2000s. So that was cool, I guess. But yeah, basically, she is trying to stop them from getting the Triangle of Light and controlling time because you don't want that power in the bad guy's hands. So she is now trying to get the Triangle of Light herself. And it is a lot of action. There's like a bungee cord fight in her mansion, which is a really cool mansion, by the way, and the bungee cord fight is really cool. Again, I think the action super slaps. Daniel Craig, like I mentioned, is here, and he's like a pseudo love interest of Angelina Jolie, but he's working for the bad guys, and he's also kind of cringe. He is very on the nose with his exposition, so he reveals like the big twist that he's been contracted with the Illuminati to get the Triangle of Light, and he says, "Lara's in it for the glory. I'm in it for the money." So that's his whole character trait. Money, 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 money. He's Mr. Krabs. It's not deep. This film doesn't even really try to give you a compelling narrative, and that's by far like the worst element of it. It's fun. Like, it's a fun adventure. They go a lot of different places. She solves little puzzles and riddles, all of which are kind of cool. But there's no emotional weight to it. So Daniel Craig, his name is Alex. At the end of the film, they're all standing off, trying to get their hands on the Triangle of Light, and in order to try and force Lara to give over the Triangle of Light, the bad guy throws a knife and kills Alex. And thus, it prompts Lara to get the Triangle of Light to reset time, so that way she can save Alex. But you don't really care because the relationship between these two fucking sucks. That shit is flatter than my ass, and I have Hank Hill ass. So, by far the worst part of the film is like its story. It doesn't really do much to make any chemistry between the characters, but overall, I really did enjoy watching it. It is a fun early 2000s action flick. Now, moving on to the next Lara Croft Tomb Raider film. This one's Cradle of Life. This one has Gerard Butler. I didn't remember him being in this film either. But this one, I think, is definitely a step backwards. I think this one is just worse in every possible department. The action's not nearly as flashy or as cool, but I don't think it is a bad movie. It's just definitely worse in comparison to the first one. So, like, in the very beginning, there's a CGI rock avalanche at a wedding, and it looks like shit. It somehow looks worse than the first movie. I'm guessing what happened is, for the second film, they thought maybe they could, cheap out on the visual effects and maybe just focus more on star power with having Gerard Butler here and, Angelina Jolie. But it doesn't, I don't know, like, there's no chemistry between them either. I guess there's a little more between them than her and Alex from the previous film, who is completely forgotten, by the way. I don't think they even mentioned his name once here. It's like he never even existed. They fucking vanished after the Triangle of Light brought him back to life. But yeah, as more and more memories of it are coming back to me, I watched this like 2 weeks ago. I wrote everything down, but as I'm remembering more of it, it is actually significantly worse than the 2001 Tomb Raider film. Like, there's this CGI shark where she's like swimming to get like this golden ball, and there's like this CGI shark actually looks like something out of an indie game from Steam. Pretty, like, I don't know what happened in the visuals department. I think that maybe they went on strike or something. They said, fuck it, I'll have my son finish it. He's used Blender once. I don't know what went wrong, but yeah, it looks much worse. Also, the story is a lot worse. There is still, like, a grand sense of adventure that I can appreciate, but it doesn't really have as many, like, intricate puzzles or anything to solve. It's all a lot more, like, streamlined and on rails. So it loses that sense of scale that the first one kind of had. And I also hate the villain in this one even more than the last one. He's even more cringe. So this guy is like a world-renowned super genius turbo megamind galaxy intellect, but he uses his mind for evil. He turns to a life of crime where he becomes a bioweapons trader. And he likes to release poison weapons to the world just to watch it all burn. So he's giving like this speech about how he just likes to see the effects of his bioweapons, his virus. It's like some shit out of Umbrella Corp, really. So he's giving this speech and he's talking about how, he released enhanced Ebola, like super Ebola, and wants to sell it for $100 million to some bad guys. But he doesn't even really care about the money. He more so just likes people using his super Ebola and all of his other, engineered viruses just to kill people for the sake of it. But he believes that there is an even more potent bioweapon out there that he wants to get his greasy paws on. Pandora's box. That's the main item that must be retrieved by Lara because she doesn't want that falling into his hands. So MI6 gives her a huge exposition vomit sesh. They diarrhea out tons of info on the bad guy. I didn't write his name down, so I don't even remember the bad guy's name. But he really is that forgettable. He's kind of just a fucking loser. But he wants to use Pandora's box to kill the whole world, because Pandora's box in this film is a plague. That is what is in the box, and he wants to unleash it to destroy the planet. That is his entire mission, his whole goal. And Gerard Butler enters into the fold. His name is Terry, because Laura needs to team up with Terry because he's the best tracker she knows. He's like the most equipped for this mission. But he's in jail. He gets a deal from Laura to get him out of jail as long as he teams up with Laura, and the two then go try and get Pandora's box to stop the bad guy from having it. They drop out of the battle bus into China, and they find this underground group, the same group that she fought after the CGI sharks when she was getting the golden snitch. They confront the group. They're called the Sheiling, and Lara Croft kills one of the guys, and then they drive motorcycles on the Great Wall of China. And then after they escape the Sheiling, after causing a ruckus, Gerard Butler, Terry, reveals how he's still really salty that their relationship didn't go anywhere. These two were once romantic. Almost in love, you could say. But then, things went cattywampus and he's not happy. And Laura, she does not trust Terry. Yep. I did a really bad job at writing down the plot synopsis here. It's all over the place. But yeah, I wrote this down and it's true. Terry's basically the exact same character as Daniel Craig. Like, personality-wise, he fills the same role. Literally like a one-to-one carbon copy of Alex. I have to imagine Daniel Craig just had other obligations, so he couldn't be part of this film. So they're like, all right, we'll just write a new guy and forget about Alex. Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting. But anyway, the reason their relationship crumbled is because he left her and abandoned his country, but he regrets it. Anyway, though, I don't know why I'm getting, like, even deep into this, because it doesn't matter. It's not fleshed out. It doesn't feel natural. There's no real chemistry between them. Again, it's very stale. Ultimately, the big part of this film, the action, is still intact and still fun. Like, the gunfights feel very much out of a Tomb Raider game from the PlayStation. The choreography is still pretty hype. It just looks worse than the first one. It does take a step back in its visuals, but I do appreciate that the action is still flashy and it is still fun. What ultimately happens, though, is they get to Pandora's box. They fight some shadow guardians, which are like these tree demons. So they fight like these, almost like tree imps. They just kill the shadow bad guys, and they're forced by the main bad guy to lead him to Pandora's box. And then she fights the main bad guy who likes bioweapons, and she throws him into a pit of acid that Pandora's box is sitting in. So he starts just melting and dying next to Pandora's box. And then Terry and Lara are face to face with the box. Lara obviously wants to leave the box, believing that this plague is too powerful for any one man to have. Terry, on the other hand, wants the box because he wants to sell it for money. He wants money. Remind you of anyone from the first film? So he says, I need this because I want to sell it. And, well, that's not gonna fly. So she refuses to let him, and so he slaps her and gets ready to shoot her, but then she beats him to it, shooting him. It's supposed to be emotional, but all movie these two are just not clicking, so who cares? Wasn't a hard choice is what I wrote down. It's very true. It wasn't a hard choice, and who cares? Overall, Cradle of Light, much worse than the first film, but still not a bad time. I actually find these Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider movies to be pretty charming. Like, I still did enjoy watching them. They're decent films. They're nothing special, but I think they're, I don't know, a good representation of early 2000s action flicks. Now we get to the final Tomb Raider movie, Tomb Raider 2018. I saw this film in theaters. I even did a moist meter on it. I didn't remember a single fucking scene of this movie until I recently rewatched it. Literally remembered nothing from it. It actually was pretty decent. I think it's not as fun as the early Angelina Jolie films, but it's really not bad. It is loosely adapting, loosely is not even accurate. It actually, in a lot of times, one-to-one adapts the Tomb Raider reboot game. Like, it's not perfect, but it does make like a very legitimate, passionate attempt to take the content from the game and translate it to the big screen. Of course, it takes some of its own creative liberties, but overall, it does a really decent job. Also, it's got my boy Walt Goggins in here, and I'm a big Goggins guy. I'm Google for Goggins. I think he is a great actor, and he's really enjoyable in this film as the main villain. He is the best villain in any of the Tomb Raider movies, I would say, very confidently. He's like the only one with an actual motive. He is tasked, and he gets the short end of the stick here, with being stranded on an island until he can procure this ancient paranormal entity that they can use to basically take over the world. This new bad organization. Well, I mean, not exactly new bad organization, but the organization that is the puppet masters to him. He is not allowed to leave until he can find it, but it takes him years to find it. Many, many years. So he is just stuck there, unable to leave, and he just so desperately wants to see his family again. And he will do anything to get back to his family. So he has an actual real motive to be the bad guy. But of course he is very evil. He just kills people willy-nilly. So, I will say, the beginning of this film is a really cool premise. It's again, you're going to recognize it. So, Himiko is an old ancient ruler who spread death with a touch but got imprisoned on an island by her generals, and Lara's dad has a map to it and leaves Lara behind to go unleash her. So her dad wanted to pursue Himiko, and this ancient organization also wants to pursue Himiko for much more nefarious purposes. You see, Lara's dad is doing this because he wants to find a way to bring his wife back. He wants proof that there is something beyond this realm, beyond our understanding of reality, so that maybe there is something that could bring his wife back, because she's gone. And he's very upset about that, naturally. So it's kind of like the polar opposite of Angelina Jolie's Lara Croft in this film. So the new Lara Croft here is very much in the beginning steps of her journey. So she gets her ass beat immediately. Like the first scene you see of this new Lara Croft, she loses a fight in the ring. And she's also much more quirky. Like, I really don't like the quirkification in this film. I think, again, this is just a symptom of the era that the movie was made, where everything needed to be quirky and quippy. So, like, when she loses the fight, one of her friends says that she got marmalized. Not a huge fan of dialogue like that. Anyway, Lara Croft is significantly weaker here than in any of the other movies. Again, she's just starting. She's learning. And she gets her ass beat. She's also extremely broke here, so she's living paycheck to paycheck as a carrier. And she's extremely broke because she is refusing her inheritance, because by accepting the inheritance, she would have to admit that her father is dead. Because, like I said, her father went to look for Himiko. Well, he abandoned Lara by doing that and hasn't been seen since. So he is presumed dead. Thus, she is entitled to the inheritance, but she doesn't want to sign the papers because it would be admitting that her father is dead. So she chooses to live her life broke and in the shadows, and she eventually takes this deal to be a fox in a fox hunt, where she rides her bike, leaving behind a paint trail for hunters to follow, and if they catch her, she loses, but if she gets away, she wins 600 quid. She loses, and she gets arrested, and then her guardian comes to save her, letting her know, you have so much money, why are you doing this for 600 quid? And that's when we learn about all of the exposition with, like, you know, I don't want the money because then it would mean admitting Papa has perished on that island. Well, she goes to the mansion because she's finally starting to come to terms with maybe she should just sign those papers. Her life would be easier, it'd be better. And she's in the mansion and she happens to stumble across a secret room, and there's a tape in there that her father recorded, and it actually has the classic trope where it says, if you're watching this, I'm already dead. And then he goes into detail about Himiko asking Lara to burn the research. Obviously, Lara doesn't burn the research. She uses it to go to the island to find her father. And then we get to see a familiar journey from the games play out on the big screen, and it's actually pretty decent. Like, the visuals in this film look pretty good. Like, they look solid. I mean, it's 2018, it's big budget. It's, of course, going to look pretty up to snuff for the era. But I was actually pretty surprised with just how good this movie looked at points. Like I said, I don't remember seeing it in theaters. I evidently did, based on the voice meter I made at the time. But this felt like a brand new experience, and it reminded me very much of playing the reboot game for the first time, which I did have a good time with. You see a lot of familiar set pieces, you see a lot of things play out similarly to the game, but it does have its own spin on things that I didn't love. So it does change certain things. But some of the things that it keeps one-to-one, I thought really hit. But anyway, she teams up with Captain Lou. They go to the island. Lou's dad was also on the island. They teamed up together. Lara's dad teamed up with Lou's dad. They got to the island. Lou's dad, unfortunately, was killed on the island. Lara's dad was still found alive, fucking crawling around on all fours, you know, like an absolute feral creature. And he doesn't believe that's the real Lara there. But then, of course, realizes, no, that's actually his daughter. I've already mentioned quite a few things here that weren't present in the game, but are in the movie. And like I said, some of these I don't think works. Like, for example, the father who hasn't seen his daughter for 7 years immediately starts shitting on her when he realizes that she's there and she didn't burn his papers. Like, he's not mad about her presence, per se, but he's like, well, at least you burned my papers before coming, right? You burned them before coming, right? And she's like, well, no, how the fuck do you think I got here? And he's like, you didn't burn my papers! Damn you, Lara! And it, like, immediately pushes her away when he was so happy to see her, and he, like, loved his daughter so much. Immediately pushes her away. So she leaves. He doesn't even care. He lets her go, basically, after not seeing her for 7 years. So, like, there are definitely some things here that weren't present in the game, at least not that I remember, but there are some that are. Like the plane scene. Which I do think the plane scene is pretty close to how it was in the game, and it's still pretty hyped to see here, just like it was in 2013 in the game. There's also, like, the kill where she has on the guy, like, pushing him into, like, the puddle, where it's, like, a really grueling task to kill this one guy. It wasn't just, like, she popped him, instantly died, or, like, KO'd him with, like, a judo chop or something. It was, like, a really intense back-and-forth life or death fight that ultimately ended with her victorious and her taking someone's life, and she has to come to terms with that. Like, there are some really good moments here that are recognizable from the game, but when it does try to do its own thing, I do think it stumbles quite a bit. Anyway, though, I'll just go ahead and fast forward here a bit. Walt Goggins and Laura, they meet and they exchange some words back and forth. Eventually, they, per usual, the bad guy and Laura team up. So now they are teaming up going to Himiko's tomb. They are working together because if they don't, Walt Goggins is just going to kill her dad and she doesn't want that. So they're going to the tomb. They're going to Himiko's tomb. There's like some booby traps along the way. The booby traps are kind of cool. I always appreciate some good Indiana Jones level booby traps. I will say, some of them are really lackluster. So one dude steps on a booby-trapped tile where a spike impales him, and Richard farts out a super stinker of a line that I think makes no sense. He says, "That wasn't designed to keep people out. It was designed to keep something in." Brother, how would you be able to deduce that? A spike just shot straight up through the floor from a single tile. It wasn't like an elaborate trap or anything. It feels like it was almost an accident that it was there. It feels like it was a miracle he stepped on that specific tile, actually. And why the fuck would that... How would one single spike be evidence that it was designed to keep something in? It would do a horrible job at keeping something in. Also a horrible job of keeping something out. It's just a bad trap. Like, you're just wrong. You're just straight up wrong. Now, the next series of traps is pretty good, though, with, like, the falling floor and stuff. Like, I appreciate the traps. Eventually, they get to Himiko's tomb, and they learn, when they open the tomb, that Himiko wasn't exactly the evil being that she was portrayed as in legends. She wasn't even a paranormal being or anything that could kill people with a touch. She was a carrier of a disease, and they put her in this tomb to lock the disease in there with her, a very potent disease, which again, you don't want this evil organization to get their hands on. So they learn this, and then Walt Goggins takes a finger of hers so that way they can analyze and synthesize the disease to weaponize it, because it turns out she wasn't magic, and they need to make sure that this disease doesn't get out. But the disease, what it does is it, like, melts people's flesh and turns them into zombies. It makes zombies. like, you know, and you get a little zombie fight. Unfortunately, Richard Croft, he catches a bad deal and he gets injured, and Walt Goggins is running away. There's an emotional reunion between Richard and Laura. They share some final goodbyes, and it's very, very profound stuff. And then Richard blows himself up, destroying Himiko's body and the disease there, sealing it all in the cave. And Laura and Walt fight each other. And Laura wins. That's how it wraps up. But there is sequel bait where it turns out the Guardian that saved her earlier when she got, like, arrested, she is working with that ancient order as well. She was actually, like, the leader of it, it seems. Don't know if we're ever going to see that sequel. It's been quite a while, but that was the film in a nutshell. Like I said, it wasn't a bad movie or anything. I actually did enjoy it, and it was nice to kind of get a refresher of the reboot game that I remembered enjoying. Like, it was cool to see it. I didn't hate it. It definitely had some things I didn't like about it, and I do think it's probably my least favorite. Well, no, not my least favorite. Cradle of Light, I think, is definitely worse. But I don't like it as much as the 2001 movie. I would say it's second place out of 3 here. Not bad. Didn't hate it. I actually really did enjoy watching all 3 of these movies again, though. Like, it was kind of fun to revisit these. They are fun action-adventure films. Anyway, the 4th film I watched is the Assassin's Creed movie. That one I don't think I'm going to yap about in this video. That one I might actually make a standalone for, because that movie's just fucking insultingly bad. I hated pretty much every moment of that one. In a franchise I already don't like, a movie somehow was even worse than I was expecting it to be. It was nuts. Anyway, that's about it for now. See ya. I want you to take a good hard look around you right now. Are you surrounded by concrete walls and bars? If the answer to that question is no, it means that you're not in jail. Congratulations. Good job, bucko. Do you enjoy that fresh air? That freedom? Would you be willing to trade it for a couple of views on TikTok? I imagine most of you politely decline that offer. However, there is a handful of fungal parasites called TikTok pranksters that enthusiastically pump their fist and say, yes, absolutely, I will make that trade. A trade that's worse than the fucking Mavericks getting rid of Luka. There are TikTok pranksters who are totally remorseless and willing to trade their freedom for a couple of views on TikTok. And today I just learned about the most egregious example of this. Alexis Martinez Arizala. You don't know his name. You'll never know his name, but you do know, most likely, what he did recently. Alexis was that brain-dead goober, that bumbling, drooling idiot that did the AI prank on the officer, where he showed him an AI-generated video of that officer's patrol car being broken into, and then got arrested for it. This video kind of popped off because everyone was clowning on this guy for a dog shit AI prank. I talked about it a little bit, but I didn't really follow it because I just assumed this would be business as usual with these parasites where they get a slap on the wrist, thrown back into society for them to just continue to be this miasma of cringe that haunts every fucking facet of civilized society for their TikTok clout. But it turns out I was actually wrong. You see, this dumb asshole actually went above and beyond the Call of Duty here for garbage pranks. He did this AI prank multiple times to such an extreme degree that he has been extradited from Puerto Rico and is facing serious charges here in Florida, and according to Atosi's video, could carry up to 12 years in prison. So let's go ahead and show you the most viral stunt that he did here, his AI prank on the officer.
We are told he's a South Florida native, but U.S. Marshals actually caught up with him in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
You're actually in here.
Here's the video circulating on social media that shows 4 men in suits entering a Seminole County deputy's patrol vehicle.
They were going inside of your car, in and out.
An online prankster recording the moments he walks into Academy and shows it to the deputy. The deputy, clearly convinced, runs out to the parking lot, hand on his weapon.
So you probably just left it unlocked.
It should have been unlocked. I hit the button. But this video is fake. It's a deep fake, to be exact.
What a classic gut buster there. Haha! Gotcha. You thought your car was being broken into. And he doesn't just do it to officers, by the way. He actually does this to normal civilians as well, terrorizing them with these same kind of AI fakes that he makes of them and doing like crazy shit or having their things stolen or even their spouse cheating on them. But this officer one did get him arrested. And something that got pointed out in the reports is that the officer was on edge approaching the vehicle thinking that it had been broken into, so he did have his hand on his weapon. If there was just a completely innocent civilian that happened to be near that police car with the officer approaching it, there is no doubt in my mind, and also other officers chimed in and also echoed the sentiment, that that would have been a situation where the officer would have probably ended up detaining that completely innocent person solely based off of this AI video that this fucking loser made. So, and that could have, who knows what could have happened there. It's extremely dangerous.
James Copenhaver agrees. The former detective says this deputy did everything correctly, but things could have ended differently.
What would have happened if some bystander would have been stopped at this patrol car, tying his shoe or what have you, and this deputy approached? Pretty good chance that person's going to probably be put on the ground at gunpoint because the deputy doesn't know what's going on.
That guy is totally right. The entire basis of this prank, like the punchline, is making the person you're harassing fearful. In this case, it was the officer. Like I said, he does it to normal civilians as well in similar fashion with their shit being stolen. But he's making the officer afraid that there's now people breaking into his car, fucking playing musical chairs in there, patty cake. You got Mike and the Dirty Boys maybe having an orgy in there, who really knows? He's just showing him this video that is convincing enough to make the officer believe that his car is being broken into. So if there is just some person out there for whatever reason near his vehicle, maybe stop tying their shoe like he mentions in that example, there's a chance that person gets, held at gunpoint or something, and maybe even taken to the ground, all based off of this TikTok prankster's garbage. It is just dangerous, no matter how you spin it.
Deputies say 22-year-old Alexis Martinez Arizala posted the video on his social media accounts to gain attention and create viral content. He was arrested Friday in Puerto Rico and is now facing 4 charges, 2 of which are felonies.
It needs to be bumped up to a felony. That would help curtail some of this stuff and start putting people in jail for it. It's not fun and games. It's serious business.
I couldn't agree more. There needs to be real serious consequences for this type of shit. It's not pranking, it is harassment, and in some cases, in other pranksters, just assaulting people as well. Like, there needs to be legitimate punishment there, otherwise it's going to continue to snowball as it currently is and has for years. They just, for some reason, play softball with all this shit, just giving them like a light little spank on the tuchus, a little tush slap there saying, all right, now don't do it again, mister. Here's a stern talking to, we expect better. And then, of course, it doesn't do anything. So they don't get punished. Other people see that there's no repercussions for it, and they want the TikTok attention too, so they start emulating it. This guy didn't invent AI pranks, by the way. That prank he's doing on the officer is an AI prank that's been around for over a year now. I made a video on it I think 5 months ago now from someone else doing the exact same shit to civilians. This is just the first guy that was dumb enough to do it to officers and get himself arrested. So they are just emulating what they see got others' attention because that is what they so desperately crave. They need it more than oxygen, so they'll do anything for it. And they see those pranksters didn't get in trouble, so they do it themselves. But if Alexis Martinez Arizala does spend 12 years in jail and the rest of the pranking community sees that there are actual repercussions for this kind of shit, they'll stop. They will stop. So yes, I do think they need to be going to jail. I 1000% think that Alexis deserves some time in the slammer here as a great deterrent from other people trying to do similar shit or worse shit to keep one-upping and elevating, because that's how it goes. Someone might see this, and if he gets let off easy, they'll be like, okay, I'll take it a step further. That's how you keep ending up with pranks like this.
Officials say he's now facing multiple charges, including fabricating physical evidence, making a false report to law enforcement, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and knowingly giving false information to a law enforcement officer. And a whole stack of charges. On top of the charges I mentioned earlier, he's also facing a felony tied to tampering with evidence, along with additional misdemeanor charges. But based on Florida law, one of the biggest charges he's currently facing is tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, which is a third-degree felony. And that alone can carry up to 5 years in prison, along with probation and fines.
Pretty serious charges that he's facing here. He's looking down the pipe of quite a few years in the big house. So how's he taking it, you might be asking yourself? Like a champ. Like a true hero.
I don't regret anything. It's been 2 days.
This is video of 22-year-old Alexis Martinez Arizala shortly after his arrest. Charged with providing false information after San Juan investigators say he showed an officer a hyper-realistic AI video depicting someone stealing the officer's cruiser.
But hey, I don't regret nothing.
His arrest came 2 weeks after deputies in Seminole County say he pulled a similar stunt.
He reiterates that he regrets nothing. All of this is worth it to him. Potentially many years in jail is worth it because he got some TikTok views. Fucking insanity. This should be making the job easy for the justice system. You have someone who has serious charges. He is outright telling you he doesn't regret it. He is making it clear he'll probably do it again. So why the fuck would you be taking it easy on someone who is giving all signs, all indications with his whole chest that he is going to reoffend?
He's now facing 4 charges in Seminole County, 2 of them felonies.
In 1 month, I hit 50,000 followers on TikTok.
That's body camera footage of Arizala months earlier at the Home Depot of Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, where West Palm Beach police say he's pulled similar pranks twice before.
Yeah, it was wild.
Police say Arizala first showed Melanie Valentine an AI video of her truck being stolen, then tried to get her into his car.
But it was really scary, like thinking about it after the fact.
Here's a little montage of just the normal civilians he also does this kind of shit to. So this lady was apparently shown an AI video that he made of her vehicle being stolen, and then I guess tried to get her into his car with him. That's some super creepy psychopath shit right there. So he didn't just stop at like, your car got stolen. I'm kidding, it didn't. It's AI. He didn't even stop there. He's like, no, you gotta get in my vehicle now. Come on in. Get in my car. We gotta chase it down, don't we? Come on, get in. What a fucking weirdo.
In a second, the content creator admitted on this body camera to using another customer's likeness to create an AI image of him kissing another woman, then showed it to his wife.
That's not his wife. That's a fake woman.
Oh yeah, you love to see that. Normal couple minding their own business in Home Depot, only to be interrupted and harassed, trapped in an unskippable cutscene with this shameful piss stain that's AI generated a video of the husband kissing another woman in the store. Now, I can't tell from this footage since it's blurred, but they do seem to be on the older side of things, so maybe there's a chance that they didn't recognize this as AI, and now the wife thinks that the husband is unfaithful to her. Like, it's just, this isn't even, like, entertaining. It's just fucking sad.
In a third stunt, police say he startled a West Palm Beach gas station clerk.
I just showed him an AI video of like a body just getting dragged, a fake body.
He was arrested that night for resisting an officer.
Bro, are y'all serious?
But not for any crimes related to his AI use.
This one sounds fucking insane to me. I can't piece it all together and can't find the original, but from what I can gather from this, he AI generated a video at that gas station of a body, presumably a dead body is my guess, that scared the gas station clerk and was designed to scare him, which is what led to all of this here. What's even the prank there? Aha, I made this gas station worker think someone was fucking dead. Haha. I can't even fathom the type of unlovable, greasy loser that actually likes these kind of pranks. Just sitting there clapping, giggling. Haha, that's so naughty. That's so savage. Anyway, I won't bother torching you with more of this guy's trash. He is facing some serious charges, and I can only sit here, fingers crossed, hoping that they don't play softball with him. He has literally said, puffed out his chest like a real tough guy, and said he has no regrets. As if he did anything worthwhile here. He did AI pranks. And now there's a chance he just threw his whole life away for it. And I really hope that they do seriously punish him to serve as a nice deterrent from other losers like this guy trying to do the same shit. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I love aliens. I love UFOs. You know I keep my finger on the pulse of anything related to extraterrestrial activity. I've even set up my own homemade tuning fork so that way I'll know if there's any big three-titted alien babes that are cruising through. The thing is, I wasn't even going to bother talking about this latest batch of UFO files because they are just completely worthless. There was tremendous amounts of hubbub about declassifying these files. This is the truth. We're going to drag you kicking and screaming. You're not ready, but we're going to make sure you're ready. Swallow your vegetables anyway. Here it is. Cosmic beings, UFOs. And then what they actually declassified was just that. Nothing. Nothing is what they declassified. There is genuinely nothing interesting in there, yet they continued to hype and glaze it up. It's just trash. There's nothing even worth talking about. Yeah, there's the star shape entity thing, but that's really it. Everything else is stuff we've already seen a bit about, and others are just completely embarrassing. Why was it uninteresting? There was just nothing substantial is the problem. Just more bleh. I don't know, man, that artist rendition was pretty convincing. Ooh. Actual site photo with FBI lab-rendered graphic overlay depicting corroborating eyewitness reports from September 2023 of an apparent ellipsoid bronze metallic object materializing out of a bright light in the sky. It's pretty thought-provoking. Also, if this is what FBI lab-rendered graphics look like in 2026, that's pretty insane. You gotta give them time to catch up, man. Technology's advancing quick. They're still on that GeoCities vibe. It takes time. That shit needs DLSS 5. It's from a game in the 90s. Is it? They just grabbed an image from a game? An old 90s game? So yeah, the alien files weren't anything super cool. Still nothing. It's still no pickles. Oh, I didn't even read the statements they said about it. This is unprecedented transparency in what the US government knows about UFOs, Hegseth said, adding, these files hidden behind classifications have long fueled justified speculation, and it's time the American people see it for themselves. We can't handle this kind of truth, man. You gotta keep this under wraps. This is gonna cause a nationwide panic. He's right. Dagnabbit, he's right. From a game that was on 7 floppy disks split across them due to file size. This was probably very innovative for its time, if that's the case. Don't copy that floppy. Any day now, though, we'll get some really irrefutable, hard proof of extraterrestrial visitation. I'm telling you. See, look, they're even teasing it. There's more to come. Government saying new materials will be released on a rolling basis every few weeks as records are found, reviewed, and declassified. I am salivating I can't wait to see the next batch. No, like I said, my dad thought that this was nothing. He texted me last night saying that it was a big nothing burger. Yeah, that was unprompted too. Usually he doesn't get the latest UFO drops, but last night I guess he was just seeing it somewhere and he texted me, said, "The released UFO vids are a real nothing burger, exclamation, exclamation. What a joke, exclamation, exclamation." So he was pretty upset. He sounds so invested. Well, I mean, he is to a certain degree. He doesn't keep up with, like, the latest baloney dumps, like the fucking spheres, the goddamn flying colanders, and, like, little soccer balls in the sky that people go crazy over. He doesn't care about that shit. But when it comes to, like, file releases and stuff, he at least tries to stay on top of it and take a look, but so far he has not seen anything convincing. So he's not active in the UFO subreddit. He is not. He certainly doesn't like that very much. They're hiding the real UFO pictures like Bubble Bass hiding the pickles under his tongue. Brother, I've got bad news. I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. There is none. Like, I'm sure they have some, like, wacky files and stuff, because they had so many old school weirdo projects, like the MK Ultra stuff. They also had all of these, like, astral projecting projects that they were doing, the CIA was conducting with, like, the psychics and stuff, which is why, like, a year ago you saw those articles about the declassified CIA documents confirming that there was giants on Mars. But if you actually look at it, what they were doing is they had these drug-induced maniacs go in, fucking blindfold them, and try and, like, guess cue cards that they were holding, and then they'd tell them stories about how they astral projected onto Mars and had conversations with giants. Like, you're not going to find anything, like, actually convincing when it gets declassified, because they did some fucking nut job shit in the CIA back in, like, the 60s and 70s. They were actually trying to do, like, Marvel X-Men stuff. And then they wrote about it as if it was, like, successful. So, like, ESP, mind readers, astral projectors, time travelers, they had all of these kind of wacky programs. They also killed a lot of people. Well, I mean, in the pursuit of mutants and superhumans, that's to be expected. The gay bomb, too. Oh, the gay bomb is a classic. The gay bomb actually is a classic. The thought being drop a bomb that would cause all the dudes to just start fucking each other and not fight anymore. The enemy is gay now. But they still shot at us. I do love that thinking, though, like, that's gonna somehow be a really effective weapon. Like, let's just assume it works. Let's assume they did create the gay bomb, they deploy it, now all the soldiers have sex, they all blow their load. Then they go right back to what they were doing before. So you bought yourself, like, a couple of minutes where they're fucking, and then what? It was a truly baffling proposal. Might backfire on your own army. Oh, can you imagine transporting the gay bomb, but it springs a leak? Then the plane crashes because everyone's fucking themselves ferociously. No! We made the whole plane gay! No, it's gay! Shit! The one thing we couldn't plan for! No! Yeah, it was interesting stuff, man, I'm telling you. Those declassified files and the ones that we keep getting have some really wacky projects the government looked into at the very least. Some actively pursued. Oh, point I was making, to tie it back to the alien stuff, I do not think they have anything, like, groundbreaking in regards to aliens. Like, I don't think there's alien bodies, alien weaponry, alien craft that they've ever recovered or anything like that. Surely they have, like, unexplainable aerial phenomena, like stuff that they've already declassified, like the tic-tac, that kind of stuff, which is interesting, but I don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think they have anything, like, that's gonna make you go, oh my god, aliens are real and they were here. Because I don't think aliens have ever been here. Because if they have, we would have never known about them. They're not gonna get all the way here and fucking crash. That's not going to happen. The technology that they would need to get here, it would be unthinkable that it would somehow malfunction here. You can't even begin to understand and comprehend the technology that would be necessary for a different species to make it here. It defies our understanding of everything. But you can't debunk that Tic Tac, can you? I can't. I don't know what it is, but I just don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think it was aliens in their cruiser. Just because I can't explain it doesn't mean that that's the default correct answer. You can't tell me whether or not there's poop in my pants right now. There's no way. You can make a guess, but you don't know. I know I've made a lot of videos recently clowning on driving streamers who are addicted to streaming while behind the wheel of a vehicle and hardly paying attention to the road, jeopardizing everyone's safety out there, and in a lot of cases, crashing. Recently, there was even a TikTok streamer who is now facing charges after killing a man while doing a TikTok driving stream.
It was weird, like, so...
Who was
that? You
okay?
Oh,
What was that?
This is Tynesha Roten. As you can see, she was too preoccupied with her stream talking there. Maybe too many roses and galaxies capturing her attention, wasn't looking at the road, and struck and killed a pedestrian at an intersection. His name was Darren Lucas. This kind of shit gets my blood boiling, which is why I've been yapping about it so much recently, because it's only becoming more and more common. It's been normalized to just stream in cars now for a lot of people, and it's just incredibly dangerous and can lead to situations like that. In many of these cases, the streamer is too focused on their chat, interacting with them, jingling keys, doing the song and dance to keep the chat engaged, and they're just focused there, not on the road. So at that point, they're no longer even operating a vehicle, they're riding a fucking missile, which is why we've been seeing so many videos of them crashing, causing accidents, or in that case, killing people.
Is this guy doing? Wait, what? What are the ones for? Oh shit. Well, I just crashed my fucking car. Damn it, bro. Oh well.
Shucks. Oh well. Is what it is. That was unavoidable. That parked car came out of nowhere. He had no time to react to that at all. Not even at fault, honestly. That was really on that vehicle there. I mean, shame on them for parking, right? They should have known that a streamer would be coming through, just fucking blankly staring at their phone screen, reading chat like a fucking zombie out there. How could they not have predicted that? This clip is from yesterday, and we are seeing tons of clips like this all the time now, because streaming while driving has become very popular. Now, in this case, this streamer was clearly reading his chat. Moments before hitting that parked car, he even said, "What are the ones for?" indicating that he is looking at chat, not the road. He made no effort to turn away from the parked car despite ample opportunity to do so. It was like the most easily avoidable collision if he even glanced up from his phone for even a split second. Fucking SpongeBob SquarePants is more alert than this guy. Like, this is unbelievable just how long he zones out from what he is doing behind the wheel of this car. Imagine if that guy who crossed had went left instead. This dude would have flattened him like a fucking pancake. You wouldn't have even seen him. He would have just ran over him. And there's no cope or excuse because you can see all of it unfold before your very peepers here. He was just talking to chat. He makes that turn and is immediately lined up with the parked car and makes no adjustments. So he was still reading chat clearly. Either that or he's drunk. Either that or he fell asleep. Either that or he fucking blacked out there or something, his brain blue screened. And get this, Goofy is trying to say he wasn't distracted by his phone, his attention was on the pedestrian moving unpredictably in the roadway, so he was trying to avoid hitting them. Moving unpredictably in the roadway? Brother, he's going through the crosswalk. The clearly labeled crosswalk there. Like, what are you yapping about? It's... what? Let's just play ball with this for a second. Let's say he was doing zigzags like he was trying to avoid an alligator. He was serpentining through the roadway. What do you mean that your eyes were on him to avoid hitting him? You crashed into a parked car. So what did you do? Like, turn your head fully around like a fucking owl trying to track this guy? What do you... like, what? This doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's find a call before, time is it? 4:20. Right on time. No, what is this guy doing?
This is the longer clip that makes it even more clear this guy wasn't moving unpredictably through the road or anything. And in this longer clip, it actually sounds like he's fiddling with something in the passenger seat, trying to get something out, and then making a reference to 420. So some people were speculating maybe he wasn't just like, you know, fucking laser focused on his phone. Instead, he was too preoccupied trying to light up or something. I still believe he was still looking at his phone, preoccupied with chat, since he was addressing them right before crashing into the parked car. His excuse is beyond dog shit, and it shouldn't fool a single soul on this planet. You would actually have to be a lobotomized idiot to believe that for even a split second, that the reason he crashed into a parked car is because he was trying to avoid hitting a pedestrian on the sidewalk. So he thought he was moving unpredictably on the road, and in order to avoid hitting them, decided to idly drive into a parked car. Yeah, that really passes the smell test, huh? Let's say for a second though, let's play ball with this, because this is just so ridiculous, it's outlandish. Let's say he was moving unpredictably in the road. What was your strategy to avoid hitting him? Like not looking at the road, trying to look everywhere else besides the road? That would make you more likely to hit somebody that's moving unpredictably, by the way. So nothing about this makes any sense from his side of things with his explanation. It's clear what happened. He was distracted. He's streaming while driving. He was distracted by chat, or potentially distracted by whatever he was getting out in the passenger seat. I'm inclined to believe that much like all the other fucking driving streamer losers that keep crashing their cars every other day, he was distracted by reading and interacting with chat and not paying attention to the road, and as such turned his vehicle into a weapon, hitting a parked car. That's what I think is pretty evident here from this clip. Now, what I want to also mention that adds just a cherry on top of this is this streamer earlier in that stream had made a citizen's arrest on a hit-and-run suspect.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Citizen's arrest! Now! Get on the ground! Lay on the ground now! Lay on the ground! Got you! Don't you move! I will tase you!
You better stay still, bro.
You better stay still, I'll fucking tase you! You're gonna get jolted, I swear to God! I'm gonna tase you, you're gonna have a heart attack! Hands up now!
So he went from performing a citizen's arrest on a hit-and-run suspect directly into crashing his vehicle due to distracted driving. What a true combo. What an adventure that is. Now, I know this has been said by a lot of people, but I'm also very surprised streaming platforms haven't just made a blanket ban on driving streams across the board. Just full stop, period, because this shit happens all the time. There are clips just like this all the time. And we just saw, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, a TikTok driving stream lead to the death of a pedestrian. Like, I am just really shocked that is still just an allowed piece of content to stream while driving. It is dangerous. Adding a distraction like chat while you are driving on the road trying to entertain as opposed to trying to safely arrive at your destination, it's a recipe for disaster, as we are seeing time and time and time again here. So I am surprised that it isn't something that is just immediately frowned upon on these platforms. But yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. EA is a name that strikes fear into the wallet of gamers everywhere. I still remember all those years ago when they were voted I think it was the most hated company in America, or it might have just been point blank worst company in America. Which, there are no saints over there at the EA office, but I definitely think there are worse companies, but it just goes to show you the pure disdain people have for EA and their practices. They have not been well liked for a very long time. But you know who does like them? The Saudi Arabian government. They like them so much that they are buying EA for $55 billion. Now, it's not just the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund that's buying them all on their own outright. They've actually got a whole Royal Rumble going halvesies with them, so they've got fucking superstars like Silver Lake and Jared Kushner's affinity partners doing this deal with them. So they've got like the superstars of slime here that are forking up 55 billion clams to own EA. EA was a publicly traded company, but obviously with this will no longer be. They're taking it private. Now there is one other name here that's very important to this deal. JP Morgan. Because you see, Darman fam, $20 billion of debt is being committed by JP Morgan for this deal, $18 billion of which is expected to be funded at close. Now, what does this mean for you, someone who might just be excited for Battlefield coming out? Well, 20 billion is a big number. If you converted that to pounds, it's nearly as heavy as your mother, bitch. Point is, $20 billion is what EA is now responsible to pay back. It's debt. And what are the ways that you can look to try and squeeze some more juice from the lemons here? More microtransactions, something EA is very famous for. Another strategy EA might employ is layoffs. Again, something they're not a stranger to. And I predict, as well as I've seen other people also make this prediction, you know, I'm not fucking Baba Vanga over here with some kind of galaxy brain speculative theory. I would imagine they're going to start closing studios like BioWare. I think BioWare is going to be their big one. Their games have not been performing well financially for EA for a while. Anthem, into Dragon Age, the Veilguard, they're not crushing it in their sales numbers, and they're a very expensive component of EA. Maybe not in like the grand scheme of like billions of dollars, but that still is a sizable chunk of change, and I think they're going to be checking under every single cushion on the sofa, looking for any way of finding more money to pay back this debt. I would imagine there's going to be even more excessive microtransactions just desperately trying to claw into your wallet to get you to spend money in their games, and I think there's going to be layoffs and studio closures. Again, EA is very famous for gutting studios, so I think that now with this 20 billion debt on the plate, they're going to be even more aggressive. That's what I expect, and I've seen a lot of other people also have that same idea in their head. It just feels like that's probably the direction EA will go. And I also saw it being reported by a lot of outlets that apparently the new EA owners are hopeful that AI will be their saving grace here for cutting costs and boosting profits. Which, again, AI, the entire purpose right now is just for the sake of saving money on the bottom line by replacing workers. So you don't have to pay salary to people. You can just have AI spit shit out. According to a report that is paywalled, so again, I'm getting this secondhand from all the other reports reporting on that one. But apparently it was stated that AI would be used to boost EA's profits in the coming years and to manage a large debt load on a company that historically carried limited net debt. Now, I've yapped about this strategy endlessly, and it's clearly not exclusive to EA. Every company on the planet right now is scrambling to try and get the fucking AI in a titty twister so they can utilize it to save money. And there's going to be plenty of other gaming companies that will follow suit. Even with EA, even if EA wasn't being purchased for $55 billion with $20 billion in debt, they would still 100% be trying to use AI to save money. I'm sure it's already happening across the entire industry right now. In fact, I've got a little tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that Ubisoft CEO is actually just AI. I don't think there's a single human being left in that food chain there at the upper echelon, because there is no way a sentient, living, breathing organism could have come up with ideas as stupid as Ubisoft has. But in this case, again, it's not exclusive to EA. They're just being a little more open about it, I guess, about how they're going to utilize AI to cut these costs. Now let's talk about the new owners of EA. One of them being the Saudi Arabian government. Now, if you've been paying attention to the state of tech, or even the state of sports, or esports, you probably know the Saudi Arabian government's been getting its fingers in a lot of different pies here. They've been exploring tons and tons of different companies and brands to own. And it's been going on for a few years now, a handful of years now, and I don't think it's going to slow down or stop anytime soon. In fact, quite the opposite. I'm confident Saudi Arabian government will continue to snatch up tons of major brands and companies across the globe. And if you don't mind, I'd like to go on a bit of a side tangent here. I'd like to blabber a bit. Esports. Many of you know I've been in the esports space for 5 years now. Started with Moist Esports, now Shopify Rebellion. So, as an owner of an esports team, I can tell you firsthand, Saudi Arabian government wants to basically own the entire fucking industry there. And they're already getting very close with things like the Esports World Cup. Most recently, EVO, where they're the majority owner of EVO. They have infinite money. So in a scene like esports, which money is a myth, there is, as I've said numerous times, there's no money to be made in esports. It is just an absolute endless pit of agony when it comes to financials. Me, it's fine bleeding money there because I'm doing it under the idea that I'm going to lose this money, but I'm investing in it because what I get out of it is fun. I love the spirit of competition. I love esports. It's why I had Moist Esports, and it's why I now have Shopify Rebellion, so I could expand the esports space and have more things to watch and support more players. I love it. But any business that wants to get into esports hates it because you just lose money. And the Saudi Arabian government obviously noticed that, so what they did is they put the chemical X into the sector, money. They've given tons and tons of teams tons and tons of money to support things like the EWC and to own things in the esports space because, well, without them they're not making money, so they feel they absolutely have to play ball. I, of course, have seen this firsthand, but have declined all of that mumbo-jumbo. I haven't been shy about it. I've told you straight up numerous times, I don't watch the EWC, I don't support it at all, I don't watch it in private, nothing. I think that shit sucks. I'm sure I don't need to tell you, but the Saudi Arabian government's got a whole host of issues, human rights violations out the wazoo. I'm sure I don't need to go into a ton of detail into the nitty-gritty. And honestly, just the whole idea of a government deciding that it wants to get its grubby paws around an entire industry and own the entire sector outright, that's fucking terrible no matter what. So yeah, I don't like this at all. I hate what's happening in the esports space where every organization, every game, every brand basically has to suckle the teat of Saudi Arabia in some way, shape, or form. I don't like the direction. Now, of course, I understand why it's got to that point because there is just no money there, but it doesn't change the fact that I don't like it. Now, we have had players on our teams participate in like the EWC because, as I've always said, we don't take player winnings, so them winning doesn't bring money back to us or anything, and I'm not going to get in the way of any of our players going and making their own decisions on how they want to like make a bag or something. That is entirely up to them, all power to them, and there's no ill will there at all. But they've not represented Moist Esports at the EWC or anything like that. I know this is a long-winded tangent, but the point is, the Saudi Arabian government is doing this not only in just like EA or esports, but all across the whole spectrum of technology and entertainment. In fact, just look up things that the Saudi Arabian government, like the PIF, has like percentages of. It's a lot. It's a ton of things, and many other video game companies, by the way. This is just their biggest buyout. This is huge. $55 billion for EA is big. And I do think there will be some noticeable changes to a lot of EA games and property. I think we're going to be in an era of even greedier EA garbage, if such a thing is even fathomable. So yeah, overall, I don't think this is going to be like an improvement to EA games or anything like that. I don't think consumers are going to walk away from this kind of deal with a big W for the quality of games we're going to start receiving here. I guess I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I highly fucking doubt that. I think it's going to be net negative changes across the board for EA games going forward. But one other thing I want to briefly mention, I've seen some people talking about EA in this story as if they're like some kind of defenseless victim or something, like, oh no, the Saudi Arabian government, they got EA in its clutches and there was nothing EA could do. Motherfucker, they could have just said no. They didn't have to make the deal. Like, it's not like EA is the good guy of the story or anything here. Like, this is across the board just greed. Like, it's just absurd. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yep. Yeah, you best believe that's a real title right there. There is legitimate drama with Ice Spice and the SpongeBob movie. Some of you may have heard her hit new song, SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. She is in the new SpongeBob film, and she went to a premiere event for it and chose very interesting accoutrements where she is now facing a lot of heat because this is a kids movie and she's got her bikini bottoms fully out here. This clip is pure poetry though, that much I will admit. This is at the premiere, and the Patrick costume, his eyes make it look like he's going, "Auga, auga," to Ice Spice's bare butt cheeks out in the wind right there. Looking like Patrick Starr's discovering that mayonnaise might actually be an instrument. Now, you're not going to believe this. If you're standing up, you need to sit down. There were children at the premiere for the SpongeBob movie. Can you believe it? A kids movie having kids in attendance for the premiere? Who would have thought? So a lot of people are criticizing this choice of outfit as inappropriate. And I agree. I think it's a really weird choice to wear a sheer dress with a thong where your entire ass is out at the premiere for a kids movie to an event that is attended by kids. I don't know what goober signed off on this wardrobe choice, but he was getting a little too goofy there. It is, I think, a pretty baffling decision. And speaking of baffling, you know what else is going to boggle your mind is the incredible Christmas sale at Gamersups that starts today. You get a free gift with every tub, so go to gamersups.gg and use code MOIST. There's a link in the description. Get some goof juice. It'll help elevate your game. Ice Spice might even fall in love with you if you do. And I want to immediately come in here and lat spread real quick and dispel a rumor that I'm seeing taken hold, an insidious fib that's a load of dirty barnacles that a lot of people are sharing as though it's the truth, where there are people unironically claiming that Ice Spice didn't wear this to an event that was attended by children. She wore this to a SpongeBob 18 plus only influencer event for the SpongeBob film. Even just saying that sentence burns my lips. Like, hey pal, did you just blow in from Stupid Town? You think there is a SpongeBob 18 plus only event? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. What the truth is that she wore this to an event for the SpongeBob movie that was attended by influencers, but it was not exclusively for 18 plus. There's pictures of her in this outfit at this event with children, like this right here. Apparently that is a 15-year-old influencer that she took this photo with. There is even video where she is talking to a room about the SpongeBob film, and you can see a bunch of kids in the audience, and she is wearing this dress.
Sorry, I'm out of breath. Yeah, enjoy it. I've never seen the film, so this will be my first time too.
There's a couple other clips of her talking, and you can see that there are kids there. So I don't know where this lie is coming from, that it's only 18 plus at the Ice Spice SpongeBob premiere event. That is the most outlandish statement ever. I don't know where that information came from. Maybe Plankton's trying to toss around a bunch of horseradish, but wherever it started, the genesis, it's not true. They're schmeckeldorfing you with it. I don't think there's a chance for a misunderstanding where it's supposed to be an 18 plus only SpongeBob event, but they were letting kids in anyway with like their parental supervision. I doubt it, because why would there even be an 18 plus SpongeBob event for the SpongeBob movie, which is a family-friendly children's film? Why would they host an exclusively adult-only SpongeBob event? That would be really confusing. That would be an interesting choice. But again, based on all the evidence I can see from her talking to this room, as well as like the pictures she took with kids, I think I could say with a high level of confidence that this was an event attended by children, and she decided to wear this outfit, which I do not think is appropriate here. I think it's a really weird, peculiar choice of dress for her for an event like this, a kids movie, a kids premiere. It's just not the time nor the place to be wearing a see-through dress and a thong, having your whole keister out. Like, imagine I was voicing a character in the new Bluey film, right? I'm playing Bluey in Bluey the big budget blockbuster feature film, and I get invited out to the Bluey world premiere, and I scoot in sideways, get out of my car in a banana hammock, and I'm just screaming, "Bluey for life, yeah!" That'd be some freaky shit, because it's just not appropriate attire for a kid's event to be wearing some shit like that. And I've seen some delusional takes on this, by the way. I saw some people trying to argue that what she's wearing is very in line for the SpongeBob cartoon itself, where like Patrick will have his butt out, or like SpongeBob's butt, And it's like, well, what's the big deal if Ice Spice does it too with her tuchus? And I have to wonder if you need to be institutionalized if you're actually trying to argue that. That is such a crazy thing to compare a cartoon gag moment with butt to a real-life person going to a kid's event with her ass out. And this is a performer who is well known for sexual content in the first place. I think it's a very odd fit to have her be in the film in the first place. I said that the second that song dropped, I thought it was odd that they choose Ice Spice to do the big guy pants okay stuff when one of Ice Spice's biggest shticks, like her main thing and something she herself talks about, is how overtly sexual she is in her lyricism, in her dancing, and in her attire. It is weird that they'd even choose Ice Spice in the first place for it. But even going beyond that, the fact that she still maintains that at a kid's premiere is just not appropriate. And it's not comparable to SpongeBob or Patrick having a gag moment with their butt. That is a crazy thing to try and compare a cartoon to real life like that. That is unhinged lunacy, and you need to be evaluated. Then I also saw a lot of people saying, well, if you have an issue with this, you must have an issue with the beach too, because there's girls in bikinis at the beach. What if a kid sees that at the beach, huh? Where's the outrage there? And that is also a weak, stupid argument. That is swimming attire at a place where swimming takes place. Let's say there's an Arthur event coming up and they want to get excited about Arthur coming back, so they bring out a bunch of kids to a big premiere event and they bring out their celebrity speaker and they come out wearing a bikini. That's inappropriate. That's weird. Why did they decide to wear a bikini to a kid's event? There's no swimming or anything taking place. That doesn't check out. That's fucking peculiar. That's inappropriate. It's just that simple. I don't think this is that deep. I don't see how there's any kind of debate. You can easily just recognize that maybe dressing like this for a kid's movie and a kid's premiere event just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a good idea. And I saw people trying to argue that this is one of her more modest fits, so she should be applauded for that. You're really going to sit there and try and tell me with a straight face that there is literally nothing else she can wear? It has to be really revealing with her whole ass out type clothes? I find that hard to believe. Surely there were other wardrobe options, I would imagine, that would have made far more sense for an event like this. Anyway, just a pretty wacky situation here that I wanted to yap about a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Yeah, I actually haven't been this giddy about something since Jack Doherty got arrested for 12 hours. I played a Courage the Cowardly Dog fan game last night, and it is a beautiful love letter to the best cartoon ever made. Most of you know Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of my favorite shows ever, and this game was actually really good. Very fun, even if you don't know what Courage the Cowardly Dog is. But man, this game was special. This had me feeling all types of things I didn't even know my 31-year-old jaded soul could feel. It had all my neurons activating and tickling me pink. It had me on a nostalgia trip, had me feeling like that gif of Neil deGrasse Tyson going through the fucking cosmic wormhole. It was amazing. So I just want to show you some clips from it. If you want to see the whole playthrough of the game, it's on my Moist Critical Gaming channel. You should go subscribe. I play 1 billion games a day. Huge shout out to the developer El Gato del Tejado. Absolutely fucking crushed it, and everyone that worked on it. This is a game made in Dreams, by the way. Also, shame on Sony for never porting Dreams to the PC. If they're able to produce games of this caliber on Dreams, for those that don't know, Dreams is basically a game engine on PlayStation where you can make games or play games through the Dreams creator. And clearly it's pretty advanced, it's pretty powerful tools here because they've got some pretty high quality games over there. They got some bangers on Dreams, and unfortunately it's exclusive to PlayStation. Sony never brought it to PC with no plans of bringing it to PC as of right now, which I think is fucking criminal. What a huge blunder. Imagine what kind of life it could breathe into Dreams if it would be ported to PC so it'd be more accessible to more people, and then there'd be even more games being made and more people able to play some incredible games that are already on there. It's just such an easy slam dunk that Sony has not done, but I think they absolutely should. I've become a big Dreams advocate now. This was an incredible experience. Anyway, here's the Courage the Cowardly Dog fan game. Alright, let's ride. I'm already gonna give it a thumbs up. So much work went into this, and the trailers that they've released on it are so fucking cute. Alright, Courage the Cowardly Dog, House of Revenge. This is the first game I've played on Dreams. Okay, should I do that? I mean, he's telling me to. I feel like I should heed his request. November 22nd, 2002, the Bag family disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The missing individuals were Muriel Bag, Eustace Bag, and their dog. The whereabouts of the family remain unknown. It was that damn Dr. Gerbil, I already know it. No! What's happened? Oh man, Courage has been tripping. Imagined Muriel and Eustace from the beginning. Flashlight. Run. Use. Got it. Oh, I don't have a flashlight yet. Muriel, I'll save you. I need a flashlight. Oh, no speedrun tech there. Oh! It's the alien ducks. Duck Brothers. I remember that episode. I picked up the key. I have to do it from inventory. There we go. Oh! Crazy jump scare with the bald guy from the episode with the green thumb. I wonder if I'm going to recognize every single reference. I bet I will. I've seen the whole series like 10 fucking times. Oh, Freaky Fred! Oh god, no! He's been very naughty. That episode's actually kind of fucked up. From that episode is where I learned the word ebullient. It's when he's being taken away back to the insane asylum. And he's saying goodbye to everyone, and he says, Eustace's ebullient charm. And then he, I think the rhyme is like, his ebullient charm, something something, what's the harm if I was a tad bit naughty? And I always thought the word ebullient was so fucking cool. Oh shit! The zombie director! This is so cute, man. Holy. Don't remember those guys from the show. What the fuck? Is this one of Kat's pranks again? Salami guys. Oh god. There's so many. Oh shit! That I remember. Oh no! Abandoned as a pup. Aww. Actually a super sad episode where his fucking parents get shot in a rocket ship to space. The Tower of Doctors are lost! If I remember correctly, this episode was actually nominated for something. Maybe an Oscar, I don't recall. Such a good episode. It's my favorite in the series. I'm coming! Oh. No! Nice. The big toe. Yeah, see? Oh, I don't need to avoid those. I can just run right into them. Just fucking blast through it. Oh, that's episode 1 of Courage. With the shadow. Oh god! Ah, home sweet home. This is gonna be the tornado. Little Muriel. Yep, called it.
I'm Muriel. I'm only 3.5 years old.
Who are you?
I wanna go swimming. I want a new doll. I want a new front tooth. I want a tea party. I want a party dress. Play with me. Play with me. Play with me. Too much macaroni.
What an adorable little teaser game. Makes me very pumped for the full game now. What a nice love letter to the show. If I remember right, when he was playing with that toy, it was with the robot with the woodworking. Can't remember the robots. Oh, Robot Randy was his name. Attaboy, Eustace. Make sure to inhale all the smoke. That's good for the lungs.
Huh? Know what I have for you?
Eyeballs. I knew it, yep. Yep, I recognized the audio.
Hey, stupid dog! Bring me my socket wrench!
He's gone! He fell under the engine. Muriel, help! I wonder if this game has cool speed tech like fucking BLJs or something. No, Muriel!
Muriel! Muriel!
Hurry, go get help. Hurry!
I recognize that audio. That's from the episode with his brother's box, Horse's box. When he finally gets the box open, it's the fucking arms that get both of them, and they're trying to the arms are trying to drag him into the box. That's when she says that line. And then she says, "Did you hang the clothes?" What a good dog. That's the scene. Oh, fuck!
Muriel's in trouble!
This must be how it feels for Star Wars fans with modern Star Wars, pointing at the screen going, I know that! I get the reference, I know who that is! That's literally me with this game. I get it now. Uh-oh. You dirty bastard. Come back. That guy was one of the riders when they delivered the demon mattress. So he was in the... That doesn't go here. So he was in the car, well, the carriage that delivered the demon mattress. And that's all he did in the episode too, is he just looks at the camera and makes that sound. Uh-oh. He's gonna kick my ass! Oh, I thought I could run around here. I still gave him the slip. He's... Okay, I didn't expect that. Okay, let's go into the basement. I've really underestimated this guy.
Search found. What? 1. Pleasant conversation. 2. Move out of the house.
That response is from an episode about the house being haunted. I can't remember which one.
Peru, your choice. Personally,
I think that one's Eustace's mom, with the ghost that's haunting her.
You twit. Paris, Clark. What Dickens is going on? Why? What do you want?
Oh shit, we're already going inside? Into the cyberspace? We're going to meet the worm with the cold. My plunger's gone. They didn't digitize it, they didn't mint it on the blockchain for me. But my computer turned me into a fucking NFT. And if I remember right, the cure was vinegar. It frees him from his cold. Take this! Oh, what the fuck. Okay. They're piecing me up there.
Achoo! I'm sick, and now I gotta deal with you. Okay, Buster, you asked for it. Achoo!
I just get one tapped? Oh. This is the boss fight. There we go. That was huge. Good DPS. Oh, I almost took damage there. That music they were playing right there, that was a remix of the Hunchback Bell music from the episode. That was cool. The amount of times you've glup shittoed in this game makes me think you made it. I know, like I said, I recognize fucking everything Courage the Cowardly Dog related. This is, like, legit my ultimate glup shitto. Oh, the magic tree of nowhere. That was this one right here. This is probably where Eustace is. Still enjoying his lap dance from her. Oh, the mallet! Okay, now I can kill the chickens. And I guess I can bonk the fuck out of her, I suppose. Oh, Eustace. Okay, that just stuns her. Oh! Man, I really concussed her. I'm no longer connected to the Dream server, huh?
There's no time to rest on laurels when we must
Prepare the choral. Singing helps the work goes faster. And pass the plaster. Yeah! Whoa, that didn't happen in the show. What the fuck? Do I still have my mallet? Nice. Oh, Velvet Vic! Yeah! Let's go. I remember that episode was actually really creepy to me. I'm pretty sure I've killed every chicken. Oh, the weremole. I can't pull out my mallet. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, I'm cooking him. We're both feeling it. Hold on here. Let me just heal. Just in case. Oh, shit. Oh. Got his head looking like a pack of sausages. Or pack of hot dogs. So I guess you could find a pack of sausages, maybe. I found a cool air stall. That's good tech. Oh, he didn't like that. Ah! What the fuck? How'd that hit me? That hit me? There we go, crushed bones. Well, it's not crushed yet. I'm gonna hit it with my mallet. My boy, I'm here. I've got your medicine.
Is it organic?
Just shut up and eat!
Well...
Vinegar? I love vinegar. Why didn't you say so?
Hey! I can breathe again! Hot Jiggity!
Wait, what? They cut out that whole scene. Damn! That's what he says right before diving into it. Right? Doesn't he? I'm almost positive. Crowbars for the barn.
Good.
Robo Eustace! It's like Mecha Godzilla. Oh, it wasn't a robot at all. It's the Great Fusili. How now, brown cow? That's what he says. And then they all clap. I flanked him. Oh, I got greedy. Yeah, okay. Really? Come back here! Oh, you coward. Yeah, how about you then? Okay, this guy's good. Oh, what? There we go. How the fuck does the ace of spades help me now? Unless I slide that into Velvet Vic's butt crack or something. No! They've turned him to dust. And now he's a tiny little puddle. I've got a bucket. Oh. Interesting way of carrying the ladder around, I suppose. There's the bells. There he is. This is about he's so ugly and he's going door to door looking for a place to stay to get away from the rain. And he keeps knocking on doors and they're like, "You, sir, are the ugliest thing I have ever seen." Hey, Schlep. I like when he called Eustace bald. Yeah, that was his roast session. And you are very bald. You are extremely bald. Are you bald? Yes, you are bald.
Hello.
Benton Tarantola! Oh, he's about to perform the resurrection.
Excellent. Let's roll camera.
Uh-oh. All the bad guys are coming.
This is going to be great. you assholes.
Nice. Okay. Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck? Ah, I'm actually stuck. Okay. Not that way. Got it. Oh boy, everyone's here. Oh, nice. Thanks, bud. Can I hit you with a mallet? Oh, Jesus! What the hell was that? I'm hitting him with the 360s. Wait, what is going on with my mallet right now? I've got like a crazy slide going. Wow, he killed that guy, huh? That's good. 1963. We're in. We got a bag of money. That'll go to Shirley. Uh-oh. He's coming back. Okay. Okay. Really, bud? Okay, he's fast. That's it. I'm getting me mallet. Ow, Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, I thought it worked. I gotta get inside. I gotta get inside. He's beating my ass. Beating my ass with that Buick. Oh. What the fuck is happening? Is he crashing through the house? Where'd he go? Oh, I see his lights. Alright, I can't go inside. I've got to stand and fight him like a man somehow. But how? I can't hit him with my mallet. Is this plunger time? I got him! He's still out there. Okay, basement is now off limits. Jesus Christ! Oh, fuck me! What? He's lost his damn mind! Well, he can't get me on the second floor, surely. Oh my god! This is so cool. Okay, can't get upstairs. Alright. Alright, tough guy.
Oh no! What do I do? What do I do?
Nothing a little WD-40 and duct tape won't fix up. You know what they say, if you can't fix it with duct tape, use more duct tape. Nice! Good teamwork. Funny! There we go. Muriel didn't even get kidnapped or anything, she's just hanging out. She was just sleeping.
I have a bad feeling about this. Well, my name is Ivana.
And it's not.
It's not.
It's the demon mattress.
Oh!
Oh, we're gonna have to do the exorcism chant.
Closer.
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 You won't get away with this!
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it?
Rock, paper, scissors, here it comes. Or, no, thumb war, thumb war. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, just right into the exorcism.
Rubberbaloo, rowdy roo, rory roo, rip roo, roo,
Rowdy roo.
rippity roo, rick him in the
Just
wristband,
roo, roo, roo. Yeah. This is when Eustace comes in and does it right.
Incantation.
Rusty Prawns and Timbuktu. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, I had it backwards. Eustace blows it, then Courage does it. That's right. That's right. Rusty Prawns and Timbuktu. Kick him in the dishpan. Woo, woo, woo. Plunger. Oh my god, it is the plunger. I did it! And now I flush it? Oh no, wait, there we go. I just didn't go to the right spot. I had the right idea, I just didn't go to the right spot.
Muriel, are you okay?
Okay, I will unleash forces. These are powerful forces. Very powerful.
Oh yeah.
So it begins.
Very powerful magic, surely.
Muriel, I'm hungry. Muriel! Ooga booga booga! Ow! What did I do? Well, I'm not putting up with this. If they got Muriel, they're gonna pay.
In cash.
Cash. Lots of cash.
That is the one with the invisible Muriel. When the secret agent the secret agents, they come in, they kidnap Muriel because she has the invisibility stone. Oh, fuck! Fantasy Flan! God, that was so good. Holy shit, that was so good. Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout. Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Saeed, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
So you can't. So you can't.
23.
No.
Consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
No! Now they got it.
Take all of this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Look at my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on?
You can't just forcibly take it out.
Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo!
How much this cost? Turn around. No. Start with the sock.
Yo. What? Yo.
Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Huh?
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious. Don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong? No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy. You didn't see Saeed today? No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it, like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing, and there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I didn't want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large total on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to. When I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
Let me tie, right? Oh, what the fuck? Yo, why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches.
Oh shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign of NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna come up 3 months later.
I won't come.
Oh, me punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you sign the NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you.
No.
I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you ask Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault. I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
Alright.
Okay, Fred.
Actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the button.
Okay, girl.
No, Nina. Oh my. Wow, you have the best masseuse, Toast.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You love to see it.
Alright.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina, where he went there expecting a professional masseuse, only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just, like, groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say like stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and like speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about like, You know, it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, you know, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban, and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, you know, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Like, just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. Like, oh, I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm, because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here, and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Well, it happened a little sooner than I expected, but I think everyone knew this was on the horizon. AI is now making actors. And the first AI actress is about to be signed by a Hollywood talent agency, it seems. Meet Tilly Norwood.
Like if a Sunday roast went to drama school and got BAFTA optimized.
But can she cry on Graham Norton?
Of course she can, and it'll be clipped, subtitled, and monetized on TikTok by lunchtime.
If that isn't the most pathetic fucking thing I have ever heard. So this is an AI-generated video to announce their AI actress Tilly Norwood. Her 5-second bursts of acting in this comedy sketch were so impressive that she is now being eyed by talent agents, according to Eline Vandervelden. I don't know who that is, but that sounds like the name of a character from a Duke Nukem game. So, at the Zurich summit, apparently there were agents, fucking falling over themselves to sign Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress.
We're all going to hell.
Got recommissioned, didn't it? 3 seasons and a podcast.
By an AI commissioner.
That's right, baby. 3 seasons and a fucking podcast. This is a certified LeBron scream if you love Tilly Norwood. Moment. Tilly to the moon. I've said it for years. She is an underrated gem. Ever since her debut in Funky Fart Blasters Volume 8 Deluxe, I've said Tilly Norwood has what it takes to make it in Hollywood. Be damned to the flesh and blood machine future. Good future. We want Tilly to be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. That's the aim of what we're doing. What a noble goal. Yeah, fuck working hard for something or spending a long time grinding to get somewhere. Just go ahead and make the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman with AI. People are realizing that their creativity doesn't need to be boxed in by a budget. There are no constraints creatively, and that's why AI can really be a positive. It's just about changing people's viewpoint. Well, I got a viewpoint for you. How about this, huh? What do you think of this viewpoint? That's my butt cheeks right there. I almost fell off the chair. A little wobbly. Change that. Huh? I'm so tired of this goddamn spin. Like, AI is allowing people's creative juices to overflow. The cup runneth over on creativity thanks to the power of AI. This is literally the absence of creativity. It has nothing to do with a budget. If you can't afford an A-lister, there are plenty of talented actors that don't charge that kind of money. Fucking find them. There are talented people that aren't Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. So if you're feeling constrained by a budget, maybe look elsewhere outside of the A-list. And if I have to hear this despicable, silly, stupid, ugly-ass excuse of it allows everyone to get creative, I'm gonna have a conniption. I'm gonna have a fucking freak out. Creativity is like air. It's free. It's all around you. The only difference is you need to learn how to be creative. So, like, if you have some ideas in your noodle floating around and you want to, like, draw them, learn how to fucking draw. If you have a story you want to tell, learn how to write. If you have an idea for a character that you want portrayed, well, learn how to cast for someone that fits that. Now, don't worry, they're addressing the elephant in the asshole here about, not too long ago, AI was seen by many in the industry as a negative and something to push away at all cost. Remember the US writer strikes? Yet today it is being embraced by an increasingly large swath of industry, partly because it offers a way around the seriously tough economic conditions that producers in particular are operating in. I like how they start this by saying not too long ago, as if this viewpoint has passed. This is still the prevalent viewpoint. People don't like everything being replaced by fucking AI slop. But I will say I appreciate their honesty, the going full mask off there about the whole goal of it, to just save money on the bottom line and nothing else, to cut corners and save cash. They just right in your face say that. So I at least appreciate they didn't try and like sugarcoat it or anything there. It's the whole purpose behind it is because it saves the top of the food chain a lot of money. Oh yeah, this next section's super fun. It's a little sneak peek of what I imagine the Hollywood writing process is going to look like for all the big budget blockbusters in the next couple of years, because you can save a lot of money on like writers because you can just have ChatGPT be your writing partner, I guess. She describes it as sort of a writing partner. It would come back to me with ideas and I would be an exec producer effectively. We worked together. I then got feedback from lots of people and we adapted constantly. There were so many iterations. I mean, it took a long time, I'm not gonna lie. And it's also about performance, right? Because every one of these characters will say the lines differently and you need to instruct them differently. If this comedy sketch is anything to go off of, boy howdy is the future bright for blockbuster productions. High quality material being shit out here, no doubt. I hate that they're trying to coin a new term here, by the way, AI directing. At first the line was pronounced as, but can she cry on Graham Norton, with the wrong emphasis, and we needed the voice to be more doubtful, so you're really trying to find the words to describe the emotion. It's like instructing an actor, really, and for me it was very much about getting the right performance out of the AI actors, because if they say it in a wooden way, it wouldn't have worked at all. It is so pathetic how many terms people desperately try and put onto just using AI, like prompt engineer and now AI directing. Holy shit, it's so cringe. As you can imagine, with normal people that aren't brainwashed fucking vampire weirdos in Hollywood, this didn't go over well. So they did make a response. To those who have expressed anger over the creation of my AI character Tilly Norwood, she is not a replacement for a human being, but a creative work, a piece of art. Like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself shows the power of creativity. She keeps using that word, but I don't think she knows what it means. How in the fuck is this in any way, shape, or form creativity? Like, what? What are you talking about? People got mad at you because of this, and all of a sudden it's like, thank you for being creative. Like what? Like maybe creative insults? I don't even understand, really. Just because you made people mad doesn't mean that it was, the power of creativity that had done it. I see AI not as a replacement for people, but as a new tool, a new paintbrush. Just as animation, puppetry, or CGI open fresh possibilities without taking away from live acting, AI offers another way to imagine and build stories. I'm an actor myself, and nothing, certainly not an AI character, can take away the craft or joy of human performance. Creating Tilly has been for me an act of imagination and craftsmanship, not unlike drawing a character, writing a role, or shaping a performance. If I have to hear this absurd cope one more time, I'm gonna have a conniption. This is just fundamentally no wrinkles in the brain type comparison here to say that AI is a tool like, CGI or animation. How it didn't take away from live actors, it's just an addition to. It is so far removed from that. I don't know how many times I have to teach you this lesson, old man. Like, Jesus Christ. You compare it to a paintbrush. Set a paintbrush down and then tell it what you want to be painted on that canvas. Tell me what happens. Nothing, right? Because tools cannot just do the shit on their own. You can't set a pencil down and tell it to draw James Corden fighting Goku. But I can go right now on any myriad of AI services and just type in James Corden fighting Goku and generate 1,000 images of it. I cannot do that in anything else that's not AI. It is not like animation. It is not like CGI. It just does shit for you based on whatever sentences you feed it. You are not special. You're not a fucking prompt engineer or an AI director because you changed some sentences around to generate a new video. It is not a tool. Animation, puppetry, CGI, that is a totally separate art form and expression that takes immense talent. AI doesn't. There's no training required. There's nothing. You just type in sentences. So as long as you are literate, it'll just spit out something that loosely resembles whatever you fucking cooked up in your noodle and typed on the keyboard. It is a dog shit comparison. It is the absence of creativity, and it is not a tool. It is a replacement. As you said on your own little press release for this, its goal is to save producers money because it's cheaper. They will choose an AI actor for a role over a human being because they don't need to pay the AI actor a fucking salary. You said it yourself. It is to cut cost. Holy shit. Anyway, though, enough yapping about that. Tilly Norwood. She's got a bright future ahead of her, no doubt. I'm very excited to see what Hollywood agency swoops in and signs her. They're gonna have a real breakout star. Shit sucks. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm hoping you've already seen the news, but if you haven't, allow me to be the one to warn you of the danger. A little public service announcement to keep you safe. If you plan on attending a WNBA game anytime soon, make sure you pack an umbrella, because it is raining dildos in the arenas right now. We've just had our 4th incident of an airborne dildo being ODST shock dropped onto the court. It's become a trend where rowdy spectators are sneaking dildos into the arena to launch them onto the court, and it's become so big, in fact, that there are now bets on some markets wagering on if a dildo is going to be thrown, if so, what color, what quarter. It's pandemonium out here. They've even implemented a no-bag policy, or not a no-bag policy, something to that effect of where, like, they're really cracking down on security, yet somehow some ne'er-do-wells are still mysteriously sneaking these dildos in. Of course, the most obvious speculation people have, they've theory-crafted that the meta is most likely they are kegeling the rubber cocks in their own buttholes. They're utilizing their prison wallet to sneak the dildos into the arena. However, we do know there have been 2 arrests that have been made. One, Delbert Carver. Side note, I've never even heard of the word Delbert before. It reminds me of the Angry Beavers. Like, his name is pretty close to just being dildo in and of itself. And then another one, the one that's gone most viral, is an 18-year-old named Caden Lopez. And Caden actually broke the magician's code. He divulged the method he used to sneak the dildo past security undetected. And it's far simpler than the speculation. He just put it in his sweater pocket and then unsheathed it and threw it onto the court, then left. But got tackled by a volunteer and held down till police arrived. Now, Caden here is an interesting case because he's got a weaker throwing arm than your geriatric Meemaw. He has an arm built like a wet noodle, it sounds like. He was unable to throw the dildo to the court, so what ended up happening is he threw the dildo and hit a man and his 9-year-old niece. So he's looking at assault charges on top of it, as well as a couple of others, and the man who got struck by it was pissed. And I think understandably so. He brought his 9-year-old niece to a WNBA game. The last thing you're expecting is a fucking railgun dildo coming right at you and your 9-year-old, you know what I mean? So he's actually, like, looking to have Caden kind of, facing some big punishment for it. And then Caden was really singing the blues. He was squealing like, oh, it was so stupid. It was a very stupid trend, a dumb prank that I followed. I'll go ahead and show you all the incidents so far real quick as a little montage of what's been happening.
Oh, look out. Something just came onto the floor.
Start in the third quarter. This guy had 3 quick turnovers.
Hayes gets blocked by Maya Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from...
Got a whistle away from the basketball.
All of this has happened in a little under 2 weeks, so it's only increasing in frequency. And now a group has come forward to claim responsibility for all of it. And it is the lamest faction on Earth. Like the most embarrassing group of people this planet has to offer. Crypto bro meme coin rug pull orchestrators. They have now stepped forward this meme coin. Apparently one of these goobers said, this is empowering to every fucking crypto community to start thinking outside the box, get creative and fucking do something that makes people actually laugh. Meme coins should make you laugh. The whole mission with this was focus on making an impact in crypto culture. It's another blatant rug pull. I looked at the coin here. I'm not convinced that they're actually behind it. I think maybe one person associated with them maybe did it at some point. But this really seems like just the classic big trend. Let's make a pump and dump meme coin around it to make a couple quick bucks off of the dumbest people on the fucking planet. Again, if you put money into a meme coin, you 100% deserve to lose it. I shed no tears for that. So anyone that loses money on this crypto rug pull, that's inevitable. That's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. You lose all your money doing it, that's fine. Just reading them talk about this shit is just so shameful. I feel like I've wandered into the anime club while they're LARPing. Like, look at the way he talks about the community members here like they're some kind of martyrs and heroes, like on the front lines putting their lives on the line. Listen to this, he literally says that. There are community members out there putting their fucking lives on the line, so the least you can do is retweet. Then begging people for crumbs of attention to their shitcoin so they can rug you. Oh my god. Now, I don't know if they're actually behind it. Maybe a member did throw one of the dildos, but I don't think everyone that's throwing dildos is associated with this coin trying to like pump it up or anything. I think they're just really trying to strike while the iron is hot. We have seen this exact same play millions of times with crypto, where something gets popular and then thousands of meme coins spawn from it, hoping that people will just mindlessly dump money into it to try and make a bag off it, but then inevitably it rugs. And they did confirm that Delbert Carver, at the very least, was not a member of the community. So again, not everyone that's throwing a dildo here is associated with the meme coin plans. It is crazy just how big this has become, where now all of a sudden, with all these moving parts, it ties back to a fucking crypto shitcoin scam. And yeah, I just thought this was a pretty crazy story I wanted to touch on briefly. That's really about it. So yeah. I've made quite a few videos on those really expensive alpha male classes. They're not classes, they're like retreats where it teaches you how to be an alpha male. The one I've covered most extensively is the Modern Day Night Project, where it's $18,000 and you spend 3 days getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's basically it, while getting yelled at by some goobers. These pathetic urinal cake scammers prey upon desperate losers and then turn them into broke, desperate losers. That's basically the entire thing. They tell you how weak you are and how it needs to change, and the only way it's going to change is by giving them thousands and thousands of dollars, and that'll unlock your third eye. These goobers will give you the super soldier serum, turn you into fucking Steve Rogers here, and the $18,000 you paid up front is an investment because they're going to give you all the tools to make millions of dollars, and it's going to make you a real strong, masculine testosterone titan. But then you actually go to the retreat and you spend like a few days in a Lowe's parking lot getting a hose sprayed in your face, and that's about the extent of it. Well, I just learned that there's something similar for fathers and sons called the Squire program. It's a $2,000 day where you spend $2,000 to go with your son to throw sand in each other's faces and take an ice bath, and it's supposed to turn your son into a man and strengthen the bond between father and son.
Your experience was, we have a second chance at a father and son relationship, and this time is when we are the fathers.
In their own sizzler reel here for the Squire program, they drop that little nugget. No matter what your experience was, you get a second chance, except we're the fathers. You're my new dad? Like, what? What do you mean you're the father now? This was supposed to be a father and son experience, but now you're the dad. So now you've now taken the role of the papa. Can you imagine being this much of a loser? Where you're like, man, my son doesn't respect me. I'm kind of a goofball myself. I'll pay $2,000 so these guys can go spit in my face. Only to show up and they're like, no, I'm the dad now. Get away. This is now my son. It is unhinged.
A man has the duty and obligation to raise a son who is capable and confident so that he may be an asset to society and not a liability.
You're going to experience pain today. There's nothing wrong with it. Pain is a powerful tool. It's a powerful motivator. I think it's one of the most compelling forces for good.
You can see where that $2,000 goes. Straight to the production team. Look at this trailer. It's like a new Marvel movie they're announcing here. Because I can promise you that money's not going into the actual retreat, because you pay $2,000 only to jog around a parking lot, crawl around in some dirt, take an ice bath, and learn basic headlocks. All of that you can do yourself for free. You don't need $2,000 to pay some guy to yell at you, LARPing as the boot camp instructor. You, as the father, could easily go up to your son and be like, hey, look, sport, why don't we go for a run? Why don't we get a little more serious about, like, our physical activity out there? You know, maybe we take classes on, jiu-jitsu or something, or let's get a gym membership. We'll start lifting. You can do those things without paying $2,000 to some weirdos that are just scamming you out of that money. Like, it's so ridiculous.
The Squire program is a 15-hour immersive course where we're literally going to take these young men through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. All right. One, go! Breathe, come on. Breathe. Look at me, come on. Don't stop breathing. Come on. Man, stay hard. Look at me.
Yeah, this is what it means to be a man. Paying $2,000 to some greasy slime ball to say stay hard while you take an ice bath with your dad. If I only had a nickel for every time in my adult life being a man I've had to take an ice bath with Pops. Jeez, right? Man, there's nothing I wouldn't be able to afford. This is stupid. This is not taking you through trials and tribulations of what it means to be a man. This is just them doing, like, cosplay, basically, where this is what a man needs to be. And it's literally jumping jacks in dirt and then taking an ice bath. You can do that for free if you want to. You don't need to pay this kind of money for it. And, spoiler alert, it's not going to make you more of a man. Spending 15 hours, one day, doing something physically demanding isn't going to change your life. It is going to change your bank account, though, because of how expensive it is. I guess the idea that almost makes sense if you're a brain-dead troglodyte is that by spending 15 hours a day outside of the comfort of your smartphones and your video games and your V-Bucks, Robux, all of that, it'll turn your son into a man because we had him do some push-ups and jumping jacks and some burpees. Like, you don't need to pay for that. If you want, just tell your son, like, hey, let's stop spending so much time playing those games. Let's do more physically active shit. And that would be a great thing. And it's a lot cheaper. And it's not just a one-time thing. Instead of spending one day doing something like challenging, make it a habit. Make it a routine. And I think it could be a great tool for connecting more with your son, daughter, family, friends. Like, hey, let's do this together. Let's start getting more physically active. You'd save a lot more money, and it would be a lot more beneficial because then you would do it more often than just this one time for $2,000. It's just silly. I do think there is a ton of value in doing things that are uncomfortable, getting out of your comfort zone and doing something challenging and tough. I do think that's good. This is just the worst way of doing it and the most like caveman approach to it. Like, oh, in order to make Grok strong, Grok must throw sand in my dad's face. I'm not just pulling that example out of my ass either. Like, here's a clip of them just throwing sand on each other. I don't know how this makes you more of a man. This seems like you're going backwards. This is like a child throwing a temper tantrum on the beach when his parents said he can't have another can of Coke. Their pitch on this program is so cringe, too. How will your son know when he's a man? For most boys, there's no defining moment or experience that tells him he's become a man. In fact, most boys today grow up and never truly feel like a man. That's another thing. On their website, there are so many grammatical errors. I guess becoming a man also means becoming illiterate. Most boys simply grow older, but don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. That's such a silly mistake. What a stupid douchebag. Don't really know what it takes to be a man in today's world. Did nobody proofread this? Do they just view proofreading as beta shit or something so they don't indulge in it? This is a huge problem, and it's also the reason why so many men today are lost, confused, anxious, lonely, and without purpose. That's why for centuries, tribes and nations have had a rite of passage ritual for their boys as they come of age to become a man. It was the father and the men he trusted who took that boy through an experience which taught him, tested him, challenged him, and showed him what it takes to be a formidable man. The type of man who can lead, love, protect, provide, and be both savage and a servant. A servant? Does that not contradict all of the other shit? You want your son to grow up to be a servant. A servant to who? You guys? One of your little pay piggies? So they can grow up and give you money and keep this cycle going? In times past, this is how boys were shown that it's time to step up and to step into their masculinity and claim their seat at the table with the other men in the tribe. But in our modern culture, this rite of passage experience no longer takes place, and it's why we now have grown men who lack leadership, mental toughness, emotional discipline, and have no definitive purpose in life. But according to you, that purpose in life is to be both savage and also a servant. So the purpose is to give you money. That is the purpose for the men that you guys are trying to train.
Fucking kidding me? All right, let's try this from the push-up position. Maybe this will work better. Let's all drop into the push-up position. Maybe then we'll focus a little more. Three of us understood that command. That is excellent. If we get this wrong, I'm going to come by and kick everyone in the fucking ribs. You're going to have your head up so you see who I'm pointing at. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wow, what a tough guy. Threatening to kick children in the ribs. This guy means business, holy. You don't want to tussle with the muscle. This guy's not afraid to threaten children.
3. Okay, good. Now you're going to take a right side step.
How much?
Just like you did the left side step, do a right side step, yeah? Okay, one more. Good. Take a little 6-inch right step forward.
Masculinity is walking blindfolded behind a Lowe's trying to avoid barbed wire and planks of wood with nails sticking out, while your dad tries to guide you around it. That is absolutely just a recipe for disaster, by the way, because if the kid, misheard a direction there and just steps on the nail, it's going right through his shoe and through his fucking foot. Well, potentially, I'm sure they would, go in and, move the kid out of the way. But that is still just so stupid. It doesn't even teach you anything. What is even the lesson there? How is that masculinity at all? Listening to your dad, I guess? But is that the best way of teaching it? Here, put this blindfold on. We're gonna walk through some landmines. I'll try and keep you alive. It's just the dumbest way of trying to do this lesson of, listen to your dad. It's so embarrassing. For the father here, too. And also, look at the setup here. It's just some pieces of wood with nails and some barbed wire literally behind whatever business this is. You paid $2,000 for that. If you really wanted to walk this obstacle course, you could have set it up in your backyard for $5 with items you could find at Home Depot. It's just a dumb exercise in the first place, though. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Another part of their website has a section about how moms turn babies into boys and dads who turn boys into men. What an incredible section this is. Ugh, moms are bitches, am I right? As fathers, it's our responsibility to guide, mentor, and prepare our sons to take their rightful seat as future leaders. Oh, and servants also. You mentioned servants a minute ago. It's up to us to help make them confident, capable, and courageous. Every young man needs a defining experience that ushers him into manhood, and they look up to you, their dads, to teach them the ways of men and to create that rite of passage. That's exactly why the Squire program was created. Historically, knights had squires to help them prepare their armor, horse, and weapons for war, and the squires had the knights as examples of healthy masculinity, teaching them how to be chivalrous, warriors, protectors, providers, and servant leaders. Your son deserves to be confident and successful, a man of service and compassion, a purpose-driven leader. Not like that baby boy your mom is trying to raise him to be. Your wife, she is a harlot that is setting your son up for failure, which is why you need to go behind her back, give us $2,000 so we can send them through the Squire program for 15 hours. Anyway, it's basically the same shit they were doing with the modern day Night Project, but now it's catered towards fathers and sons, and it's still just as cringe. That's really about it. So yeah, I'm making fun of the Starbucks CEO because he recently defended the absurd price tag, the $9 cup of joe, and then talked about how customers are willing to shell out that premium because it's a great experience. It's all about a great seat and making a great connection with your barista. Basically, you're going to fall in love with your barista and it's worth every goddamn penny. Now, the reason why I've just given you that, like, AI synopsis right there on what this video is going to be about is because I don't know how much of the actual interview I can use here because it's the Wall Street Journal, and historically the Wall Street Journal is like a fucking cartel when it comes to anything that it produces. Or even if I've shown you like a clip from something in the Wall Street Journal, I've gotten in trouble in the past for it. Even if it's like a 5 or 10 second clip, they've come at me looking for fucking scalp. They'd be plucking my teeth out of my mouth until I apologized. Like, I do not fuck with the Wall Street Journal. Like, they've done great reporting, I get that, but any time that I've tried to opine on something that's been broken by the Wall Street Journal, I am very prohibited in what I'm allowed to show you, so instead we're going to be looking at, like, a transcript, and maybe I'll jump scare you with, like, split seconds of this CEO talking in the interview and see how that goes. So yesterday, the Starbucks CEO, Brian Buttfuck My Wallet, went on to defend the company's $9 cup of coffee, insisting that the price reflects a premium experience offered to customers. He also was recently granted access to the company jet for personal travel, which is a nice little tiddlywink of information I didn't know about, so thanks to the article here for enlightening me on that, because he definitely deserves it. Brian needs to be traveling luxuriously, and he's doing the Lord's work out there. He's delivering mediocre coffee to every sucker out there willing to fork over all the clams for it. He also said that customers across all income levels are willing and happy to shell out big money for a chance to interact with baristas or score a great seat inside the chain. This article is kind of underselling how he portrays that. If I could show you more of the video, I would. But I'm going to drop that little bit and hope that it's okay. I mean, it's going to be less than 3 seconds. I feel like there's no fucking argument Wall Street Journal could make to take down this video, but I guess we'll see. I think it's important you hear it right from his lips.
That value is to be able to have a great seat, have a great moment of connection with a barista.
Son of a bitch, I tried everything, but I couldn't get it to 3 seconds. It's 4.5, but it's under 5, so I should be safe. I should be protected. I don't think they can roll up with the goddamn Pinkertons for me showing 4 seconds here at the very end of the interview. Well, at least of this segment of the interview. So he's talking about the value you get, about the great seat, which I will slam my fist on the desk and shout, objection. What great seat. It's fucking Starbucks. It's like the most sterile, generic environment you can ever find yourself in. You sit down in a swamp-ass throne and you maybe tinker away on your laptop or something while drinking some mid-ass coffee. What great seat are you talking about here, Brian? And I can't make a lot of promises to you about what you'll encounter in your life, but I can make one promise that I know 100% with certainty will never happen, and that's you forming a special connection with your barista over going to Starbucks and getting yourself a coffee. That doesn't happen. I don't know what he's talking about. Do they have like intimacy coordinators on staff at Starbucks where they try and like get the baristas excited to maybe fall in love with a customer or something after serving a pumpkin spice latte? I doubt it. They are workers looking to just do their job and go about their day, not be bothered, not be harassed, and not have this expectation that a customer is going to come in there and form some kind of special connection because the CEO said so. That doesn't happen. It will never happen. I don't know what he's talking about. This guy must have just fucking did some ayahuasca or something. This is some baloney. And also, Brian looks AI generated. I know that is low-hanging fruit as a critique, but literally this guy looks AI generated. He has like that blurry-ass zoom background there, and he himself pops like a Pixar character. This shit doesn't look real. Brian looks like a fake human being. Anyway, out of fear, I'm not going to show you any more from the actual interview, but Brian does go on to drop some premium nuggets. What we're seeing is people, they want to have a special experience, and regardless of what your income level is, in some cases, a $9 experience does feel like you're splurging. And then what that means is we have to make it worthwhile, right? And then in other cases, people believe, well, this is really affordable premium experience, because they're saying like, well, it's less than $10 and I get a really premium experience. I don't know what dimension this guy lives in, but it's so detached from reality. Out of touch doesn't even begin to encompass this. This is just like actual mental illness. This is delusional. He needs to be institutionalized. He needs to be medicated. What is Goober even yapping about? What premium experience? Every Starbucks is exactly the same. They're copy and paste. It's a place where joy goes to die. I wonder if you can tell that I'm not the biggest fan of Starbucks. I wonder if that's coming through loud and clear. I have never had a positive experience at one. The food is at best. I'm not a coffee drinker already, so they have nothing to offer me, and every time I've tried coffee from there, it's even worse than other coffees I've tried elsewhere. There's nothing premium about it. That's like saying that the shitter at the AMC movie theater is premium because you're comparing it to a gas station toilet at the local Shell. Like, it's still trash, man. Like, there's nothing premium about it. It is like the most by the numbers, formulaic, nothing new establishment you could ever venture into for your coffee and overpay for. You're paying $9 for a normal experience of just going and getting some mediocre beverage. There's nothing special about it, and there is certainly nothing that Starbucks does to make it worthwhile for $9. That is just expensive. I don't know who he is citing when he's saying, and then people look at it like, well, this is really affordable for a premium experience because it's less than $10. Nobody says that. No, not even an NPC that you programmed would say that. Because it's not. There's no premium experience, and there's nothing affordable about it. It's expensive. And also, it speaks volumes that he can't even justify the $9 price tag on the merit of the beverage itself. Instead, he is relying on these ancillary things like, $9 may feel like splurging, but we have to consider the entire experience of going into the Starbucks. That's what's most important, the ambiance. That's what makes it worth it, the premium experience. He can't even just say with his whole chest that our drinks are so good and so high quality that they warrant a $9 price tag. You're paying for the highest quality coffee on the planet. Because that's not what you're paying for. You're just overpaying for mid-shit. And he knows that, and he knows he wouldn't be able to get away with saying that, so instead he's relying on these like X-factor things of a connection with the barista, a great seat, and of course, the premium Starbucks experience of being lucky enough to come inside of a Starbucks. It's a privilege, and you should feel honored every time you walk through those doors. That's what warrants the $9 price tag. Not our shit-ass coffee. Anyway, the interview continues. Brian keeps putting his asshole in his mouth. He's talking about how Starbucks is actually doing very well, hasn't been impacted, and then even bragged about how the coffee chain is doing really well with younger generations. Hey Brian, you know what else is doing really well with younger generations? Fucking tongue sahur. Scalping neatos. Fighting each other over Pokemon cards at Walmart and Target. That statement is a nothing burger to me. In my eyes, it is a full-blown, venti, vaporwave, nothingness. Starbucks hasn't done anything to improve the quality of its products or improve its brand or anything at all, so I don't think it being successful with the younger generations is a testament to it doing things right. It's a testament to it just being there and existing. And the younger generation has clearly heard of it before, so they're willing to consume the product. That's it. I don't think he's hit some kind of home run here in recent Starbucks changes, because from everything I've seen, there haven't been any. It's just the same old Starbucks, but now just even more expensive than I ever thought possible for its shit. This fucking guy is so cringe. We're doing really well with Gen Z and millennials, and then really had strong performances across all income cohorts. It can start with as little as $3 for a traditional cup of coffee. And then obviously you can build your way into all sorts of customized drinks that people love and that move that ticket up. The way we're going to play the value game is you're gonna feel like it was worth it. Who walks away from Starbucks saying, holy shit, all that money I wasted was worth it? That was a premium experience. Who does that? What kind of actual loser has that kind of parting thoughts? Like, man, $9 down the tubes? But what a fucking experience. Oh my god, I think the barista might want to have sex with me. I think the barista wants to marry me. It just doesn't happen. There's no premium experience. He insists customers value the experience over discounts or flashy one-off promotions. Oh, that's what everyone says. I don't want to save money. I want to make sure when I go to Starbucks everything is exactly the same and there's a chance of a connection with the barista. Please, don't help me save money with discounts or anything. I want to waste maximum amounts of money here at the same fucking Starbucks as always. Yeehaw. I'm sure, Brian. I'm sure. Anyway, I won't blabber on more about this guy. Just another painfully out-of-touch CEO I had to clown on. That's really about it. See ya. Kevin O'Leary has quickly become one of my least favorite people on this planet. He is unfathomably cringe, and yet he is still extremely vocal and can't stop chirping about his 40,000-acre data center in Utah. He's doing this nationwide humiliation ritual where he's going on like every platform imaginable, just be clowning himself publicly. He is an embarrassing specimen. He is a disgusting fungus worm man who can't help but yap and squeal about garbage that he is just truly clueless on. Like, he is actually an observably dumb person. And he continues to try and LARP as an American, despite not even being a U.S. citizen. He is Canadian. He has not even bothered to become a U.S. citizen. Yet he's willing to go around preaching about American values and trying to, like, dictate how policy should be. He's singing the blues about, oh, this is so bad now. People don't support my 40,000-acre data center in Utah. Those aren't real Americans. Those aren't real patriots. Those are Chinese spies. When he himself is not a fucking American. He is a fraud. This guy is a actual miasma of cringe, filth, and greed. And also, he is a billionaire. Why hasn't he just done the $1 million enema infusion into Trump's butthole to get that nice golden toilet paper to be just a citizen through money? He hasn't even bothered to do that. Genuinely, I can't fucking stand this guy. He is just trying to pillage and loot this country through his projects, most notably his 40,000-acre data center that's being brute forced through in Utah. And he just recently went on a couple of platforms and continued to make a fool of himself, so I'm going to shoot spitballs at him now for that. This guy is just more fake than Kristi Noem's husband's tits. This guy, there's not a single genuine real thing about him.
Elevate Strategies, also a cell operating inside of Utah. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you?
Well, hi, hello. It's me, Gabby Finlayson.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi, Kevin. We are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live.
It irks me to no end. It is nails on a chalkboard painful listening to this slug man, Kevin O'Leary, utter the words "our." Having those words leave his filthy, corrupt, contaminated lips that are used solely to kiss ass drives me up the fucking wall. What do you mean, our? Kevin, you're not American. Why are you saying our electrical grid? You are not on the team, bud. You're not even on the bench. You are not in this at all, Kevin. You can't speak for Americans. You aren't one. You don't even bother to try and become one either. It is a complete disregard for this nation. You use it solely to line your own pockets. You fucking suck, man. Now, he's trying to call out Elevate Strategies, which is an organization in Utah, and he's saying that they're actually Chinese spies, and he thought he had like this gotcha moment, this dunk where it's like calling one of them out by name, Gabby. So come, Gabby, I'm shining a light here. Show yourself. And I guess he was expecting, a fucking Chinese operative to step forward, or just complete radio silence and crickets, but what he got was the actual organizers here, Gabby herself, coming forward and talking about their goals and what they are doing in Utah as people that actually live and work there. This isn't some fucking grand conspiracy to try and stop these benevolent saints from bestowing upon us plebeians the gift of data centers. We have so many data centers that are blowing up across the country. Well, not literally. Don't worry, BlackRock's already taken that into account. I yapped about that yesterday. I mean, like this explosion of data centers being built. Like they are pushing for data centers in every single location imaginable. You'll probably find some data centers in your fucking thoughts too. They're starting to put them there as well. Like they're actually going everywhere. And we have the information from the data centers that have been operational for a while that it is a terrible deal for all of the normal working people. The normal civilians get butt fucked by this. Their energy bills go through the roof. They lose water quality. It's just a complete contamination to their way of life in their local communities. And again, it doesn't bring jobs. I've mentioned this a lot. I've yapped about this endlessly, especially over the last couple weeks. One of the biggest data centers in this country only employs roughly 150 full-time employees, and normal average-sized data centers run as lean as 20 to 25 employees. They are not giving jobs to the community, so the community sees none of the upside. It doesn't benefit them in any way, shape, or form. I know I already mentioned it, but because of the huge energy demand for these data centers, it then inevitably has the consequence that all of the local community members have their energy bills fucking skyrocket, and of course there is the impact on water and all that. But then there's also something that's starting to develop now. It happened very recently. I talked about it yesterday. NV Energy, an energy supplier to Lake Tahoe residents, let them know that they're just not going to be giving power to the people anymore. They are now going to solely focus on delivering power to their local data centers. So now 50,000 residents in Lake Tahoe are now at a risk of not even having power because NV Energy just decided it's more lucrative to just solely work with AI and basically fuck you to all of the actual human beings that rely on them for the energy to live. So now they have to try and scramble by 2027, only a year, to find a new power supplier to these 50,000 residents. It's actual insanity. Normal people do not want data centers, and they are doing all they can to fight back, albeit unsuccessfully because of the intense corruption, especially in like Utah, where 3 people, one of them even fighting for hell, saying for hell's sakes, grow up. People that are literally just going against the will of the people, deciding to brute force it through because they get some doubloons out of that deal most likely. However, I would like to highlight a successful one that has recently unfolded where recently in Missouri, the council that pushed through a data center initiative, all of them got voted out in a landslide defeat, and now they're setting their sights on the mayor who allowed this to happen as well. This is exactly how it should be. If you are not going to actually represent the people in your community, if you are going to go against their interest in order for your own greed and exploitation, you lose your job. You lose that position. That's exactly how it should be. That's exactly what's happening in this Missouri community. So hats off to them, and I hope to see more of this shit continue. Anyway, back to clowning on Kevin O'Leary.
Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops and a suit on national television. You know, it's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are.
Kevin is such a quirk chungus Reddit loser. He's wearing pink flip-flops with his suit and a Utah national security hat, because he's cosplaying as this big, rough and tough guy. It's like if you went into a character creator in a video game and intentionally tried to make the most insufferable looking asshole you could think of. And he also has a life-size cardboard cutout of him in the same room.
I want a forensic audit of who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So these are proxies for the Chinese government's my argument. And if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out, wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew little detective agency, have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken.
As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners an aid. But if we're talking about audits, we should be auditing the Stratos Project. We should be auditing all of the politicians that, I don't know, do you have property surrounding the Stratos Project? Or maybe do you have interests that you were changing the laws before this was created?
Hypothetically. We're just saying we should maybe look into people that stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars off this project.
Audit is a word that should be treated like Voldemort in Kevin's vocabulary. He should fear the word audit. Because if anyone actually gave a fuck about Kevin's business dealings, they would uncover some extremely shady shit, I imagine. The last thing he would want is any kind of auditing for his projects like the 40,000 acre data center, the Stratos project. He's trying so hard to use the worn out method of everyone who disagrees with my business practices is a spy or a terrorist. They're not real Americans. But it doesn't work, Kevin, because data centers are so unanimously hated by real people that actually live in these communities that you are infesting that this just doesn't fly. Because, again, average ordinary people are directly impacted by this in a wildly negative fashion, and they do actually go out and try and fight against it. So when you, a foreign billionaire, come over and start stepping all over them, insulting them and saying that they're not real Americans, they're being paid by China or being bussed in and aren't actually representative of the real enthusiasm true Americans have around data centers, it just doesn't work. People see right through the lie. He also just can't help himself but to go on this humiliation ritual where he makes it abundantly clear that he is just actually a stupid imbecile, like a bumbling moron. There's always this perception that if you have as much money as Kevin, you must be smart, but Kevin is doing everything he can to show that that's just not the case.
To stop advancement of technology with the uncertainty it brings has always been a dilemma in capitalism and in America, and it's a fair comment.
But how is this capitalism? If taxpayers are paying for some of it, how is that capitalism? That seems...
I think that's no different than building an apartment building downtown in Austin. You can get incentives for that too, and that's just part of how it works. You can debate
How is that capitalism? How is that free market? If politicians are handing you other people's money to do it, how is that capitalism?
Well, capitalism is built into the Constitution, which I think was genius.
As I said, he's been going on like every platform imaginable, and every time he finds a way to look dumber and dumber. So throughout this interview, he continues to like flounder. He was also then asked about like, well, what jobs is it going to bring? Because Kevin keeps talking about the millions of jobs that this is going to bring. People just don't see the vision. And he couldn't actually name any jobs or actually explain that thought process of his. And also, it looks like he's fucking zooted out of his mind. Why does he keep zoning out? Is he blue screening in the brain? Is he seeing a ghost or like a big floating pair of titties? Like, what does Kevin keep looking off into? Is he that shy, maybe? I don't know. This guy just super sucks. And it's not just the AI data centers that he's doing his best to go to bat for and defend tooth and nail. He also just loves to go on and talk about, like, American policies and stuff and his view on how that should be.
The problem with that sentiment is that you were born in 1954.
Yeah.
Okay? You're 71.
Yeah.
Right? In 1954,
by the way, I'm a vampire.
During your lifetime, we've actually had Brown v. Board of Education.
I remember.
Yeah, Brown v. Board of Education. I don't know how you remember it. I think you were like 2 months old. But I'm not finished yet.
Kevin can't help but perpetually interrupt when he's backed into a corner, which is always. This guy, if he didn't have money, would have just been the kind of douchebag, the kind of dweeb that just gets shoved into lockers. So he tried to pretend he knew what Brown v. Board of Education was. He's like, oh, yes, I actually remember that. Very, very vividly, in fact. And the guy there's like, no, you definitely don't. You would have been 2 months old. And also, you're not American. Kevin, you're not American. You wouldn't know anything about what he's describing here or what he's going over. I know you've never opened up a fucking American history book. You don't have a clue what he's talking about, but he likes to pretend. He's a LARPer. He is a full-blown red alert LARPer. It's all he fucking does. Well, to be fair, I guess it's not all he does. He also can't help but constantly remind people that he was in Marty Supreme. That's what you heard right there where he said, I'm a vampire, by the way. That's a reference to one of his character's lines from that film where he plays a villain. It's like the only thing Kevin's done in recent memory where there was any level of praise for his work. So he's still riding that high, and he will not let people forget the vampire line from his Marty Supreme debut. It's actually a SpongeBob ripped pants moment. He just keeps doing it. I ripped my pants. I'm a vampire. Fucking loser, man. I hate Kevin O'Leary. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. He just goes on to keep embarrassing himself every time he does one of these shows. It is indefensible what he is doing in Utah with the 40,000 acre data center. This guy sucks major ass. Fuck you, Kevin O'Leary. That's really about it. See ya. Well, the time is finally upon us. A moment in cinema history more important than Team Edward versus Team Jacob. Will Charles be reintegrated into the Hunger Games franchise? The man who was once the face of the Hunger Games. Without me, it'd be buried in the dirt many years ago, many moons in the past. But with District 8 Hospital Humper's performance carrying the weight of the world on its shoulders, the Hunger Games was able to flourish, and I was excommunicated from the franchise. But with Sunrise on the Reaping, they're doing the open casting call. I recently made a video announcing my return and my attempt to get in there, and I'm happy to report I finished my audition. Unfortunately, I was unable to get Neil Blomkamp to write me a script, nor was I able to get the best soundstage Tampa had to offer, so instead, we settled for a decent one. A good soundstage, but not the cream of the crop, which is fine. Because it's not about the technology. There's no such thing as a bad actor, only bad... nope, there's no such thing as a bad location, only bad actors. And I am not a bad actor. In fact, I'd say I'm the best. And this will be a showcase of that. So I've posted the full audition on Instagram as per the parameters of the competition. So I followed all of the rules. Hopefully I'll be chosen for whatever role they deem worthy of my talent, which should be nothing shy of a leading role. And we'll see how she goes. I'll play that for you here, but I'd like to also play you the extended director's cut for some takes we didn't use. What we ended up doing was we kind of just winged it. Like, we had a general premise for what we wanted to do. It was kind of just going to be like this wide array of different scenes as opposed to marrying ourselves to one narrative. Instead, we told every story ever made in a bunch of different backgrounds. And, well, I think it came out alright. It's like the world's worst fucking Old Spice commercial, but that's okay. It's been over a decade since my debut in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. This is a showcase of my range to prove why I should be reintegrated into the franchise. Enjoy. Well, Mr. Phillips, the biopsy did come back. Unfortunately, it was positive for fart cancer, but don't worry.
Oh, whoa, man. Ain't seen you around here before.
Ma'am, you need to push! Push, ma'am! God, umbilical cord's around its little neck.
No, please don't! No, I'm only 12! No! This is supposed to be a fun retreat! No! Get away!
Congratulations, Mom.
No!
My God, this baby, it looks just like me. Wow. I know it's my own performance, but inspiration is inspiration, you know what I mean? In 1 minute, I was able to make you feel things and connect to these characters we created. And really, at the end of the day, it's kind of the most important part of acting. Just tickling the soul a little bit, you know what I mean? So that's the actual edited down audition to fit within the minute-long scope of things. But I wanted to show you a few takes we didn't really use because I think they're just as good, if not even better, in some cases. This is a showcase of my range as well as me doing a stunt choreographed performance from High Wires. If you're watching this, then I'm already dead. Yeah, I practiced my Bushido.
Ruh-oh, Reggie! A baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do. Tommy Pickles. Hey, Scram! Get out of here! I'm coming and hell's coming with me. Just fucking tell him I'm coming. In general.
Coming for you.
Oh, you're not getting away.
Deep breaths. In and out. It's crowning. Big push. Come here. Why do babies come into this world crying? A question that's plagued inquisitive minds for generations. But I have the answer. I believe babies are born crying because they know that they will now have to share oxygen with Pokemon scalpers. And that is definitely worth shedding tears over. Also, they probably know that all their toys are going to be purchased by these fucking losers and flipped on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, so they'll never even get a chance to play with hobbies that are literally designed for them, but have been hijacked by these awful, degenerate losers. Another day, another big load of spit that I gotta fucking hawk the loogies on at scalpers.
Why don't you just hell out and have one, dude? He's literally like asked you so politely, like.
Yeah, sure. You want this one? You really do? Yeah, you do? Yeah, alright.
He just wants the pouch. But no, now you gotta buy it, because you just did that. No, leave it there. Because he just did that thing. There you go.
You know why? Because I opened this. I collect this. Yeah, I didn't do it. Okay, then buy it.
Well, you can. You have all of them.
That guy's nose grew 50 inches with that big lie that he told. My left butt cheek, that guy's a collector. He's a scalper. And there is so much ill will towards scalpers, rightfully so, that now they have to always try and hide behind, I'm a collector! Don't worry, I'm a good guy! I'm collecting all of this product. But everyone knows that's not the truth. Just look at this fucking goober. Look at the way that he lashes out because someone had the audacity to ask for one of the Pokemon products that this guy is hoarding. And so then he just starts crumpling it up like toilet paper and giving it to him like, okay, there, you can buy that, buster. Then when the guy understandably says, no, this is stupid now, you've ruined it, I'm not going to pay full price for something that is completely ruined now because of your temper tantrum, the guy takes it back, he's like, well, I will purchase it because I am a collector, pinky out. Like, bullshit, man. No sane person is going to be paying full price for something that is completely destroyed. He's just trying to make a whole song and dance out of this performance. I'm a collector, so the condition doesn't really bother me. And that's just not true. If I crumpled up all of the Pokemon product around you and then charged you full price for it, would you do it with a smile on your face, Mr. Big Shot Collector? I doubt it, buddy. It's so fake, man. He is a scalper. No legitimate normal collector or someone that's buying it for their kids is going to take the entire stock of Target and Walmart Pokemon product. That is exclusively behavior from these degenerate worm scalpers.
Hey! Scalper, no scalping. Scalper, no scalping. Scalper, no scalping.
I'm not normally one to get behind TikTok trends, but this one, I gotta tell you, put a smile on my face. Just taking the Pokemon product from scalpers' carts. Hey, you're not gonna get any fist wiggling from me over that behavior, because these scalpers truly think that because they put it in their shopping carts, it's theirs now. They planted the flag and now it's theirs, and you're stealing from them if you take one of those products, which is just goofy. That is just not true at all. In fact, you can make a much stronger argument that these assholes are actually stealing from the rest of the community that wants to get product either for their kids, for themselves. Unfortunately, that's more uncommon than saber-toothed tigers. That shit is fucking extinct right now because the only people that get their hands on Pokemon product from like Walmart and Target are these scalpers because they literally camp out and wait overnight for it on every restock and every drop. These unemployable, loveless losers literally wait hours overnight just to be the first in the door to get their hands on a couple of boxes of Pokemon product to ensure that nobody that actually wants to engage with the hobby can get it. It is just these scalpers, but even still, I got no issue with someone going in there and taking a box of Pokemon product right out from their grubby, greedy little paws there in their shopping carts, because there should be buy limits in place, and I'm pretty sure there are in most places, but they circumvent that and wipe their ass with the rules because scalpers just do anything they can to hoard Pokemon product. So this guy's done 2 videos like this. This one made me laugh the hardest because the guy chases him down and fucking slips and falls. I don't know if the TikToker dropped the banana peel Mario Kart style and just had him spin out and eat shit, but he was feeling it, man. He had his like head buried down, walking slow over the cart afterwards too. It actually gave me a bit of a belly laugh there. And it's not just that TikToker that's doing it. Other scalpers are now getting in on that action of just taking from other scalpers' carts. It's pure fucking pandemonium. That reminds me, have you seen that scalper clip of the guy who grabs a box right from the employee before they stock it, and then once he reaches the counter, he begs another scalper for one-piece TCG packs? I have not seen that one. That sounds on par for pathetic scalper behavior, though.
Nice. Oh, but you cannot do that. Yeah, come on.
What do you mean? I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna buy it.
Oh, buddy.
I'm gonna pay for it.
Okay, you're not allowed to take that box.
Okay, can I?
You can get what you want inside it, but you can't take the box.
Alright. Yo, could you not touch my... Yo.
Can you not... This guy has the gall. Can you not touch my box? Brother, you just took this off of the employee's dolly. And now all of a sudden he's claiming ownership of it. What a loser. Normalize taking shit from scalpers.
First come, first serve, bro.
Yeah, but I was there first.
Bro. Watch yourself, bro.
Watch yourself, bro. I can hear this guy's a dweeb. Watch yourself. What are you gonna do? Cry to mommy about it? The chutzpah. Wow! What a dork.
You have to make the purchase here. I do the purchase.
Fucking insane. Guy already got everything.
So insane!
Bro, you gon'...
Oh, wow.
Ooh, you...
It's so crazy how many scalpers are just unapologetically doing this shit, man. Ugh. I haven't seen one in the wild yet, but I imagine it's because I go to Walmart in the afternoon. These fucking vultures are there in the morning. The second restock happens. But to just go from, like, the restock over here to just another scalper with a whole cart full of product.
Some packs of One Piece?
I only got 6 here, man.
No way.
Sorry.
Can I get one ETB?
No, I need them all.
Oh, just one.
2, 4, there's 4. Seriously.
Man. Ooh, it's so cringe. Ah, it's so pathetic. His day is ruined. How can you be so mean? I know he wouldn't share his product with the other scalper, dude. What? No honor among thieves? What kind of madness? He's violating scalper code. I like how this guy says, I need them all. I only have 6. I miss being able to actually participate in my hobby. Haven't gotten a single card in months. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, bro. Blame these losers. I heard the more Pokemon you scalp, the worse your hairline gets. Was this craze still from the COVID era? TCGs blew up during COVID, but no. You can't blame this on, like, the COVID hysteria around cards. This is truly just the state of, like, everything. It's not just cards. There's scalpers for literally everything. Fucking Nitos, Burger King collabs, McDonald's collabs, Popeyes collabs, everything. That one was extraordinarily stinky. I could actually smell the fumes coming from the cameraman scalper here. Just listening to him speak was painful. He's in like a perpetual fugue state as he's bouncing around trying to grab Pokemon product to scalp. And then he runs into a bigger scalper. As Qui-Gon Jinn said, there's always a bigger fish. And then he starts groveling, begging for some One Piece cards. And then that fucking twerp is like, I only got 6. I can't part with any of these. I only got a measly 6. And then the rest of his card is littered with Pokemon. So you know no normal family is actually going to be able to get their hands on it because it's been cleaned out already first thing in the morning from these assholes. And of course, it's not slowing down. Some places are enforcing limits, others aren't. There needs to be limits in place. They need to stand by them. I promise you, the inventory will still move. You will still have Pokemon products flying off the shelves, even with a limit in place. you can just see the mile-long lines that are building every place that does have limits, so you can at least do the bare minimum of ensuring these scumbags can't just make off with the entirety of the inventory themselves. At least you can spread it out, and maybe there's a slim chance that an actual collector or family gets their hands on some. Limits should be normal when it comes to these products, because it's just completely fucking out of control from all these scalpers that are sweeping like a plague. Anyway, just needed to clown on them again. That's really about it. See ya. You ever been to a dog show with the sole purpose of arguing with the other dudes there about how your dog is the most exotic? What do you mean, no? What's wrong with you? You off your gourd or something? This is what sane, healthy people do.
It is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Why? Because it's exotic. This right here, everybody has. This right here, nobody has. Exotic is something. I got the
Ain't nobody got this, though.
Everybody got Bluffy.
Nobody got this. And exotic got the smash mug, not the long snout.
Long snout? How you figure? That's them two fingers. He could breathe. Wait. You got a tail? You got a tail? You got a tail? Oh, shit.
It's pure chaos here at the Westminster Dog Show. It's going nuts. There's blood and guts everywhere, and there will be no survivors. Like, this is like a lot of hostility here at the dog presentation. It's like listening to Bills fans and Chiefs fans arguing. All this while holding dogs that they're treating like pieces of jewelry. Specifically, the dude that looks like the Rizzler was set to Wumbo and then found cocaine, the guy that's really like fucking steaming. He just keeps going on about how exotic his dog is and how no one has it, as he's like showing it off like a luxury car.
No high rear, though.
This ain't high rear.
Stand them
You
up.
crazy?
Stand that dog up. Stop pulling that rear back.
Stop putting on rear
Pulling
back.
that rear back.
Let's do a side shot.
Pulling that rear
Side
back.
shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot.
Buddy tries to call him out for high rear, looking to throw a flag on the play, like, nah, it's disqualification, rear too high. And then he's like, high rear, that's the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. I do say, my good chap, that is outlandish. It's this whole thing is so absurd, and I feel horrible for the dogs here. They all look like they have been bred for the sole purpose of being in these kind of shows from these fucking weirdos. So I imagine they probably have like a lot of health problems. Like, it's no secret, this kind of garbage can cause a lot of like genetic issues in them, and it's very sad. Especially the one that the protagonist here, the main character, is really liking to show off. That poor dog looks like one of the fucking Guardians from Ghostbusters when the main villain shows up. In the way that they're handling the dogs, it's like they don't even view them as a living, breathing creature. They are truly just an accessory that they are trying to win a competition with, and that's all. It's so fucking weird. Now, you may have heard the guy in a coke-fueled frenzy throw down the gauntlet saying, side shot. He is now challenging his heckler here to a side profile showdown. And in the dog world, that's like saying parlay to a pirate. It must be honored. So now they're about to do a side profile 1v1 here on Rust to see whose dog is the most exotic.
Pull him to the side.
Let's go. Side shot.
Put that motherfucker to the side, bro.
Wait for.
Let's see that shit. Fuck
Hold
the
on,
judge saying. You talking that shit.
I'm gonna talk
what
that
the judge
shit.
saying. You talking that shit. Let's see that shit. Let's see that shit.
That shit got that chihuahua face. That shit ain't got a bully face. That shit got a chihuahua face. That's a fluffy chihuahua, nigga.
It is.
Fuck out of here.
It is.
Get talking that shit.
Get that face. But look at that Ringo. Oh shit.
Talking that shit.
Wrong ass bus. Get that fucking bus out of here.
This is high-level dog management right here from the owners. Did you see that technique? He turns his dog to the side and immediately hits the Ric Flair woos, woo, over and over again. Like, did you see that? What happened? This is some impressively pathetic stuff here. I don't know how these dudes go home and look themselves in the mirror without tears in their eyes, crying at the fact that they're such huge fucking losers. It is shocking to me. Even the dogs look embarrassed to be there with them.
Get that bus out of here, baby. Come on, man. Get that bus out of here.
Your dog's scared, fam. Your dog is scared.
Man, be scared.
Your dog is scared.
He's still more exotic than yours, though.
You wish.
He's still more exotic than
Long
yours.
hair don't make it exotic, bro. That's a
So
chow
what the
chow.
fuck? What it makes
That's
it
a chow
then?
chow.
What it makes it then?
That's a chow
What it makes
chow.
it then? Do you have it?
That's
No.
a hairy
Do you
mud.
have
Show
it?
the pedigree.
Do you have it?
Show the pedigree.
Ant-Man, baby.
Ain't no fucking
Ant-Man.
fluffy
Ant-Man,
billies,
baby.
I can't believe a fight didn't break out right there between those two. The second he called for the pedigree check, oh man, I thought there was gonna be some haymakers swinging there. I thought that was about to get real pugilistic real quick.
Yeah, all day. Yeah, show the pedigree, show the pedigree, show the bloodline. There's somewhere down there. There's some fucking baby down there.
Bank, baby.
Ain't no baby. Ain't nothing babe look like that. Not like babe look like that, bro. Not like babe look like that.
I know what I did. I know what I did.
It don't look like it.
It don't have to look like it. Don't worry.
You know what I'm saying?
Get ready for what's coming, though. Get ready for what's coming.
Oh, I'm ready.
Man's out here talking like he's in the NBA championship game. Get ready for what's coming. I'm dunking from the free throw line like Air Jordan. I swear to God. Brother, calm down. You're at a dog show. Get ready for what's coming. Mayan calendar predicted end of the world's 2012. Guess what? It's 2025. I'm shutting the world down with my dog right here. You're not ready for this.
We're waiting.
Get ready.
There won't be no long snout shit.
This ain't what snout? What snout?
What snout? That shit more Yorkie than bully.
Let's see who can run and come back without breathing.
That shit more Yorkie than bully.
Let's see who can run and come back.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see who can run and come back.
Functional.
He's functional as fuck.
You know what I'm saying? None
Fully
of that
functional.
bullshit.
That's good, baby. Get that clout off of Bluffy. Get that clout off of the Bluffy, my God.
I don't need clout.
Sure.
I don't need clout. Real bull's back in style. That ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah.
That ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah. Hell yeah, it ain't no bull, baby.
Fuck out of here. That shit mutt.
These owners were getting so feral there for a second. I thought they were about to start eating their dogs there for a moment. Just like actually like, oh yeah, not functional. Well, he can run there and back. And he also tastes great. And then just takes like a bite out of him or something. Shit was going like actually Insano style. This guy's now bubbling over with rage. That ain't no fucking bull! And the other guy's like trying to get on his ass for clout chasing off of his, I think he calls it a bluffy, is what he was saying. I don't really know. But man, they are like actually foaming at the mouth here.
Hell yeah. Let it be a month. Let it be a month. This is the new month. This is the new wave. Look at that front. Come on, baby. Look at that front. I see cameras on this. What about that? Fuck out of here. Get that shit off the table. Fuck out of here.
They looking at that shit because they don't know what the fuck it is. That's why.
They're looking at it like,
that's why. They don't know what it is, bro.
This is the new
wave. They don't know what it is.
Trust me.
They don't know what it is.
Trust me when I tell you. The new wave.
There's just no way it can be this serious. Like, what's on the line? What do you win? A year-long subscription to Chewy or something? Like, I cannot imagine it's worth all of this fuss. These two goofballs are about to blow a gasket. They're arguing like it's an Xbox Live lobby. All over this weird dog show that they're at. Also, apparently this isn't that unusual. 4 years ago, there was an actual brawl at one of these kind of things. This was at something called a bully takeover, which I think is probably like the same competition that we're watching this argument at, since the whole thing they were talking about was like bullies and shit there too. So like, it feels as though like this is less of a dog competition and more of like a place where you can bring your dogs and eat some knuckle sandwiches. It's just such an unlikely event to imagine such a heated argument to arise at, or a violent brawl. And it is a violent brawl. Like, it's like a hockey fight. I can't show you any clips because I think the video would probably get taken down or flagged by YouTube. But like, it's an actual like hockey fight where one guy's grabbing the other guy and they're just fucking exchanging blows. And apparently it was a full brawl. It wasn't just those two, but in that video right there, they were like kind of the centerpiece to all of it. So it's just so weird that these dog shows apparently are so incredibly hostile. Like, maybe all the guys who show up are the ones that are actually neutered, not the dogs, so they just go there with a chip on their shoulder or something. I have no fucking clue. But it is wacky to watch. Anyway, I saw this today and I just had to yap about it a little bit. I don't know what animal there won the competition, but really, there are no winners there. And again, I feel so fucking terrible for those dogs. Not only are the owners just loose cannon, unhinged lunatics, but the way that they have been bred, I think no doubt has led to them having health issues, most likely. And that's just super sad. Anyway, that's about it. So, yep. It's so weird how every single game that comes out right now needs to have some kind of grand debate about it. Like, controversy needs to surround every game as gamers desperately try and find something to hate about every single title that comes out. And the latest argument leaving bodies in its wake has to be the dumbest I've seen so far, with people pretending to care about the absence of swimming mechanics in the new Mafia game. I'm starting to think maybe those 5G towers actually did do something to people's brains, because this shit is fried. A clip went viral on Twitter where they showed that Mafia: The Old Country doesn't have swimming. But it turns out it's also incorrect, and there is a swimming animation in the game. It's just this game doesn't use swimming. It's not an open world game in the first place, by the way, yet so many people were outraged and kept shaking their fist and planting their Dorito-crusted swamp ass all over this game's reputation, calling the developers lazy for not adding swimming. This is what's wrong with modern gaming. No swimming. They don't care about the detail. My immersion is ruined. Like, what are you, 6 years old? Your immersion? What, you need to see the character do a fucking breaststroke in order to clap in your chair and enjoy the game? Like, what the fuck? It is not an open world game. Some of the greatest games of all time don't have swimming in there. I didn't see anyone making a big hoopla when Elden Ring didn't have swimming mechanics and water levels. People just genuinely want every game to fail and will find the most outlandish things to pretend to be upset about in regards to them. I know, that was devastating to look at. What you just bore witness to was Gamers 9/11. No swimming in Mafia the Old Country. Instead, an invisible wall prevents you from frolicking in the sun and splashing around in the water. It's heartbreaking. It's horrifying, actually. I'm gonna have a conniption. Who gives a fuck? This is not an open world game. It is not a series that has ever been known for its swimming. In fact, in the entire Mafia franchise, there is one game that lets you swim in a limited capacity, and it's Mafia 3, the one everybody hates. Like, this is ridiculous to pretend that this matters to you. I don't understand. It's such a stupid thing to get up in arms about, especially because this game is doing exactly what a lot of people have been crying about wanting more of. It is a $50 game, by the way. It is not the overpriced $70 or $80 experiences now that we've been getting fucking shoveled down our throats. It is $50, meaning it is a reasonably priced AAA game, which is extremely refreshing. There's only a handful of these, like notably Expedition 33. And it is also a linear, single-player game with a huge focus on its narrative. Exactly things people have been demanding more of in the AAA space. Now this comes out and people still aren't pleased because they can't go into the deep water. They can't go live out their immersive fantasy of being a mob-associated mermaid. Like, this is stupid. Why bloat a game like this with mechanics that aren't even utilized like swimming? But here's the thing, what's even more fucking crazy. They did add swimming animations to it for the sake of immersion. It's just you can't go out into the sunset like that. You can jump into deep water and you will swim before being brought back to shore. I forgot to turn my face cam off while watching that so you can get the real-time Charles reaction to seeing this riveting piece of information surface about the swimming animation actually being present in Mafia the Old Country, contrary to the popular belief spread around Twitter. And as with everything, it is impossible for people to admit that they were wrong, so when this information hit the mainstream, people said, oh, it's even lazier than I thought. Oh, so there is swimming animations, but it just fades to black and you're back on the dock? Oh my god, this is deplorable. I will never buy another game from this company ever. The laziness is palpable. They're getting paid to do fucking nothing over there. When this is like literally the exact thing tons of other games that are beloved do. Try swimming in Arkham Knight or something. See what happens. It's exactly the same. It's just, people are so desperate to find the most trivial things to harp on for a reason to hate a new game. And this isn't even a game I have any interest in playing myself, by the way. I initially thought it'd be fun to play through, but then when I watched some other streamers play it, it didn't really seem like I'd be overly invested in it. But now, out of pure spite for this controversy, I feel like diving in. It's just so infuriating. Because, I mean, like I said, this game does a lot of things that people have been begging for in the space for a while. Reasonably priced, story-driven, single-player. Like, it is people have been hoping for more of those, and now it's here, and it's still not good enough because the swimming wasn't up to their standards. It's just craziness. I find it hard to believe that these are real people. I just have a hard time coming to terms with losers like this actually existing. It's such a meaningless argument to have. Because even if let's say this game did have swimming, there would equally be a chance that it would have been controversial to have swimming because people would say, you can swim in Mafia the Old Country, yet they never use it in the game. What a waste of development time. What a waste of budget. Why even hire people to work on swimming in a game that doesn't use it? Bloat. Like, it could have easily swung the other way, too, if they did have swimming. Like, I've seen that complaint plenty of times from games that offer a ton of mechanics, many of which don't even get utilized. People say it was a waste of time, a waste of resources and money. So, you can't really win. Like, the absence of swimming here is like the most useless shit ever, because in so many games, like I mentioned, you can't swim. It's not like this is exclusive to just this, and it's not exclusive to just modern games either. Go back 10 years, 20 years, whatever. Some of the best games ever made do not have swimming in them. Like, it is just an immutable fact. If a game doesn't require swimming, if it doesn't necessitate having swimming mechanics, why bother putting them in there? It doesn't even do anything for immersion anyway. The only place where you could have swimming and not really need a focus on it would be in like an open world game, which this is not. It is a story-driven, linear, single-player game. So why the fuck would you even bother wasting the time putting it there to begin with? It's just so brain dead. Now, I have been someone that's been pretty vocal about how modern games don't do a lot of the small stuff that older games used to. The best example of this is Left 4 Dead versus Back 4 Blood. Left 4 Dead spent a ton of time crafting really immersive gore elements that really breathed a lot of life into the game. It was extremely impressive and it looked amazing. Back 4 Blood, a much more recent game, like a decade after Left 4 Dead almost, didn't have anything near that level. And it's not just this example, like there are just so many modern games that don't do what a lot of the earlier games did when it comes to like destructible environments or like small things built in the game. Even just super simple stuff like having a plethora of animations that could possibly play depending on where you shoot an enemy or something. Nowadays, instead of spending all of that time and money on those like small elements, they'll focus more on like the big ticket stuff, the big picture things, as opposed to like these really small handcrafted details that used to be more prominent in earlier games. And that is an art that I miss. I wish there was more of it, but this is not an example of that. This is not like a modernized, lazy dev cutting corners type situation. This is literally a game that doesn't use swimming, doesn't need swimming, not having swimming, yet they do still have an animation for it should you choose to jump into the water. So, like, they did actually care about the immersion and detail to at least put in a swimming animation that'll play briefly before getting out of the water. Like, I think they did everything correctly when it comes to that. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. This shit is cringe. It was a stupid argument. This should have never been controversial in the first place. It's dumb. That's really about it. So, yeah. Over a decade ago, I told a story that still to this day is the most unbelievable true story I have. It is a riveting, exhilarating tale of disgust, horror, and inspiration. I literally just blue screened right there, just trying to find the right words to describe this experience. And I hadn't told this story in over a decade, at least I don't remember talking about it, but a week ago for the other channel, we had Wubby and his crew down, and one of the videos we filmed was a little game where you would either tell a lie or tell the truth, and then a team would have to guess if that was make-believe, phony baloney, or a legitimate experience, and I got tasked with telling a truth. So I chose this story because it just sounds like it couldn't be possible, yet it is. It is the story of my sophomore year of college when I went up to Michigan State to party, and I met one hell of a woman up there, I'll tell you what. When I was in college, at 19 years old, I, even back then, had a big fear of flying, but I had a buddy of mine I knew on Xbox Live. His name was Kyle. He was in a frat at Michigan State. I forgot the name of the frat, but he had invited me to their big parties. I think it was for St. Patty's Day. They were doing like a weekend of partying. And this is when I first started to be social, and I said, you know what?
fucking do it live. I bought a plane ticket, accepted the invitation. I went to Michigan State University, and I went to their parties. I met a lovely woman at one of the house parties. I got her number, we chatted. Didn't hear from her for like a day. She texted me the next night, and I was violently high. Ill, very ill. I had inhaled the bong water from a gravity bong. Ooh. I was struggling. I didn't know right from left. She had texted me to come over that evening. I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity. I had a buddy of mine drive me to her apartment. When I got there, she offered some wonderful accoutrements.
Excuse me?
One of which was a blowjob. I didn't.
Oh. I say lie. What do you guys think?
I was still in a fugue state. I peed all in her mouth. and
what the fuck?
Of course, there's only so much space in this cavity, so she popped off. I peed everywhere in that bedroom. To which she said, "I can't do this right now." So she went into the shower to clean off, and I sat there in shame and confusion.
Truth?
I was so quick at the start of the story to think oh yeah, this is true. I didn't even have to think twice. It's
so unbelievable.
That last bit, I am praying for you that is a lie.
I have so many questions. Yeah.
I think we get quite a few. They grilled him.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, the most unbelievable thing, you flew?
Yeah, I did. I flew.
Yeah.
It was one of only, I think, 8 or 9 times I've flown. It was a solo flight. Because I was finally socializing. This was a huge opportunity.
Did she gag when you pissed in her mouth?
I think she thought it was cum at first. And then when it was very yellow, it became more apparent that it was not.
Okay.
Okay.
But she did not throw up.
This might just have you explain it again, but I'm very confused how that happened. Yeah. Were you hard? I mean, I have to be real here. Were you hard?
Yeah.
And then you just started. I don't think I've ever mixed that up. So you ripped a gravity bong, you said.
Multiple times.
And you were nauseous during it?
Oh, I inhaled the bong water. I thought I was begging to...
Right.
Yeah, I was begging. I was begging to go to the hospital.
And you were very hot. Very hot.
It's just
a common theme.
Was this like a homemade plastic bottle one, or is it like an actual
bucket? I don't remember at all. It was a weapon.
You would remember that.
I have a question. I know I'm not the question asking team, but did you say she said she can't do this?
Can't do this right now. Right now. Do this right now. We'll come back. Also, I like how we said. One of which, out of the many offerings she gave, one of which was. How did it end? Did I miss that? She went and showered and then.
We became good friends.
Did you stay the night?
Yeah.
This is no. And that was the first time that you had met them.
Earlier. The party.
Yeah. Yeah, but you met them like that.
You
peed in a girl's mouth and it worked out to where you could stay in the home.
Like that.
Did she like it?
No.
Well, she said not right now.
I think I'm on full. This is a lie. It has to be a lie. I think that this is how could we bring the beginning elements of this are probably true, but especially the end of it is there's no way. He potentially pissed into the carpet of a woman's home.
Yeah.
You don't stay after that. No. She don't keep you there. Was this I don't care if you're the most suave motherfucker on earth. If you pee into someone's mouth and on their floor the night you met them, you're not staying the night. No, she was sober. This is so a lie. This is so a lie. Okay, why do you think it's true? Because we should get to the bottom of this. This is our one shot here. Yeah.
His reactions are
He was dying laughing, and so was the crew. That's why I think that some of it's true. Like bits of it. Yeah. But not. There's just 0% chance. I can't believe that he peed in a girl's mouth and then stayed and watched TV. And hung out. Yeah.
Family maybe everything was
Check this out.
Check out Spider Ham.
You'll never guess what Stewie said.
Yeah, okay. I can get to lie.
Well, okay.
Because
I have a question.
her reaction just being no gagging.
I'm gonna go shower.
No,
I'm gonna go shower and then come back.
I cannot do this right now.
And then staying the night.
The staying the night is
What'd
not
you guys
that
do
weird
after?
to me.
some dirty deeds.
You went around too.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Can we just lock And she was sober?
As far as I know,
What?
yeah.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
Did this
wait,
woman
wait,
have
wait.
a septum piercing?
No.
That's
Okay, wait, I have
valid question. Valid question.
How long were you already an established content creator at this point?
Oh, good
I was
question.
faceless.
I think maybe it's a lie.
What did he say?
He said no.
I was faceless.
What is that? He was
He was
19.
faceless.
What is that?
Oh, he's
You're saying
19
he can't pull?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying if you were as large
No,
as
I
he
get
is
it.
now and you piss in a girl's mouth,
She
you're
would
gonna
come
ask
back.
them to still
Yeah,
fuck them.
I agree. What? Lie?
Lie?
I think it's a lie. And if all of that is true, hats off to
good on you.
However the fuck that happened.
Also, you delivered
now
it really
it's
well.
on the other channel forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a lie,
I'm gonna go lie
Charlie.
as
I go
well.
lie.
I'm gonna lie.
Locking it in?
Locking it in.
It's the truth. I've actually told this story once before, right after it happened in like 2014.
I remember that.
You made it into a video?
Well, I was playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, you guys aren't gonna believe this. No, she's married. She got married years ago.
That's tough.
Do not say her name.
Do not.
Every
what were the other
single
recruits from?
aspect
I have
of
so
that.
many more questions now.
She had sex with him after he peed in her mouth.
She must have been a chill lass.
That's one way to word it.
That's
yeah,
so
that
nice.
is one way to word it.
She was a trooper.
She really stuck it out for
Yeah.
you. That's awesome.
I can't do this right now. I'll be right back.
Just give me a second.
Well, she really meant right now because she went and then came back and was like, all right, now I am.
Don't pee in me
I
again.
guess, I guess she thought that you were going to say that. She goes, oh, maybe not that, but...
So it was a college apartment, so like it was very cramped. Yeah. It was separate rooms, but since it was a college apartment like room, it's very cramped. So her bookshelf was right next to the bed.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Harry Potter collection.
Oh my fucking God.
So I went back and checked that Five Nights at Freddy's video to see if there was any details I missed. And I don't remember keeping it so vague. So I remembered in that video when I was talking about it, it was a few days after it happened, and I was worried that if I mentioned drug usage, like about being high, it would get the video taken down or I'd be in trouble. So I do remember deliberately omitting that detail, but what I didn't recall until I went back and rewatched that video is that in its place, I made it seem as though I just stubbornly refused to pee, like crossed my arms. No, I will not tinkle. I'm gonna be a big man and get a blowjob with a full bladder. Which is just an unhinged mentality. But probably the biggest revelation from rewatching that was that I've misremembered what she said. I'm going to trust my word from almost 12 years ago where I said that she verbatim stated that she can't deal with this. I remembered her saying that she just can't do this right now because she went and showered. And I can only imagine what she saw when she came back. Just like dripping urine all over the place like a fucking horror movie scene with me sitting on the bed, cock and balls out, probably rocking back and forth with my eyes rolled in the back of my skull like a fucking exorcism scene. Because I did just have like a demon expelled from my wiener. She done sucked the urine devil out of me there. And yeah, we did hook up that night. And as I said in the Five Nights at Freddy's video, we did see each other quite a bit after that. Came over the following day, we did it all over again, sans the pissing everywhere. And then, even when I came home, we stayed in contact. I was desperately looking through my old photos because I had remembered I had taken a photo right after I broke my pinky playing pickup basketball, and I sent it to her. And I was like mewing, and I thought it was a really cool picture. Also, my pinky never fully healed. So that's why I have this like really fucked up pinky that I can't fully extend. And I sent her that. I don't even remember why. I think it was unprompted. And she was like, oh, that's pretty cool, I guess. So like, yeah, I mean, we stayed in contact. And then I remember a buddy of mine told me she had got married at some point or something. So yeah, definitely an experience I will never forget. She was great. And it's been a long time since I've dusted off this story. So it was a lot of fun to go down memory lane again. That's really about it. So yeah. I saw 2 videos today that really had me salivating to yap. The first one is an unruly customer whose entitlement is infuriating, and she squared off against an employee at Sonic who was just having none of that nonsense.
Give me the receipt.
I don't have a receipt.
Then you can't get it. I need the receipt.
Okay.
I shop in here. I should come here every day. So you're telling me some bullshit, Andrew.
Now, we don't have the previously on Dragon Ball Z explanation for what's led up to this. She starts filming in the middle of the confrontation. He's double fisting cups here. He's got 4 cups stacked on top of each other like they're fucking Lego bricks here. I'm assuming he confiscated them from this woman, who then goes back to this bench showcasing she's still got oodles more. She's got a whole collection here. And a couple of them seem to be kind of contaminated with what looks to be dirt and flies, so I think they're really old cups. I believe what's happened here, and this is just a hunch here, a little game theory, I believe she goes to Sonic with old cups in order to get free refills on drinks, because the employees would think that, oh, she's got a cup, thus she must have made this purchase, and she treats herself to these free beverages by using these ancient relics that she's probably had for years. She mentions point blank that she goes there every day, and I'm assuming she's always traveling with the One Piece here, all of these cups, and today she encountered the Zen Master, Andrew, who hit him with the Matumbo, no, 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 no. He put the kibosh on it. And you can hear him say in the beginning, show me your receipt. If you don't show me the receipt, you can't get, and then he starts, and I think he was saying refill, I believe. So I'm pretty confident that's what's happening here. Andrew is not playing ball with this garbage here. He's not letting her just go in and just fill up these old fucking cups there at the beverages for free. And now she's making a huge stink about it. And she is recording this herself with no shame at all, believing that she's in the right, which is always just baffling to me that delusion like this exists.
I'm gonna call corporate and I'm gonna send this video.
You think I give a fuck?
Okay.
Like,
Andrew.
genuinely, like, you think I give a fuck? Like,
Okay.
honestly, like,
First of all,
record
he
this,
brings you the wrong cups of
record this,
cup.
record this.
I'm recording it.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Oh, now you're getting out of line.
I love that the other dude chimes in. Wait a minute, wait now, you've gone too far, you've crossed the line. How dare you say, shut the fuck up to this angel over here who's hooting and hollering about no longer getting free drinks from these old cups she keeps fucking bringing in here. Andrew is 100% in the right. Even if I'm not 100% correct on, like, the actual situation here, I think her attitude is just so fucking awful. I hate that level of entitlement. I'm gonna call corporate. Ooh, oh no, she's alting. Like, come on, get the fuck out of here. I love how Andrew handled it. Just uncaring. I don't care. Shut up. Leave. Like, that's the way you have to sometimes handle people like this. It's really the only way. She threatens his job. Andrew hits her with one of these. And he is just not taking any of this horseradish. And he shouldn't. I cannot stand people that berate and harass and exploit employees working in the customer service field. I know I talk about this all the time, but it is just so low. It is just so shameful to act like this woman here. I hate this shit. And pranksters, I know I make fun of them till the cows come home when they do things like this to insult and treat these employees like props. And it's just refreshing to see Andrew's attitude during this interaction, just shutting this shit down right away, not playing ball with it at all. And I can only hope that he doesn't lose his job for it. This video blew up, so I'm hoping he doesn't, like, get fired or something. Because there is a reason why employees don't often, put customers in their place like this, because there is a fear of them losing their job. So in most cases, employees grit their teeth and just bear it. Just take the verbal abuse from these unruly assholes, these fucking degenerate customers. Anyway, I just wanted to commend Andrew here for this. This was a banger response to her, Karen freak out moment here over what I think is refills with all of the cups that she brings. Now, the next video I want to talk about is kind of similar in spirit. It is another unruly customer who is berating an employee, but this one goes on for an extremely long time.
You don't give a fuck. Wait till you get fired. You stupid as shit, bro.
I'm stupid.
I bet you just got this job. You just got this job. You just got this job.
She could have came in.
She don't gotta pump shit, you dumb bitch. Shut up. You could refund our money, you dumb fuck, because you don't know your job, you fat bitch. Wait till the cops come, bro.
Is it that big?
You are stupid. Talking about hostile. Of course I'm gonna be hostile. I've been here since 10:30 waiting for your dumb ass. You ain't gonna do shit. You just gonna keep running your mouth and clapping and talking to your invisible friend. You wanna keep talking to your invisible friend. You don't know how to refund? Wait till this go to your corporate. You calling police on customers that paid you. I just bought 9 scratch-offs from your dumb ass. But you gonna call police on the customer that paid you, right? You got $20 in my pump, but I don't have my money, right?
There's a lot to unpack here. So he starts this video insulting the cashier here at the gas station, calling her a bunch of names. She is also starting to get pretty wound up about the whole thing, naturally, because this guy is just harassing her now. It apparently stems from her not knowing how to process the refund that he's requesting. She might be, like, new here. And somehow this asshole thinks that by insulting her relentlessly and filming her, that's going to somehow speed up this process of getting the refund that he's requesting. She's going to all of a sudden just, Eureka! Oh, now that you called me a bitch for the 400th time, now I know how to do this refund. Thanks, sir! Obviously, it's going to do nothing to actually solve the issue at hand here. It's just unreasonable. This guy is just an insufferable douchebag. And I also think, and again, this is just a hunch, I actually think that this is part of a quick change scam. He mentioned that he bought 9 scratch-offs and then also has $20 in the pump, and now he is just hurling a bunch of insults at her, trying to make her panic and make her uneasy. To me, that has all the telltale signs of a quick change scam. For those that don't know, that is something where someone will make like a bunch of small purchases very quickly to try and like overload a cashier into giving them more money back than they needed, because they lose track of what they're actually supposed to give back on the refund. So by him constantly insulting her and throwing out like a bunch of things about the purchases and how much money's over there versus these 9 scratch-offs, I need my refund now, that kind of thing, to me it feels like he is trying to overload her and get this refund, which will actually be more money than he spent on these smaller amounts. But again, that's just a hunch. I have no proof of that. That just feels like it checks all the boxes to that scam.
So whose fault is it? Yours. Clearly yours. I paid you for scratch-offs. You don't know how to refund the money. You don't know how to pump the gas tank. So who's untrained? I need to talk to your store manager. I need to talk to your corporate. I need to talk to everybody about you.
You need to talk to your mother and ask her if she was drinking during her pregnancy, because you're fucking dumb, man. So he mentions here about the lottery tickets that he purchased and then mentions the refund. So it sounds like he's trying to demand a refund from her for the lottery tickets and the pump. He's in Florida. He mentions UCF and he mentions Apopka, Florida. Lottery ticket sales here are non-refundable. Those sales are final. You can't get refunded once you buy those tickets, you fucking goober, you idiot. So again, I feel like this is part of his scam where he's trying to confuse this cashier who might be new here and doesn't know how the refunds work, so that way he can get more money back than what he spent on these purchases of 9 scratch-offs apparently, and like the gas that he put, or the money that he put into the pump for gas, that kind of thing.
You're gonna be on YouTube, 7-Eleven Employee of the Year. What is your name? Let's get that. Let's get that. Oh, take it off, Evelyn. I see that E for the camera, calling customers bitches too. Calling customers bitches too, right? You lucky somebody don't do something to your big ass, bro.
Clearly I didn't say
Fuck, bro. I've been here since 10:30. You don't know how to refund some fucking gas. It's 11 o'clock now.
Like I said, this goes on for a really long time. He's just constantly insulting her. Eventually, she also insults them as well, which he has a field day with. He really thinks he's got her in a checkmate position now.
You took 10 people before me before fixing a problem. Of course I'm gonna be mad as shit. I don't got time to just stay here all day because you don't know your fucking job, trying to blame it on me.
Aren't you supposed to give her your card though that you paid with?
Bruh, she does not know shit and her employee left her. That's what's so fucked up. The guy left her and said, oh, she's gonna refund your money, sir. Don't worry. But she don't know how to do this shit, bruh.
Get more tiddlywinks of lore here. It sounds like there was another employee here that this guy must have been annoying, and he eventually just said, fuck this, she'll take care of you, man, I'm out of here. So now he's set his targets on her, and she can't just walk out and leave. So now he's going all in, insulting and attacking her, and the girl he's with mentions his card. So it sounds like he paid with card for the gas. You can't pay with card for lottery tickets, so he definitely didn't use card for lottery tickets. You also can't get lottery tickets refunded, by the way. Not in Florida. So the only possible refund would be for the 20 clams that he mentions I guess got lost in limbo while pumping, or maybe there was a malfunction and it didn't pump. But since he paid with card, let's say that he didn't use the full amount of the 20 or something like that. Whatever went unused will go back to your card. Like, I'm very confused on what the issue is, if there even is one. If this isn't like an actual scam attempt, then I'm very confused on like what happened here. But regardless, the way that he's treating this employee does nothing to solve this problem at all, or help in any way, shape, or form. He's just an asshole.
So I'm supposed to just stand here and just keep watching people get rang up, right? That makes sense, right? Go ahead, sir. I've just been here since 10:30. Get your shit, have fun. You feel me? That does not make sense, though. And then she's sitting here calling the police on me because I'm mad about it. So the police is on the way, cuz.
What else is she supposed to do, man? Honestly, what is she supposed to do? You just stay here filming her, harassing her, insulting her. None of that is going to give her the tutorial on how to process your refund. So what are the other solutions? Like, what else is she supposed to do besides just call the police?
She can't give me my money. She got me waiting for the police because she don't know her fucking job.
Where did our money go?
Wow. You're not gonna do shit. You're gonna lose your job. You ain't going to jail. If you do go to jail, it's gonna be when the cops come here and fire your ass because you won't leave. The fuck, bro? I'm trying to drive to UCF, not be in this fucking Opapka. Fuck, bro.
What, I pay with cash?
Pay with card. You take my car back and refund it, or you put the, like, bro, I worked in gas stations. This shit ain't that hard.
One of the other customers is also pretty confused. You're saying, so you paid with cash? And he's like, no, I paid with card. So you're supposed to take my card back and refund it, or and you know, it's not that hard. Why didn't you finish that sentence? Or you what? You do what with it? You see, this is why I'm saying, like, I don't think that there's genuinely something that went awry. I do believe this is just part of the scheme where you confuse and overload the cashier, demanding this refund and a bunch of other things in order to make them give you a refund in an amount that is greater than what you should have received. I don't think that this is like a genuine problem that happened here. And again, even if it is, what he's done here isn't acceptable behavior. This shit is still foul. And it does nothing to actually solve a problem. All he does is just insult this woman for almost 4 straight minutes. And probably even longer, considering we're only tuning in towards the end of it. There's apparently a whole nother employee here who felt this guy's Karen-esque wrath. So it's just a douchebag, just genuinely an asshole.
So both of them, call corporate, call them. I already called them. She's gonna get fired. I got this video quick. She took her name tag off because she knows she's in the wrong. I hope you have fun at 7-Eleven because it's short-lived.
Damn, what a mic drop moment there. What a cool guy. So yeah, he sucks. I wanted to make fun of him and also commend Andrew in that first clip for how he handled that other entitled asshole customer. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. You already know what time it is. We're tuning in to a new batch of Pokemon scalpers getting into their little clown scuffles over some precious product that they can turn around and try and resell online. I'm only half joking when I say that Pokemon scalpers should be officially labeled as terrorists. Like, genuinely, if you are a scalper, you should be forced onto a registry, like as a national security threat. Because these are just violent degenerates. We already saw a young woman who was murdered in Chile for her Pokemon cards because they wanted to get their grubby little paws on her product so they could turn around and resell it. We saw someone recently shot here in America over a disagreement in the Pokemon vending machine line. We've seen oodles of fights that are showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, homie. I'm gonna crack you, homie. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? We gonna fight. I don't fight. You don't fight. What you gonna do? What? You don't fight, huh? Why you touch me? Why you touch me? Fucking touch me, bitch.
Hits him with the pepper spray and then boot scooting boogies out of there as quickly as possible with his one box there. It was all worth it, baby. So here's 2 scalpers throwing down the old clown fiesta, which has become commonplace at Pokemon vending machines or really anywhere that sells Pokemon product at this point. As I've said numerous times, it becomes a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw out all logic and reason, and they just start throwing knuckle sandwiches at each other. In this case, he brought out the pepper spray, so he just pepper sprayed this man and then ran away from him. These fucking losers will fight and fuck their way to one box of Pokemon product just to make like $5 off it online. There is no more pathetic existence than being someone like this.
Guys, stop. Break it up.
So here's an interesting one. So apparently the construction workers ganked this guy over a disagreement about Pokemon product in the store because the construction workers had apparently been very disrespectful to a child who had showed up for this product, allegedly. I don't think any children actually ever even get a chance to go to the Pokemon card aisle because it's like walking into Salty Spittoon. You gotta go through like the greasiest fucking gauntlet of goobers imaginable. Plus these loveless, lifeless, worthless piles of shit clear out the entire aisle within the first 10 minutes of the store even being open, so there's not even morsels left for children. But I guess in a very rare instance here, there was. Probably Perfect Order, because scalpers are now just leaving Perfect Order because they can't resell it as effectively as previous sets. So maybe that's what it was, but the construction workers didn't get the memo that it's not the hot product to scalp anymore. Apparently there was a kid that was looking to get product. These assholes were being rude about it or something. So then this guy stepped in the middle of it, and then the construction workers tried to lay a beat down. You can see that one, like, elderly gentleman, the fucking octogenarian's, like, climbing on the guy's back, throwing sucker punches. He looks like a squirrel that's trying to get his licks in. And then we have another angle of this scuffle, and I swear to God, that old guy is throwing his punches in slow motion. It's like he's lagging. I'm watching a punch thrown at 4 FPS.
Break it up. Break it up. Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, bro. You look up to my dad. He's talking about hitting a little kid, bro.
I love that the douchebag that had to go 2v1 against this guy is calling the other guy a pussy. You just had to have your little sidekick, your little pocket-sized buddy there, wrapped around his back in order to try and get some of your punches in. And you're calling the other guy a pussy, even though he ate all of your wet noodle punches with no problem at all, and you have the gall to call him a pussy, even though you had to 2v1 him? Oh my god, these scalpers are sickening. Now, of course, there's a very real chance that the other guy is also a scalper, but at the very least, what he's saying seems like something a rational person would have an issue with. Like, hey man, you are cutting in front of this kid and disrespecting a child. This is a hobby for child. This is Pokemon cards. Like, he is calling sense into this. At the very least, I can respect that. And he held his own in a 2v1 here against these relentless, violent lunatics here. All over Pokemon cards, mind you. And I'm going to tell you something. Those 3 dudes, there's 3, but only 2 of them got involved in the fight. The other one was in the cuck chair. Those 3 dudes, I'm gonna tell you, probably aren't collectors. And they probably don't play the card game either. I don't think they're avid Pokemon TCG enthusiasts. I have a hunch that they might just be scalpers and they're here on their lunch break, so they decided to scoot on in and try and get some product to maybe make a couple of fucking doubloons after work, selling it to a local card shop for an extra $1. Like, it's just so pathetic. I went back and double-checked seeing if there was any more lore and context I could give of what led up to this. Apparently, it wasn't just, like, being rude to the kid or, like, cutting in front of him. They apparently threatened to slap a child at the Pokemon aisle for this product.
Bro, that's a kid. It's Pokemon. No, bro. Come on, meet me outside, bro. Meet me outside. Come on. Wait for me outside. Both of y'all grab me. Wait for me outside. Ain't nobody grabbing you, bro. You acting for nothing, bro. Bro, I will go beat the shit out of you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. I'm telling you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think you would, though. You and Grandpa just 2v1 this guy and couldn't do it. So I feel like one-on-one would be even worse for you. You tried to tag team this guy and still couldn't beat his ass or anything like that. I don't know why you're talking so tough when you look like such a bitch here. Again, sucker punches from the back and still eating your punches from the front and handling you just fine. I think that guy probably would have won if he did actually step outside with them. It's just pure lunacy. There is no low that these scalpers won't sink to. If that is true about them threatening to slap a child over Pokemon cards, like, it's completely indefensible, man. These are such worms.
Hands on, hands off. Get live. Pokey Streets in Meyer, baby. Let's go. Let's get them. Who's got them hands? Here we go. Pokey Streets. Let's get it. Oh, shit. Whose man is that?
At first I thought this was at an airport or something. I thought they started introducing Pokemon cards there, which wouldn't even surprise me. Everywhere is, because they just fly off the shelves, mainly because of these fucking scumbags that constantly swoop in and camp out for hours waiting to get their hands on a box of Pokemon. But I believe this is at Walmart, and tensions are bubbling over because there was a chair that was left in line, and then when the person came back to get the chair that was holding their place in line, they came back with 8 people. So someone left a chair and then came in with an entire clown car of people here to scalp the Pokemon product. So then that led to an argument in there, and then things started to get heated. The guy filming's delivering some commentary on it like he's watching a sport.
Get live. Fucking let him know. He's got a crutch. That ain't fair. Man, Pokemon cards, you all are wildin'. He's pulling up, bro. Don't count him off the fight. He's pulling up.
He's gonna go at him in the crutch, really?
He said, tag team, you want some? We getting some. Lion Meyer, baby, we live. He don't want jack shit. He want none of that. Sheesh. This was worth the wake up. Sheesh. Get an Eli.
I'm gonna tell you something that seemed like a mismatch. The guy with the crutch actually had maybe 200 pounds and a whole foot on the other guy in the hoodie who kept throwing up one of these sets here like he was about to use some kind of Tekken move. I don't know what he thought would happen had he not been held back. This was probably just one of those peacocking things where he was trying to appear really big and was just very grateful that his friend was squeezing his tits and holding him back. Because had he been unleashed there, I think the guy with the crutches would have actually just fucking dismantled him. And when that guy lifted the crutch over his head, I thought we were about to see some Looney Tunes type shit where he bonks him on the head and he starts seeing stars and all of that. I thought it was about to get like real WWE-esque, but it didn't. I guess things simmered down after the screaming match there.
I pulled are only like 20 to 30 bucks. And it makes me mad every time it does that. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a notification. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, guys. Getting a notification.
Here's a little bonus I wanted to slip in here because this clip blew up. This is a whatnot scammer. This guy is Clayton's Cards, and Clayton hatched a nefarious scheme. So this is a rip and ship. For those that don't know what that is, you pay the streamer to open packs for you and you get the pulls from it. So someone is paid for this pack, and Clayton is going through the pack, and then he happens to catch a glimpse of the hit at the back. You can see that there is a foil in the back, potentially a really big chase card, and Clayton notices this, and the world stands still. Time ceases to exist. And he starts to cook a little bit. He starts to activate some neurons, and he decides, you know what? I want it. I can't do this. So he does something where he says he's getting notifications and he pulls the entire thing off screen and he swaps out the card. This is a bait and switch. It's a pretty standard scam, but usually they're not as blatantly obvious as this. And also, you can see enough of the card here so people figured out what the card was. It is literally a $3 card. So what he did is he bait and switched on a $3 card to one of the sellers here to scam them. He did inevitably get banned, but look at how he tries to finish the show here and get away with it.
Hey, yo, Nat, you go crazy. Can everybody hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, I'm getting notifications for Amber Alerts.
You all know I'm not a big Nintendo enthusiast. Love their games, hate the company. I have not bought a Nintendo product in a long time now, and I don't have any plans on starting anytime soon. I just do not agree with the company's business practices, full stop. And I am proven time and time again to be on the correct side of history with this personal decision of mine. I cannot stand this company. I'm sure a lot of you are seeing the headlines right now about how Nintendo has successfully filed a patent in the US on summoning a character and letting it fight another. Basically, the media is claiming that this patent is going to stop other games from having summoning that will allow the summon to follow you and fight others for you, which is a very basic gameplay mechanic for tons and tons and tons of games. Summoning has been a staple in gaming since the beginning of time, since the first couple of cavemen banging stones together, thinking of video games in his head. Summoning has just always been there. Obviously, this is laser focused on PAL World because Nintendo is deep on that case. They're pulling out all the stops. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to recruit God Almighty to come down and smite PAL World HQ for the sin of stepping on Pokemon's creature-catching toes. But tons of people are worried with the way that the patent is currently filed that this will hit things far beyond just creature-catching games. It will hit tons of products that have summoning as a mechanic, which is a very basic gameplay element. So things like Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona, or even classes in video games that use pets and minions. So like Diablo with Necromancy, World of Warcraft with Hunter, where you'd summon your pets to go attack the bad guys, that kind of thing. They believe that this patent is also potentially going to have ramifications on that, which again is a very basic gameplay element that games have used for decades. And I've now read through the patent, suffered through all of those pages because I could not believe that this would even be something that could be successfully filed because it's unenforceable. Like, you can't expect every game that uses summoning to now not be able to do that because they'd, be fucking suckling off the teat of Nintendo's patent. There's just no world where that would actually go through properly. It couldn't. And after the agonizing misery of going through all of these pages, which at times feel unnecessarily bloated in explanations, especially their background, like, Jesus Christ, you could have boiled that down to like a page or two. Like, holy shit, that's like me explaining a peanut butter and jelly in like fucking 2,000 words. But like, I went through all of this, and it seems like a lot of it is pretty specific, though I do think there is wiggle room for some broad interpretations of the filing. It seems like what they are specifically claiming are kind of pretty like laser guided on PAL World itself. It seems like they're mainly just using patents as a weapon solely for PAL World. But I do think it opens the door that there could be some problems down the line in other avenues, but I would be very surprised to see this patent actually having an effect on any games currently out there that aren't PAL World, which I still think is just dog shit. And I hate this direction Nintendo takes these days where they patent everything. Everything Nintendo has ever used in a game, Nintendo now wants to patent to stop others from even thinking about exploring creative options with those kind of mechanics. I think that is so anti-creative expression, and it is stifling to creativity in this medium. I think it super sucks. So even if this is specific enough to only hurt PAL World, I still think this is fucking horrible overall, where anytime there's a game that they have issue with, they'll just patent things around it, so that way they can more effectively take them down. So let's go ahead and take a deeper dive here into exactly what they've now registered, what Nintendo owns entirely that no one else can touch anymore. This is their holy grail mechanics. Performing control of moving a player character on a field in a virtual space based on a moving operation input. Performing control of causing a sub-character to appear on the field based on a first operation input. And when an enemy character is placed at a location where the sub-character is caused to appear, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a first mode in which the battle proceeds based on an operation input, and when the enemy character is not placed at the location where the sub-character is caused to appear, starting automatic control of automatically moving the sub-character that has appeared, and performing control of moving the sub-character in a predetermined direction on the field, based on a second operation input, and when the enemy character is placed at a location of a designation, controlling a battle between the sub-character and the enemy character by a second mode in which the battle automatically proceeds. I know that jargon can be a little confusing and hard to understand exactly what it's saying. Unfortunately, that's just how a lot of patent filings sound like somebody overdosing while trying to explain string theory. This article kind of breaks it down into like what exactly it means. So like move character in virtual space, summon character, call it sub-character, by which means it's not the player character. For example, a little monster like a Pokemon that the player has at its disposal. Then there's alternating scenarios here where the sub-character is summoned in a place where there's already a character, so then it will fight. And then it is summoned in a place where there is not another character, so it doesn't fight immediately. The final step is about sending the sub-character in a direction, then letting an automatic battle ensue with another character. Then if you look at their flowchart, they have like the entire thing broken down here about the field processing. You move character, control enemy character, they come in contact. Basically it goes through what a battle looks like. So then throwing motion instruction, and then it goes through their checks. Is there selection target? And then if there is, sub-character will appear. Sub-character fights. Basically, if you read through this, it is like the Pokemon formula. This may be a look at the Krabby Patty and what goes on it here, but this isn't actually overly relevant to the patent and their claims in it. This is them laying out their flow as examples of their processing and how all of it plays out. That is not what they are specifically targeting. So that's figures 18 through 22, and they're shown as an example of how their processing is executed in these games. But the patent isn't aiming to just patent everything you read in that flowchart. Reading through this patent, it is looking at these sub-characters that get summoned, and if they are summoned on top of an enemy in a persistent environment, it will automatically fight the enemy. If it is summoned when there is no enemy present, it will follow the player around performing autonomous actions, that kind of thing. Specifically, I believe it would be manual versus automatic. So if a game has both manual and automatic battling for these summons, then these would apply. So like, if you're summoned skeletons or something as a necromancer, if there are no enemies, they will go find one and then automatically fight it, I believe, would then be an application. Again, it is pretty confusing. But what they are listing here with their Pokemon flow is just examples of what, like, they have and what they aim to protect through these patents. The claims are the important parts of what they are filing, which many are interpreting as pretty broad. And there is room that it could be viewed broadly. Yes, it seems like it looks to, put the lock and key on Nintendo's toys so no one ever gets to play with them again. But the way that you can read this filing does apply to more than just, like, the creature catching aspect of Nintendo Pokemon games and stuff like that. Like, I can understand confusion because it is confusing. It is weird. It is messy. And this is entirely uncalled for and unnecessary. And even, again, if it is specific to Power World alone, this threat of a patent that Nintendo owns around summoning and certain things with summoning might just be a deterrent from someone else out there looking to explore a creature-catching game, or a game that uses some kind of summoning mechanics in, like, a container. Because Nintendo now has, like, the Pokeballs and, like, creatures held in something that you throw. Like, them just having so many patents that they squat on and them being as litigious and aggressive as they are, that in and of itself can just be a weapon. Like that fear of Nintendo coming at you legally for one of your gameplay ideas that maybe doesn't have anything to do with like Pokemon, but it could still fall under their interpretation of a patent, that now they don't want to like mess around with that idea anymore because they can't afford to get sued by Nintendo. Them just having all of these patents that are applying to broad ideas, even if they are specific enough in the actual filing, is still just scary to a lot of developers, I imagine, that can't afford to be targeted and attacked by Nintendo, even if they haven't done anything wrong. So they might not even take the chance of making that game. I just think it is just so shitty across the board. I feel like I got a little lost in the sauce on my explanation. Basically what I'm saying is, even if these patents are specific enough to only target Power World, which again I think is already shitty in and of itself, but even if it doesn't apply to other things, the confusion around these patents, and since they are targeting very basic gameplay ideas like summoning, people that are developing a game that uses summoning in some way that is even remotely adjacent to a creature catcher might be hesitant about pulling the trigger on development and going down that path because they could be afraid Nintendo would target them because of this patent. So like them just going down this path of patent everything, even if it doesn't target everyone now has to be aware of that and be like kind of worried, like, well, what's Nintendo going to do with it? And does it apply to my game? Is my game falling under these specific criteria? Because it might be, I'm not really sure. So it just becomes a big problem across the board, in my eyes. It just attacks creativity. It just makes it harder to explore ideas from other people because Nintendo might come after them. And Nintendo is not shy about going after, like, literally anybody. They will target someone that only has, like, 5 followers on itch.io if they think they stepped on their fucking trademarks or something. Like, they will. So it becomes just a blanket threat. Nintendo with patents is a grizzly bear with a bazooka. Truly just unpredictable, but very dangerous for sure. Like, it is just a legitimately concerning thing for developers because now Nintendo will enforce those patents strictly, and you're not entirely sure if, like, well, does my summoning mechanics fall under these criteria? Potentially, I'm not really sure, you know? It just becomes bad. I don't like it. I think it is super shitty, and I'm so fucking tired of Nintendo's antics. I still have no plans on buying any Nintendo products. That has not changed. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. I just saw a very interesting video from Scott Schaefer breaking down an emerging scam that's apparently popping off and very successful that seems to dust off an old method that was popularized on Reddit a long, long time ago. In the early days of Reddit, where updoots were the most sought-after currency since Bitcoin, the citizens of Reddit, the Narwhal Baconers at Midnight, came up with a strategy to farm these coveted updoots that everyone was chasing like the Fountain of Youth. In a nutshell, the strategy was take an image or a video from some unrelated person, usually like an older person or someone in a hospital, and then drum up a sob story like, this is, you know, old Peepaw Cletus. I loved him for so long. Yesterday he passed away, but his final wish was that this photo of him giving me a thumbs up reaches 50k karma and breaks the r/gaming super record. Can we make his last wish happen, guys? And then naturally people are like, oh, I'll support that, and then they all did. Well, now that exact same strategy is being used to sell drop-shipped items from Temu on TikTok, and it is blowing up.
I became aware of this scam not from TikTok, but a YouTube channel called Force Orbs. This channel is originally a TikTok account with the same name that moved all their videos to YouTube Shorts to try and scam more people. The page is all about promoting their custom Star Wars art, all made by one old man.
People said that you would destroy this shit, not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
Execute Order 66.
I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of nostalgic to see this scam again. I thought for sure this was a menace long since forgotten. I really cannot even picture the person that would see this video and think for 1 second that this is real. Like, I don't know who sees this and is like, oh man, this is heartbreaking. He's right. That video of that girl shooting a baseball at a car's window got so many views, but his Star Wars art is getting ridiculed? What kind of... What's happened to us? This is not right. I'm gonna buy 10 Force Orbs to support him and let him know how happy I am with this purchase. Of course, the reality is the old guy in the video here has no fucking clue what Force Orbs are. He is not involved with this at all. It's just some random douchebags that are drop shipping it, using this as their marketing tool here. He's become their mascot, the Toucan Sam to their cereal that they're peddling.
All of their videos are pretty much the same. It's a sad old man who makes custom Star Wars glass orb art, and he's upset because any clip on social media with a cute girl gets millions of views, but his videos trying to sell his art, no one watches. In many of the clips, he talks about that he's running out of money, and people in the comments taunt him, saying things like, "Grow up, old man. No one loves Star Wars anymore. Besides, nobody is buying your stupid Star Wars art."
Another classic. You rage bait and tug on the heartstrings here. Oh, look at what these people are saying about my Star Wars orbs. They say it's stinky and they don't want it. They say it's not art. They put art in quotations. They say nobody loves Star Wars anymore. Can we prove them wrong? Can you guys all buy my fucking art, please? Also, it's just such a dog shit comparison in the first place, by the way. It's unjust that this video has millions of views, but mine doesn't. Doesn't that just make you mad? Isn't that just the most upsetting thing ever? A real tearjerker. Now get your wallet out, please buy some of these Force Orbs I found on Temu.
But what this item actually is, really is just a customizable LED glass orb that you can find on sites like Temu for $16. Any photo you want can be uploaded into these, but the scammers are trying to sell these with preloaded Star Wars images and calling them Force Orbs. The real crime is on their website, where they are selling these for a whopping $60 a pop.
$60 is pennies to make this old man's dreams come true. Can we get his videos to 66 million views here so it matches that girl shooting a ball at a fucking car windshield? He deserves it, clearly. What? Come on, guys, what are we doing? If we each give him $1, we can afford one fucking Force Orb maybe at this absurd price. This is always probably my favorite part about these kind of scams. Like, it's not even so much like the goofiness of the videos they post and how fucking trash they are, but it's their preposterous level of greed where they'll mark up a Temu product like 2,000% and think anyone would be willing to buy that. Unfortunately, it seems like there are some gullible suckers that do because they want to, support this story that they've bought into hook, line, and sinker. But it should be just so obvious that this is fishy. I cannot picture the person that sees this and is like, "Oh, I'm getting my credit card out. $60 for a Force Orb, it's a little steep, but it's made with love and care." I could tell, because the TikTok video said so.
In the clips, it shows alleged production of the globes, but if you slow down the production videos, it seems to me that this might be AI footage, because the people in the video have weird body issues. Like this guy who has this weird crease in the middle of his forehead, and the arms in the next image look AI generated as well.
No, what? AI generated videos? As if. No such thing, not on TikTok. They wouldn't be using AI to show the production, that's all legitimate. The worker there with the wacky forehead, well, that's old Quirky Brows Joe. I mean, everyone knows that guy's got like that weird shit in there like an accordion. It's part of his identity. He's a zany character around the office that works with our favorite old guy at Force Orbs. Come on, don't be ridiculous. AI footage. My left shoe.
One thing that isn't AI, though, is the sad old man who shows up in every video who claims to be making all these orbs. With a reverse image search, I was able to find where this footage originally comes from, and it's from a TikTok account called TedDog13. TedDog has nothing to do with the Force Orb scam, and he seems to be a nice old man who created his TikTok account to help him make new friends online.
This is TedDog13. I want to thank you all for allowing me to make these videos.
He seems like a sweetheart. And like I said, this isn't anything new. This has been a scam that's existed for a while, but it kind of petered out and wasn't really popular for a while. But now, thanks to TikTok being such a strong marketing vessel and people so willing to just buy into a sad story and rally behind what they think is a good cause for these products on TikTok, people are now spinning that goodwill to exploit it. So now they're just drop shipping trash with fake stories around it, taking other people's videos, and then even using AI videos to try and, spruce it up a little bit to get people to buy into it. It is doing well. Force Orbs, I think, is the most comical example, but Scott Schaefer goes through a few more. It is a rampant issue across TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Another TikTok and YouTube scam channel known as Fuzzy Paw Slides is doing the same thing to push their scam products, but this time they've added another twist to the tale.
This is my last-ditch effort. Please stay to the end of this video, as it would help me tremendously. So my grandpa decided to take a leap of faith and start his own cat shelter. Currently, he's struggling to make ends meet and keep it open, so he decided to start making handmade cat slipper. He is the most kindest and talented person I know, but he has not received an order in 6 months. Please comment to boost this post and help support him.
Aww. Make handmade hand slip. Make handmade. You ever had a dream that you ever wanted the handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's so sweet. He opened his own cat sanctuary, but hasn't had an order for 6 months for his handmade cat slipper. Come on, guys, can you boost this post so we can all buy his handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's such a good story. What a story, Mark.
Sure enough, you can find slippers just like this on Alibaba, going anywhere from $1 to $3 for a pair, but the website for the scam is selling them marked down from $50 for the low price of only $30.
Fuck! I'm losing money not buying the handmade cat slipper. Only $30 for a handmade cat slipper to keep this old man's sanctuary running? Oh my god, the blood of those cats is gonna be on my hands if I don't support him. No!
Talk about a great deal. What truly is disgusting is they have a donate button, so you can help out their fake cat shelter that doesn't actually exist.
No sarcasm on this one. That is just straight up outrageous. That is beyond shameless. So then it's not even drop shipping dog shit products. It is actually just a full-blown fraudulent red alert lie. Super duper scam. You get nothing in return. It is literally a give us money for nothing button on their website with this imaginary cat shelter. That one was crazy. That one actually did catch me off guard. I haven't seen that before. That one is actually so far over the line that they might actually find themselves eventually in, like, criminal charges. A lot of the other scams are able to hide behind, like, oh, well, we did deliver something. So sometimes they do get away with that. Here, they don't even have that excuse. That could legitimately be a huge fucking issue for them, should anyone ever bother to pursue it.
Now, the old man that they show in the videos is actually a tailor and has his own TikTok account called George the Master Tailor, where he does tailoring work and never makes any cat slippers. George and his daughter have put out a few videos calling out the many TikTok accounts that have stolen his videos to promote their scam products.
Good morning. A lot of people using my face, and they're selling stuff that's fake. It's not me. I don't make slippers and I don't make all the junk that they're selling.
Like I said, it is actually a big problem. So big to the point that even some of the people that are being taken, like their content being taken to use to promote this, are becoming aware of it because some of their fans have been scammed by it and are alerting them that, like, hey, this is going on. Also, there's other fans that are confused, like, hey, I bought these, handmade cat slipper from you. It's trash. Why are you selling trash? And it's like, no, that's not me. I didn't do that kind of thing. So someone like George the Master Tailor here is coming out to set the record straight, like, no, there's a bunch of accounts using my face to promote their products. It's not me. So just warning people. It is a big issue that is only being more prevalent because it's working.
I'm not that person. I'm not selling anything.
Here's a list of the fake profiles that we're aware of at this point. Please, if you see them, report them. And if you find any more, please send them to us and also report them.
And I think a lot of these channels may be run by the same group of scammers because on the Fuzzy Paw Slides channel, not only did I find stolen footage from George, but even Ted Dog 13 popped up on the channel as well. Another channel even stole Ted Dog 13's voice and used it over the video of a different man to sell their drop-shipped cow slippers.
This video has some audio that may or may not be DMCA, I'm not sure, but it's the same thing. It's just like some sad-ish music playing and then this sob story. Stay 9 seconds to help save my cow shelter from shutting down by buying my cow slippers. It actually really could all just be the same group of scammers doing this, and then I believe probably some copycats. Because, this shit is one-to-one. They couldn't even be bothered to change the narrative beyond going from cat to cow. It's the same homework. There's no change, really. So it does lend credibility to the idea that it is one group of scammers that is just dropshipping all of this shit and using this as their main marketing across numerous different social media handles from TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's very likely. But I do think that there is definitely others outside of that group doing the same thing, just emulating their procedure, like their process, because it's working. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but I do recommend you check out the rest of Scott Schaefer's video on this subject, because he does go into others as well. It's very interesting. If you are someone that has seen these pop up, and maybe, God forbid, someone that actually bought some of this, my heart breaks for you. But you gotta be aware of this scam here. So putting it on your radar here, watch out. Don't buy into just some random fucking sob story aiming to sell you some slippers or whatever other garbage. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, I actually got to have a conversation with Aaron Paul. I don't think any of you have ever seen me like fanboy giggling and kicking my legs up in my chair like in nervousness and excitement, but you're about to. I've said this a lot. Breaking Bad, I think, is a perfect show. I followed Aaron Paul's work for the longest time. I am lucky enough to be in a game with Aaron Paul, but I never met him or anything. We recorded lines on separate ends of the country. So, Matt reached out through Dispatch to see if Aaron Paul would be open to just, like, shooting the shit with me for a little bit. And he was. And I think we had an amazing conversation. And not only was I, butterflies in my tummy, even my technology, I think, was nervous meeting Aaron Paul, because my mic, for some reason, set itself to, like, half power. So it actually is kind of hard to hear me, and I sound really, really shy and like quiet and timid because for some reason my mic volume set itself super fucking low. So I want to just get that out of the way at the top of this video here because it does sound like I'm doing like a little bit of ASMR sometimes here in this conversation. But trust me, I was bold and assertive with my intonation and everything. So it's just the mic kind of let me down a little bit on the recording. Now, to be clear, while we are in Dispatch together, this is not like a PR push for Dispatch or anything, but it is something we talked about because we're just both very hyped to be a part of the project. But I want to make it clear this is not a sponsored video or anything. I don't want that shit to get twisted. This is truly just, it was almost like a Make-A-Wish thing here for me, where because we worked on this together, we were able to at least ask if he'd be interested in, you know, talking to fucking Cro-Magnon goober like me, and he was nice enough to take some time to sit down and entertain some really dumbass questions from me here. So, now my plan was to let this, you know, fucking rip here raw, no rubber condom off, like no cuts or anything. But because my mic was cutting out, for some reason, it ended up muting all the audio in certain segments, which now just leaves entire sections blank. So I am going to like cut those out and try and contextualize it a bit for what we were talking about in order to lead into the sections that once again have sound. But yeah, I just wanted to give you that little warning here at the top.
Oh my God.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Oh, it is all happening. How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Such a pleasure, man.
Oh, man, it's an honor for me, brother. This is huge for me.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. It's huge for me, too. I've become such a massive fan of yours.
Really? No,
yeah,
that's
over
awesome.
through this whole process, and you know, Pierre was just singing your praises, and here I am. So it's great.
Hey, give him my best for me. That's super sweet. I'll have to slip him some money under the table for the good PR he gave me.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure, bud.
Just kind of wanted to shoot this shit, man. I'm not like a big interview guy, so I just kind of wanted to meet you and talk about some wacky shit if you're up for it.
I love it. I'm all in. Can you see me? Can you hear me all right? Is that all right?
Oh, yeah. No, you look amazing.
Okay.
You sound great. This is perfect.
Great. So where are you at right now?
Tampa, Florida, baby.
All right. I love it. My family and I we live in Paris now. And so we're just kind of hanging out. Yeah. Kids are learning French.
Exciting. How long have you been in Paris, France now?
We've been here for a few months.
Oh, okay. So this is
not long. Yeah, it's a very fresh move. All right, let's hear it. What's up? Are we beginning? Are we in this?
Oh yeah, no, we're going in.
Let's go, baby. Hey, are we live right now?
Well, just kind of, just recording.
Kind of. Okay, great. And then you're gonna do what you do. I love it. Well, first, let me start this off. Congratulations on everything.
Hey, man, thank you so much.
Yeah.
You as well, brother.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. It's just really cool to see people do what they love. You know, just really at the highest level in their own field. You know what I mean? And so, bravo, man.
That means a lot. And I truly just feel like I got lucky. I got blessed. Started it when I was like 11 and things just kind of fell into place really in a unbelievably fortuitous way that I could have never.
Wow, you started at 11.
Yes, sir. 11 years old.
No way. That is just so amazing.
It wasn't a super noble start. I was grabbing a bunch of other people's videos and re-uploading them. I mean, it was some gnarly shit I was posting back then.
That's great. Hey, we all start somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of, I mean, Price is Right.
Oh, let's go.
The classics, the absolute classics.
Let's go. The class, you know, The Price is Right. I got to tell you, this was during a time where I actually really needed money, right? I was doing at that time I was doing commercials, and actually when The Price is Right aired, I had 2 commercials of mine aired during the commercial breaks randomly during my particular episode. And, but I was desperate to win, right? And I showed up in line and I had a big gulp from 7-Eleven filled with Red Bull. And so you could see that I looked like I was on drugs on the show because I could not sit still. it was because of the Red Bull. But yeah, that's my story.
Hey, coming in like a little jump scare here. This was one of the sections where my mic fully cut out, which my response is now muted, which also muted a bit of the overall audio as well. So instead, I will just tell you that I thought it was very cool. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the infamous Aaron Paul on Price is Right clip. It's a really fun clip to watch. As he's mentioning, he looks wired. He is expressing enthusiasm that you probably wouldn't see me express if I witnessed the birth of my first child. Like, I don't know if I'm able to convey that level of enthusiasm. It looked like he won the fucking Super Bowl on The Price is Right. Super hype. So here, I got a wacky one for you. Aliens. I want to dive right in. How do you feel about aliens?
I mean, I'm all in on the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, what do you think?
I mean, are you not?
Oh, I super am. Me and my dad, we get into arguments all the time because my dad, big time firm believer, he thinks aliens built the pyramids. He's all in on Kunku.
I mean, look, I think it's pretty ignorant to think that aliens don't exist.
Absolutely. Do you think they visited us though?
I'm not sure. You know what? I actually think maybe there are other species on the planet that we just simply don't know about that are far smarter than we could ever imagine. You know what I mean? There's new things that are being discovered constantly that have been here forever. I mean, far before humans. And so, I mean, if you look at like microorganisms, for example, that was just recently discovered in comparison of, humanity. But and they're everywhere. You know what I mean?
Especially like in the ocean, you got like some fucking nightmarish creatures.
There's some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, look at the movie The Abyss.
Yeah.
I mean that's the storyline. That's kind of what I maybe believe. Maybe there are super intellectual species that live deep in our waters, but who knows?
Do you think they built the pyramids?
Maybe, man. I mean, the pyramids. The fact that the pyramids were just built for it feels like they weren't tombs, right? They were just built for a purpose. Like there's something going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, my dad,
what is that purpose?
That's
you tell me.
According to my father, who I think preeminent expert on everything extraterrestrial. This guy, I swear, if there are aliens coming, they'll contact him first.
I love it.
He likes to say the pyramids he believes were used since they're lined up with the Orion's belt, like perfectly within centimeters or something. He believes it was some kind of like communication device that the aliens gave humans the blueprints for to talk to them or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty surreal. There's some incredible things out there for sure.
Yeah. Now, kind of piggybacking off that, how about ghosts? What do you think of ghosts?
Oh, ghosts, man. You know what? I don't know. I think our minds sort of play tricks on us, maybe. But the thing is, I don't know. So I'm open to it all, Yeah. I always say, what you know until you know something else, right? And so.
Yeah, so I'm a big time Scrooge when it comes to the paranormal. I bah humbug it, but like you, I like to be very open.
See, I like to be open, but I think I'm right on your level, buddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think our minds can easily play tricks on us, and we tend to, if we believe in that, we tend to just really lean in. But
I've been doing a lot of ghost hunts recently to prove myself wrong, because I think it'd be really fucking hype.
I love ghost stories, I love films with said ghosts, but yeah.
It's fun, man. Nothing's happened so far, but if I ever have a paranormal experience where I'm levitating and...
Will you call me?
Oh, for sure. Oh, my God, yeah.
Okay, I hope so. I
hope it's something truly horrifying, like I end up in a mangled corpse or something because a ghost just annihilates me. It'd be incredible.
You're like, you never believed in me, and they're just coming after you.
And now here's one of the instances I briefly mentioned at the start of the video here, where this whole section is a bit fucky because my mic wasn't picking up some of the audio, which ended up muting some of the audio just on the recording itself. So I'll just go ahead and intro what this topic here was that we kind of bounced to. Aaron Paul was mentioning about how excited he was about the response to Dispatch. So then we started talking a bit about Dispatch for a minute.
Just really excited that the world has really responded to what you and I and the rest of the team have put so much love into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, for me, it took 2 years. I don't know how long it took you to, finally from start to finish, but it took a long time for me.
Yeah, no, and, it wasn't short.
Yeah, it wasn't short. And I mean, I just got approached by a guy. I was picking up smash burgers last night just down the road, and he came in from outside and he approached me and said, "Hey, Mr. Paul, it's just so nice to meet you. I just want to thank you so much for doing Dispatch." It was just, I've been getting approached from so many people on the streets about this game, and I just love that it really resonates with people. So
you're the heart and soul of Dispatch, though, man. Dispatch does not hit as hard if it's not Aaron Paul as Robert Robertson, man. I'm telling you, you are like the catalyst to why that game is so good. Your performance is incredible. And I'm just lucky to be a part of it, man. The whole team crushed it. The writing is amazing. Animation's amazing.
Isn't it true? I think it's really special, and this is why I leaned in. It was sent to me. I've been asked to do games in the past, and I've really wanted to jump into the gaming world just because I love gamers, and I love how it kind of just unites people, and my brother is a gamer through and through every day of his life. He's in the game world, and most of his friends are people that he's met through gaming. He's never met them most of them in person, but it's just scattered throughout the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to see how it really brings people together. I mean, this is your world, right? And it's really cool. It's really cool to see. And I'm very proud to finally, sort of be a part of it.
Yeah, man, absolutely. It is a special game. Like, I think there's very few games that have this kind of passion that is clearly coming through I think they've done an amazing job.
Yeah, we're spoiled, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only downhill from here for me. Like this, I'm never getting another role like this.
All right, well, we can hold hands as we are falling down. It's all right. We have each other. It's fine.
Exactly. That's all we need at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
So I guess kind of speaking on the acting side of things, I have a bit of a big guilty pleasure, and I'm curious if you've got something similar. I love like horrible movies, like really bad movies. I love it.
You do?
Yeah. Are you kind of in the same boat at all? Do you ever watch anything that's like so bad?
I mean, man, I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the same boat. Like, can you give me an example of something that is so bad that it's good? Are you talking like Sharknado? Yeah, is that sort of the vibe?
It's kind of in the vibe, but
and nothing against Sharknado or the people behind Sharknado.
Right.
Congratulations. But I don't know. I mean, I lean into, and like the old school, like Adam Sandler type humor. I mean, I think he's so brilliant, but a lot of the humor is very dumb humor, right? And which is great, but I don't think that's in the category of, because I think his movies are perfect. You know what I mean? So give me an example of very bad. What movies do you consider very bad but you're in love with?
So I think the classic go-to for most people is like Tommy Wiseau's The Room, but I've got a bit of a pinky up pretentious pick here from a few years ago called Moonfall. Have you ever heard of Moonfall?
No.
It is a beautiful disaster about the moon falling out of orbit and about to destroy the world.
Oh, wow.
And it is fascinating. Like, I don't want to spoil too much, but it goes in directions you would never, ever possibly expect with the most
That's so interesting, because I always thought, you know what, that would be a great concept of a movie. There's always movies about asteroids coming to Earth and destroying Earth.
Right.
But what if an asteroid came to the moon and really just annihilated it? What would that, how would that affect Earth? So is that kind of similar to what
It's similar to that, but if you were like overdosing while writing it, like it is insane. Like in all the right ways, it is insane, which makes it so fun.
That is great. Okay, I'll check it out. Have you seen? First of all, are you up to date on? Do you watch The Studio? You watch that show?
Oh no! I've been meaning to catch up on.
All right. Well, there's a great movie that Seth Rogen, he's a big studio head, and they're trying to create this movie about a zombie apocalypse that's sort of spread through diarrhea, and but there's a movie that was made forever ago. Maybe they got inspired by this movie for the show, but it's a film called Zombie Ass.
Zombie Ass, huh?
Zombie Ass, and it's just all about that. It's about a zombie apocalypse that happens all through your bowel movement. So when you have a moment, check out the trailer for Zombie Ass.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. I never watched the movie, but I saw this trailer 20 years ago, and it's something that has stuck with me my entire life.
All right, I'll have to give you my letterboxd review on that. Maybe I'll be a big zombie ass.
Yeah, you might. It might fall into that category perfectly for you. But I actually love the trailer. It's just so far down the. I mean, it's just so terrible. But you can't look away. You know what I mean?
That's the best feeling right there. That's what I look for.
Yeah, I love it.
What else what are you into right now? Like what's been like your big go-to, whether it's for like entertainment or maybe just like a new hobby you found yourself diving in on?
Oh man. Well, I'm obsessed with running. I never used to be like an active person. I used to hate running, to be honest. This isn't really a very exciting answer. I'm just trying to think of something that I'm really obsessed with. But it's something I have to do every day. It's one of those things. It took me a minute to get addicted to it, but now I just love it, but yeah, it's not all that exciting. Out here, I'm trying my hardest with French, I guess that's like a new hobby. My kids are far better than I am. I mean, they're in a fully immersive school. I have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. Girl, boy. But yeah, what else? It's not, I mean, I love movies, I try to watch a movie. I try to do it every night, if I can. But yeah. What about you?
Oh man, just kind of same old shit over here. I've been learning magic tricks. I mean, I guess that's a new one.
Do you have one? Can you show me one?
Oh boy, I don't know.
Oh, can you show me one?
Oh, all right. Since you're asking so nicely, give me 1 second. Let me get my deck of cards.
Okay. I have a story about a magic trick that because I know maybe two like card tricks.
Mm-hmm.
That were shown to me by my grandfather when I was a young boy. And I remember, when I booked a Mission Impossible movie that J.J. Abrams was directing. And I remember when I met with J.J., my friend did Lost with J.J. and she told me, J.J.'s obsessed with magic. So bring up magic when you meet him. I go, I will. And so I brought up magic my first day on set of Mission Impossible. And I had not met Tom Cruise yet. And I'm talking to JJ. I go, hey, so you're into magic? And he's like, oh my God. He goes, wait, do you know magic? I go, well, I started backpedaling. I go, oh, yeah, I know maybe a couple tricks. He's like, you got to show me. Like, soon you got to show me. I'm like, okay. Yeah. So I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Anyways, Tom Cruise comes walking onto set with JJ. And the first thing out of JJ's mouth when he introduces me to Tom, he goes, Aaron's a magician. I'm like, oh, no. And this is in front of the entire crew. And they have a deck of cards to give to me. he's like, come on, show Tom a trick. I was like, oh no, this is not happening. And the first time I tried the trick on Tom, it fails miserably. No. But in classic Tom Cruise fashion, he just shakes my hand and kind of laughs. And he's like, no, do it again. I was like, oh no. And so I just pull out like such a child magic trick that it's just such a no-brainer. And I just do this kid's trick to Tom Cruise, and it worked, but it's just so lame. But he was just so sweet about it. Anyways, that's all I got.
That's awesome,
but
though.
Isn't that such a funny and also kind of sad story?
No, nothing sad about it. I think that's special. And now he'll always remember you as the magician that blew his mind.
Okay. All right. Well, what sort of magic you into?
So when I was a kid, I used to love magic. I used to buy like the DVDs for like illusionists to do all like the flourishes and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
And we were filming a video last week where we brought in a magician just for some fun. And I've just got the fucking bug again. So me and a couple of friends have been learning so many magic tricks.
I love it. That's great.
It's fun. It's so fun.
It is so fun. I love creating magical worlds for my kids. So I'm very much on that same page, you know. Yeah. And so I should really learn. I should learn more. To like fascinate them, because I'm really into it as well. So
I can teach you a couple of them that I've dusted off the knowledge of.
Okay, you know what? I was just in New York. I was in New York twice over the last 2 weeks, and each time I went to this beautiful thing called Speakeasy Magic, and it's the theme of the bar is the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. But then you are told to go through this sort of like secret passage. I don't want to give anything away, but I recommend whoever's watching, if you happen to go to New York, go to Speakeasy Magic. It is the greatest magic show I think I've ever seen. It's just like brilliant magicians come to your little table, just like in rotation, and they just constantly show you close-up magic. So cool. But it's the greatest close-up magic you've ever seen. That's exciting. Yeah, that's cool. So, I don't want to put you on the spot. I feel like I'm being J.J. Abrams right now, demanding that you do a trick. But yeah, have you done some tricks on your?
We did when the magicians came. It was in order to do street magic. So
yeah.
The idea was they'd show me tricks, blow my mind, and then I would then learn a trick or two to do street magic in Tampa to see if I
great.
Yep, see if I can impress anybody. So I did do a few tricks, and I got to tell you, those people will never be the same after what I did to them out there.
Well, remember when David Blaine's special came out, Street Magic?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. I remember DiCaprio was a part of it randomly. Yep.
He did all the cool shit, sticking the ice pick into his hand.
Dude, I pulled an ice pick out of David Blaine's hand in a hotel room in Comic-Con in San Diego. Yeah, I still have that ice pick.
That's awesome. Was that in the special, or was that just for fun?
No, it was in the special.
Oh,
it was in the special. But yeah, but it's legit. I mean, he just does it. He just kind of goes through, pain hypnosis and just leans in. Okay, what are you gonna? You're gonna blow all of our minds right now. I know it.
I can do a little one real quick. Let me just grab this deck of cards. It's not
okay.
Temper your expectations. I don't think I'm gonna have you over there like prolapsing in disbelief or anything. I think it'll be pretty standard. But I'll see what I can do. Give you just one second.
Okay, let's do it. I love it. I'm very excited about what's to happen. I think all of you are. It's gonna be great. He's gonna blow our minds. Where is he going? What is he doing? Is he setting up the deck right now? Is that what's happening? Okay. Let's see. The anticipation is killing me.
See if I can pull a little something off here.
All right, I'm watching.
Okay, this is This is a pretty simple one. So here, I'd fan out the cards. I'd say, all right, Aaron Paul, J.J. Abrams here. Pick a card. Oh, here.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pick that. So I pull it. Yeah, that one looks great. Yeah, that's
a good pick. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah.
So then, what I'd have you do?
Yeah.
You'd have your card. You lock that in. I'd flip over so everything's face up. You'd put the face down card in the face up deck. Where it doesn't matter where.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to see what your card would be, right? Because everything's face up, it's face down. So then what I'd do, I'd fuck it up and I'd say, like, don't want to make a magician's jump too easy here because I can clearly see what your card is. So you'd flip face up, face down, face up, face down. So now we can agree it's all mixed up. We've got face down cards and face up positions. Everything's all weird and cattywampus. Then I'd ask you, well, what's a magic word? What's your favorite word?
I mean, abracadabra.
Abracadabra.
I mean, right?
Just like that. The whole deck is face up.
Wait.
Except, what's that little guy doing there?
Whoa. Okay. That is is that my card?
I don't know. Is it your card?
Oh, wow. There you go, buddy. Okay. That's very impressive. Come on.
Do you think I'd get the Mission Impossible role for that?
That's very, very impressive. That is so far superior to the one that I attempted to do. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
The people in the streets of Tampa couldn't get enough of that when they were trying to burn me at the stake for it.
That's great, man. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for humoring me.
How long have you been growing up that hair of yours? Beautiful hair.
Thank you. 2018, and I did it out of spite.
Oh, good. You know what? Doing stuff out of spite is the best.
It is, right? It just feels so good.
Yeah. It's very spiteful of you.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. So, okay, what out of spite because you just wanted to rub it in everyone's face?
No, so I had just not gotten a haircut in a little while. I guess I just got real lazy, fucking full. And people online were like, "Man, you look like shit. Cut your hair." So I said, "Okay, you know what? Hold my wiener. I'm not cutting my hair ever again." Actually, I just never cut it.
Excuse me. Hold my wiener just for a moment, and then you just let it go. Good for you.
Exactly. That's exactly.
That's
right.
great. And then now you're rocking it.
Yep. And now I just actually really like it.
So, are you going to keep it going forever?
Probably, barring some kind of catastrophic change in life circumstances, or if J.J. Abrams contacts me for Mission Impossible and needs a man. I've watched a lot of your interviews. I've been a huge fan of yours for a super long time. Breaking Bad is literally my favorite show ever. I think it is perfect.
Oh, thanks, man.
So I pay attention, and I know that you're not a big technology guy. And here again, this whole segment here had my mic cutting in and out, which was muting the recording audio. So it almost seems like I'm saying a slur or something here because the audio censors me as I'm asking him this question. But what I was asking him was about his relationship with technology, because I have followed Aaron Paul for a long time. I have seen a lot of his interviews, and he's mentioned once or twice that he personally doesn't indulge in a lot of the technology that we have glued to our asshole every second of every day, with all of these modern conveniences where most of us spend the vast majority of our times behind screens, or our days are based around a lot of these things, and always being online with unlimited access. Aaron Paul has stated once or twice in the past that he doesn't subscribe to that. And there was even some articles I read a while ago where they were speculating to what extent, and they made it sound like he was living in a van down by the river, isolated from Wi-Fi signals with no electricity and no running water, and that's clearly not the case at all. So I wanted to just ask and figure out what actually is his relationship with technology, because I think it is a very admirable decision to not be, perpetually consumed by, technology every second of every day, where you're hypnotized by it and scratching at your neck if you can't check your phone or something.
Yeah. I just, maybe I have a pretty addictive personality, and I used to own a computer. I've had two computers, two laptops, and they both got stolen. One got stolen out of my car, and one got stolen out of my place in Albuquerque when I was shooting Breaking Bad. And each time it felt like my world was just so invasive, you know, and it's like, I'm not going to get a computer again for a while. And I realized when I let go of my computer, how much more time I had, in my personal life. You know, I found myself being outside more. I found myself just doing other activities outside of just sort of surfing the web. And then same thing. Like I used to smoke back in the day. I quit like 20 years ago. And the moment I quit, I realized again, how much more time I had. And so once I mean, look, I'm talking on my iPhone right now, right? I still have a smartphone, but I try to use I just swap out my SIM card. I have another phone I use called the Light phone. And I just love it. I feel lighter when I go out into the world. I stopped getting the sort of like the phantom, vibrating phone in my pocket. That stopped. I stopped just like doom scrolling, you know. I just felt healthier. You know what I mean? For me. But yeah, I encourage people to, I'm not anti-technology by any means, but I think it's important for people to control themselves. You know, they should control the technology versus, you know, technology kind of controlling them, which I think in a lot of cases is the case.
Absolutely. So like, I was going to mention, I actually made like a pretty big disconnect from the online world. Like I was very much every day doom scrolling constantly. A year ago, kind of just cold turkey tried to reduce that as much as. Then of course the audio goes once again to the back rooms here. I don't know why this was happening. My guess is that on the call, my mic was being prioritized by the call, which then lowered it for like the OBS recording. Because on the call, I could see the levels were great. I didn't check the OBS levels, but it's clear it wasn't really good on OBS. But anyway, what I was saying there is that I definitely understand that perspective because I recently, over the last year, have made much more of an effort to disconnect from a lot of like the online stuff every second of every day. And unsurprisingly, it does feel better. I think pretty much anyone who like reduces the amount of time they spend online will probably tell you, preach the gospel, that they do feel better for it. And something I've been pretty outspoken with for a long time now, even before like, you know, taking more time away from like perpetual internet shit, is that everyone kind of retreats inside now because a lot of technology is wanting you to do that because you are much more profitable when you are inside fucking hooked on their product like a child latched onto their mother's teat. When you are suckling from things like, you know, AI, if you're using AI as your best friend and constantly chatting to them or whatever, and only talking to people through the internet, you're not making like powerful connections. Like, yeah, of course you can connect to people and it's great for that, but you miss out on so much of like a social experience of life by not being out in the real world for meaningful periods of time. And I think that is just so important, and it's why we're seeing so many people being less and less happy. And I talk about this on stream. This isn't a new thing for me. This is something I yap about quite a bit. I think one of the most important things you can do for your own mental health and well-being, and also just to get better at the socializing with humans, is to actually go out and meet humans, to be in the real world as opposed to constantly online. I don't think it's any surprise that people feel more alone now than ever, because people are inside now more than ever. Like, it's not the biggest mystery in the world. So I think that Aaron Paul's decision here and the way he explains it makes a lot of sense to me, where he's reduced the amount of technology that he consumes in his day-to-day life. It's not zero, so he still does, of course, have plenty of modern conveniences. He's just not constantly inundated with them. So I do think that makes sense. Hearing that he didn't have a computer is very interesting, though. That would be very tough for me to live my life without at least having a computer. Even outside of like just being able to see what's going on in the world, not being able to play games. Goodness gracious, Lord have mercy. That's a fate worse than death. Imagine a world no games.
I mean, I don't think we're meant to have all of this information. Well, I know we're not meant to have all this information. Like, we're not supposed to be drowning in information. You know what I mean?
And not only that, we're not supposed to be like as available all the time, connected to every human being on the planet.
No. I mean, I couldn't agree more. Hey man, I mean, I'm such a big advocate of this phone. It's called the Light phone. I would love to send you one.
Sure.
You would love it. And I think it's just important for people to know that there's other options out there. You know, I mean, smartphones were built, they were designed really to become addictive, you know, and it's become a drug in a way, and it's just a drug that's fully acceptable globally, you know. And I just feel like I built a cabin in the mountains of Idaho. I grew up in Idaho. I love that state. But when I built it, I really wanted people to come and disconnect. And so I have a hidden Wi-Fi. So like when you look, because there's zero service there, when you look for Wi-Fi, nothing even shows up. A network doesn't even show up. And so people will ask, like, well, what's your Wi-Fi? And I just say, we don't have one. And first they panic, you know. Yeah. I go, look, if you need to get work done, there's a lodge with a great space. You can get work done. It's a mile up the road. You can get there in, 4 minutes. And, but the way people change in literally just a day, you know, they become a different person. Absolutely. You know? Yeah. And so I can't recommend it enough. I'm going to send you a phone.
I'd love to show you the farm around here. We're going to work on getting a lot of cool shit going. Like, I mean, you have the alcohol, and something that kind of inspired us for is we want to do like a little vineyard at the farm. Okay. Not as like a business or anything, just for like some fun. But if we ever start making some high quality wine, I'll send you some of that.
There you go. I love it. Hey, I'm all about that, man. Working with your hands, growing stuff yourself. After so we're doing a year abroad here in Paris, and then we're actually moving. We have a farm in the countryside in California, about an hour and a half outside of LA. We've had it for about 5 years. It's an old walnut farm. But we have a very small vineyard. It's a blend. It's a 70-30 split of red grapes. But the thing is, it's all dry farming we do. This is the first year that we're actually going to finally harvest the grapes. But we have 300 separate vines, and each vine usually produces, apparently from what I hear, produces about a one bottle. So we'll get roughly 300 bottles.
That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah. So when that's done, I'll send you some as well.
Brother, I'm excited for this care package. You're like Santa Claus right now. This is awesome.
I do what I can. You know what I mean? But I hope it's good. I'll send you some walnuts. Send you some wine, send you some phones. It's great. What more do you need? You know? Well, I'm excited for you to try the company that Brian and I started. It's a labor of love. We've never taken a salary. We've only hemorrhaged money into the company. We're very proud to say that we've hired all of our employees personally. But when we were launching this thing, we were in Florida all the time, all over Florida. Oh, yeah. Rocco's Tacos, legendary. Love Rocco. That was one of our first accounts out in Florida, and we served drinks there many times. But yeah, I'll set you up.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Full disclosure, I hadn't watched this recording back until right now as I'm editing it. It's always hard for you to know like how my editing process goes, I suppose. But I basically just edit things, I do it live, fuck it, do it live type shit. And as I am editing this, it seems like every single time I am talking towards the end of the call here, my mic is just sucking the fattest farts right now. It is cutting out pretty much every time I talk. And I can't even like leave in the tiddlywinks because it's actually just silence, mainly on my end. So now it's like not muting all of the audio. Now it's mainly me sprinkled in here with muting sometimes the whole call. I don't know what happened. And it really sucks because now it makes it hard to just showcase the whole conversation. So now I'm going to need to like explain how we got to this topic that Aaron and I are discussing, and it's like I have to fucking ADR it because now my section of it's not in there, which not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose, because let's be honest, you're not here to listen to me yap. You want to hear from Aaron Paul. But even still, it's weird because now I have to break up the conversation because my mic was not cooperating. Or I guess maybe it's not even really the mic's fault. I should have probably just checked the OBS settings. But man. Anyway, though, we were drifting into talking about things that we are doing currently that we're passionate about, like projects. And he was talking about what him and Bryan Cranston have been doing together, like Dos Hombres, which is the alcohol that they do together. And I don't know, it was just really wholesome listening to him talk about how much he enjoys this process and how much it means to him.
Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're super proud of it. It's our baby. You know, we traveled down to Oaxaca in search of it personally, and we made a pact. Like, look, if we don't find something that we both truly love, there's no reason to bring it out into the world. You know, if one person loves it and the other, you know, is not a fan. There's no reason. And so it took us a minute to find it, but we finally did. And, we're incredibly proud of, the company that we've built for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You guys have crushed it, man. And like you said, if it's not something that you are passionate about, if it's not perfect, what's the, like you,
exactly.
It's something that you want to do out of the love of doing. I think that shows pretty much in everything you do, by the way. Like
thank you, bro.
Everything I've ever seen from you, it always feels like, oh, Aaron Paul's doing this not for like a paycheck or something. He's like all in on this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I haven't made any money off of that. And same, I mean, I actually just started, not just, I've been working on it for a couple of years, but we've been on the market for almost a year. I started a fine food group randomly with a buddy of mine who's a world-class chef. But we wanted to bring out humane, sustainable products that, you know, companies and customers can trust. It's called the Only Fine Food Group. And so once I have a bunch of stuff to share with you, I'm going to send you a big gift basket. I'm going to wrap the bow myself. I might just hand deliver it to you.
Would love that.
But yeah. It's good, man. It's just fun to find stuff that you are passionate about, whatever that may be, and just lean into it. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people, not a lot, I think every single person on the planet has ideas, right? It's just all about following through with those ideas and just kind of marching forward, and don't let anyone get you down, you know?
Absolutely, man. I think that's a very inspirational thing here too for those people that have ideas and don't know how to start or don't have the motivation. Right. Big thing, man, is you just gotta fucking rip it. You just gotta send it.
You just gotta rip it, baby. I love it. You gotta send it. Exactly right. You know, and also throw a bunch of shit on the wall. Absolutely. See what sticks. You know? Yeah.
There's so many options now. Like,
yeah.
While there is like an over-reliance on technology, a lot of what's happened as a result is a big barrier to a lot of things has gotten smaller.
Right.
So like now is a great time to start for things that you're passionate about, because you can find unlimited resources on like what you need to procure it or where you need to start, which is just great. Like I think it's just
See, that's one of the things that I actually love about AI. I actually really do not like AI at all. I think it's very dangerous, but there's some elements of AI that I can get behind. You know, I can really get behind some elements of it. But one of those is advice. You know, there's some great advice on how to build companies. You know, what are the first steps, right? There's also a great book called 0 to 1. You know, some great books of learning how to really, what is the first step? And so, yeah. I love this conversation you and I are having. We're just so all over the place, from aliens to pyramids to business to magic. I think it's great. I hope it works out.
Well, I personally think it worked out really well. I very much enjoyed this conversation. It is unfortunate that I fucked up the recording in such a big way, though. And I know there's a bit of a meme with me being inept when it comes to technology, but come on. Like, I feel like I'm somewhat blameless here. Like, how was I supposed to expect my mic to set its audio to only be communicative with whales? Like, I didn't expect it to just start, like, muting itself with, like, no, like, actual decibels or anything. Like, it was fine on the call, but the OBS audio, for some reason, was just set super low and just ended up muting and nuking a lot of the content. So, my response to this is not even audible, by the way, so that's pretty cool. But, yeah, it was a very fun conversation where I am not an interviewer. I have never really done formal interviews or anything like that, but I love to have conversations with people. And I really appreciated how willing Aaron Paul was just to go all over the place with me here. Like, there was no through line or anything with our conversation. It was truly just shooting the shit, which is something I really like to do. It's something that's a staple on my streams where we just shoot the shit. And I really enjoy just that whole type of vibe. And it was a lot of fun to talk about just a bunch of things with Aaron Paul. So I completely share the sentiment. I loved the conversation. We did also talk a little bit more about Dispatch because we are both still pretty giddy over just how good the game has turned out to be and how much people seem to like it. But I want to make it clear again, this is not a sponsor or anything at all. Again, we are just all over the place just talking about things that we like. And like that, again, has just been a topic that we wanted to talk about together. So it is here.
I hope that you and I get to do multiple seasons of this game.
Me too.
You know, I love talking about people that you want to cheer for. The team behind Dispatch are just all so great, so passionate about what they do. You know, the love and the care they put into these stories is truly blinding, and it's what really resonated with me when I first got the scripts that were sent my way. I mean, it was a stack of 8 scripts, thick scripts, right? It was a daunting thing to kind of take on when it was offered to me. But I read sort of the clip notes of it. I saw a little teaser trailer and then a beautiful scene that was already animated, and I was like, wow, this game is really different, and I love the rollout. I miss that because, it gives you the sort of the water cooler talk at the end of the week or the beginning of the week, right? Of the particular episodes or that you completed. It's like when Breaking Bad came out, right. It aired Sunday nights, right? So people would get together, at work on Monday and just, talk about what they just witnessed. It's very cool. So, I hope we get to go, I hope we get to do more.
Me too, man. I'm super excited about doing it. I mean, I'm sure you've seen, it's fucking crushing it, man. 1 million copies.
Dude, it's crazy. How does that make you feel? Are you excited?
Oh yeah, man. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you're probably familiar with me in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1, but
of course. I mean, everybody. Honestly, people in Paris still talk about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, you made a serious impression globally. So
yeah, I was snubbed at the Oscars that year, but
I know. I'm honestly still pretty pissed.
I don't think about it much anymore. But like aside from that, this is like the first like real role I've had. So for it to be a banger like this is crazy.
I just love to be part of the team. It's very, very cool. And I love your enthusiasm. Watched your videos and you're like, your whole thing is like, I just hope I don't suck ass. And you certainly don't, man. You certainly don't. It's very cool. The unfortunate thing with doing this is it just takes so much time to do it. So it's hard to get people together to kind of really work off of each other. Right. But luckily we were able to, in our cans, like in the sound booth, we could hear sometimes, the other performances. But, it was cool, man. It was a fun ride. I'm excited for people. I'm not sure where I know the last run of episodes was like a pretty serious cliffhanger. I'm sure when this comes out, maybe all of them will have aired. I'm not sure. But
I can post this whenever. The finale is on Wednesday, so
oh, great.
I've been streaming it. Like I am super invested in it. I think it is an extremely, extremely compelling story that I can't wait to see how they wrap up. Because I don't know. Like, I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So was it the last that was it a pretty serious cliffhanger?
Yeah. It was with Chase.
Yeah. So you don't know what happens to Chase yet?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
Sonar's lines
Yeah.
are, I'm doing coke looking at boobs. I don't know what happened.
That's so great. Sonar's great. Yeah, you're gonna I'm interested to see what people feel of the whole thing. But yeah, it's great.
It really is, man. I really appreciate you taking some time to talk to me, man. Like, I know probably like a little odd talking to a goober like this over a call like
Oh,
this, but it means
please.
a lot.
No, honestly, I gotta say it's very refreshing. I love your whole vibe. I love what you're doing. I couldn't be happier for you, and I couldn't be happier about being a part of, one of your things. It's great. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, brother. Like, again, it's a huge honor. Like, truly, I've had to like do my best to sit in this chair without like jumping up and enjoy this. Thank you so much, brother. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, man. I'm looking
All right,
forward
buddy.
to hopefully talking again.
Yeah, for sure. Would love that. And next time I'm in Tampa, I'm hitting you up.
Fuck yeah, can't wait, brother.
All right. See you, bud.
See you, man. What a nice guy. What a genuinely nice guy. Even pretending to be impressed by my magic trick and all. I really appreciated the conversation. We got to talk for like an hour, feel each other out, and I hope we get to do more together in the future. I think it'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, I wanted to share this with all of you, and that's really about it. So yeah. Have you heard of the real-life superhero Skyline? He's a local Albuquerque man who helps the homeless. Someone mentioned that name not long ago. Skyline Superhero. A night patrol with Skyline, Albuquerque's real-life superhero. This reminds me of Phoenix Jones. The story of Phoenix Jones was so fascinating. Does he go around and beat up crime? What's his MO?
So I go by Skyline, local superhero here in Albuquerque. Maybe coming to a town near you. Yeah.
Oh, that was a cool move.
My parents left when I was 15. I was out on the streets. Nice, ready to go.
This is so cute.
My main goal is to inspire people to do better, do good things for their community.
What is the difference between a rooster and a whore?
A rooster and a whore?
Oh, I got 2 sandwiches left. Okay.
This is sweet.
I'm trying to make this superhero thing like a full-time thing with making YouTube videos about it and stuff.
What a nice thing to do. I wonder if he's gotten in any fights. Has Skyline squared up against any villains? Yeah, Phoenix Jones actually fought a couple times actually on camera. What ended up happening to Phoenix Jones? Was it a domestic dispute or something? I remember he got arrested. No, it was drugs. That's what it was. It was drug related. Didn't he turn into a villain after pepper spraying innocent people? It's been so long since I brushed up on my Phoenix Jones lore. I vaguely remember him pepper spraying people. He pepper sprayed a group of people. I don't think all of them were guilty of wrongdoing. He actually became mainstream too. Bro had comic books and was in movies and video games. Yeah, Phoenix Jones was big. Back in like the 2010, 2011-ish era, Phoenix Jones was big. I had never heard of him until we watched the video about him. A great video, by the way, if anyone's ever interested in learning about Phoenix Jones.
So I go by Sky.
Oh, there it is. Atrocity Guide. The Fall of Phoenix Jones.
My demeanor is usually very haha, let's all have fun.
1, 2, 3. Up and
Had a year.
This is just wholesome as fuck.
As well.
Let's see that again.
Can I get that rock fight? That one there?
I do wonder if he could fight somebody. He seems to have at least had some level of, like, at least moderate training for these kicks. Or maybe he watched a couple YouTube videos. Maybe I'm giving him, like, a very charitable gesture there. I just really would love to see, like, one day some bad guy comes over, he's like, fuck those Chewy bars. Those aren't going to the homeless, they're going to me. And that's one step too far for Skyline, so he takes him down. Phoenix Jones was MMA, right? Yeah, he was a former MMA fighter. This guy seems like a soup you'd see in The Boys. Yeah, I mean, he's very Peacemaker coded here. It would be cool if his arch villain was also someone that helped the homeless. Why would that be his arch nemesis then, though? Like, this town's not big enough for 2 people helping homeless people out here. Get out of here, guy. Scram. Or else. Skyline's not quite like Phoenix Jones. Skyline's more like, I'm just gonna spend some money giving homeless people some gloves and some food. He's like very sweet. And like you said, he hasn't apprehended anyone. I don't think he would look to tussle.
Not wanting to, like, be mean to me, because I'm short and I'm nice. I got 2 batons here. 1, 2, bam.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, wait, that was a cool move.
You're doing this.
Wait, wait a second, that flourish was kind of hype. Wait. Phoenix Jones had his own villain too. It was Rex Velvet. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. The Phoenix Jones universe had its own villain. Seattle supervillain calls out Phoenix Jones. Oh god, it was so good.
Hello and welcome.
Time when I could leave this lair and conduct my duties proudly and without distraction.
Oh, he's theater as fuck. Oh yeah, he's thespian troupe.
Along with his villain, if you will. Before you jump to conclusions, let me tell you that I'm a fair negotiator and businessman. But I will not back down from you, Jones.
No!
The city is rid of you.
It can't be! Did Rex Velvet actually do anything? No, man. He made that trailer and that was it. I don't think he ever actually went out there to challenge Phoenix Jones. At least I don't remember him doing that. Rex Velvet was actually captured by a young kid during a Make-A-Wish who wished to be a secret agent. It's super wholesome. That is extremely sweet. What? Oh, and there's Rex Velvet! And Colby got him. That's incredibly sweet. Yes!
You should learn stab. First off,
nice.
It's cool. But secondly, you could find a staff just about anywhere. It could be a big-ass stick, or it could be one of my light stands for this video. Or, you could always just use a PVC pipe like this one here. Really anything with a long pole arm.
Imagine him busting that shit out on the street. Stop right there! When the homeless won't take a sandwich, he busts out the PVC pipe. What do you mean you're not hungry? Extendo pipe! I found a map that shows all real-life superheroes around the world. Look up the RLSH map. Wow, we have one all the way up here? Raven. Status active. Red Ranger has a whole fucking super suit here. Holy. And Justin Service. Damn, he's also got like a whole get-up. Okay, so that's the Seattle branch. There's one guy down here in Auburn named Skyman. His fucking get-up looks awesome. What does Skyman do? Oh, he's also a member of Echo. He was able to coax Iron Baron out of semi-retirement to mentor him. The Baron has his own unique history with the Seattle superhero scene. Oh, what's the history? The Amazing in Ann Arbor, Michigan. What does The Amazing do? His trademark gadgets are web shooters, including bowler wrap iteration and a grappling iteration. So he has an actual utility belt? He started building gadgets from scratch, eventually moving to show the devices on YouTube as his channel grew, planned to use his gear to make positive impact in his community, often giving out supplies to the homeless. See, that's sweet. And keeping an eye out for crimes, he eventually joined the Astrals and became part of the Ann Arbor branch. That's very sweet then. See, so finally, a little information on what they're doing. I wonder how often the gadgets have been deployed. The amazing PhD. Oh, he's still very active.
This video is that you'll be able to see what I see in this project. Not just an interesting scientific exercise, but something that could be a truly powerful robotic platform.
Well, this is kind of an interesting little thing we've stumbled upon here. Does he still do the real-life heroing? Videos direct from the founder and CEO of Dragline Dynamics. So he's also a business owner. A brand new web shooter.
I built a lot of things, so it's not every day I can safely say I've built one of the coolest things I've ever built. Charlotte was that day. The first version of this device that I made in 2025.
This is so interesting.
Didn't really cut it. It was bulky. It was just kind of a proof of concept of my new...
Not gonna lie, he actually looks like a Peter Parker. Kind of. I mean, he has like very standard comic book like main character traits. And there he is smoldering.
Who isn't me wasn't a huge issue on my mind, but now that I want to distribute
You're telling me his wrist web shooter actually is strong enough to support him rappelling down? No.
General usability by someone who isn't.
That had to be anchored up there with something else, right?
On my mind.
No fucking shot, right? So what, is it a hook over here that he's got down there? Or is it actually just from that gadget wrapping around the... I think it's actually just from that. Holy shit, yeah, there's no hook or anything. It is actually just from his arm-mounted Spider-Man gadget. What the fuck? That's cool.
Come on.
Attaboy, amazing.
Come on. Oh. Woo! Oh my god.
Security guard comes out and arrests him.
Alright. Hang on.
Wow, yeah, and he can just retrieve it pretty easily too.
Yes, okay. Jesus.
Actually cool. Like, that's just actually cool. Good for him. I don't think we're gonna find any other real-life superheroes like that. Just a hunch. Yeah, maybe Reverb's got some cool stuff too. He's done cold fusion, perhaps. A former member of the Extreme Justice League. Extreme Justice League. Sounds like a backyard wrestling org. The XJL. It was founded in 06 by Mr. Extreme to prevent crime. XJL has been highlighted by Tom Cruise via Facebook. Please check Florida. Yeah, let's see what Florida has. Do we have anyone in Florida? Oh, we got a lot in the Tampa area. Wait, what the fuck? What do we have in St. Petersburg? The Warden, Good Samaritan, and Mercy. The Warden, probably the leader? He founded the Bay Coast Guardians. Oh, he was inspired by Phoenix Jones. I'm unfamiliar with the work of the Bay Coast Guardians, but I'm also not in St. Petersburg. Let me find something closer to Tampa itself. Oh, we got nobody in Tampa. Fuck, it's lawless. And in Clearwater, they only have Jaguar. While in North Carolina, the homeless took to calling him Spaghetti Man due to the cans of spaghetti Impact would include in his handout packs. He goes on patrol to stop assaults, clean up litter, and help people in any way he can. Stop assaults is pretty lofty. Does he actually stop assaults? He gets in the middle of the tussles? Since then, he helps stop carjackings and had a crossover with the Bay Coast Guardians, during which he helped direct traffic away from someone who was hit by a car. He stopped multiple carjackings? Wow, wait, this is the oldest real-life superhero we've seen yet. Lord Chain has been active in some form since 1995. Dude's a fucking celestial. Holy. You missed one? In Florida? Where? Palm Coast, Orlando, and Tampa. Unless you're talking about, like, in here. Because if so, yeah, there was one down here, which is Night Vigil. Wait, Tampa Bay? What? Does Night Vigil live on a boat? This man's probably saved your life hundreds of times. Can you imagine? It turns out all the good things that have been happening in Tampa are a direct result of Night Vigil. Damn, we got one all the way over here in Australia. Out in Brisbane. Naturally, it's Captain Australia. Who else? 8 months ago, 332 Captain's Log.
Okay, Barry, before we do anything else, let's get the music going, okay? Ready? In 3, 2. This is bop bop a diddly bop bop a diddly bop bop a diddly dee. Day 332 of the Captain Australia show. A boom boom. Otherwise, I'll just get ahead of myself and out of step. So, we're walking all around Australia for a charity called the Kids Cancer Project.
Oh, that's super sweet.
An hour and a half, and in the meantime, it's pack up the gear, get dressed, get on the road.
That's super wholesome. Super fucking wholesome. Tomato Detective Tomatine. Stark. Risk Runner. Happy Man. And Greenpeace. Happy Man. First debuting in 2015. He does litter pickup and anti-bullying activism with school children. Oh, he has a YouTube channel as well. Not super active on YouTube.
はい、じゃあお疲れ様でした。お疲れ様です。今ちょっと外は寒かったけれど。寒かったですね。いや、本当に、今日は本当はね。
Who do we have over here? Dark Jacker? Now that doesn't sound like much of a hero name. The Dark Jacker? He was also known as Hell Hero. He became a founding member of Trash Breakers. So it looks like also predominantly like litter pickup, trash disposal. Which is very sweet, but the name Dark Jacker, I think, leaves a little to be desired there. They joined forces with a focus on cleaning the streets of Shibuya. What? Purification? Cleans litter off the street and promotes blood donations. Oh, Skull Rouser was the one we just saw there. He's Trash Breakers, right? Yeah, cleaning the streets. I guess he's not part of Trash Breakers, though. I think his costume looks the best so far. Oh, this is a new YouTube channel. This is brand new. For the next TOC video, you and the boys should try and come up with your own superhero name and costume and go out to the streets and do some service. Actually, a banger idea. Maybe we'll see Night Vigil on one of our patrols. About 10 months ago, I made a video talking about the Neo robot, which was this Jetsons level technology that was fundamentally a household chore bot. And I've always been skeptical when the claim is made that it's right around the corner, because you hear that for every piece of tech ever, and then half of it just kind of fizzles into the fucking ether, just falls into the back rooms, never to be seen again. But now, 10 months later, I got a bunch of egg on my face because the Neo robot is here, and it's affordably priced. It's a very cost-conscious $20,000 for the household chore bot. You're losing money not buying this thing. It can do so much. Kind of. To a certain extent. It does chores. Now, Marcus Brownlee just made a video kind of going over his qualms with this robot, and I think he brings up a lot of good points. Points that I also briefly mentioned when even just talking about this from a conceptual standpoint, even before the price was revealed and even before they showed its actual capabilities here with chores. It is just... I don't see a world where it makes sense to own this, even if you do just have $20,000 shoved in your fucking prison wallet. If you got $20,000 floating in your colon and you're looking to get it out, I think there are significantly better uses for it than buying the Neo robot.
So meet Neo, potentially the most futuristic product we've ever seen. This thing is a full-fledged humanoid robot. 5'6", 66 pounds, 4-hour battery life, self-charging, and it lives in your house. It's finally here.
Now, 10 months ago, the design of the robot looked fundamentally the same, and I think they do still have similar faces. Back then, the main one I saw looked like Shaka from One Piece, or it looked like fucking Dynamo from Deadlock. Now they have like those two little eyeballs and like a leather mask there. It almost kind of just looks like Jason Voorhees mask to a certain extent on this thing's face. And I think having it be 5'6" is obviously the best possible decision you can make. That is the optimal height. I think most human beings would like to spec into that if they could choose their height. Luckily, I was blessed with 5'6" naturally. I wasn't, needed to be created in a lab to achieve that. But I understand why they went with 5'6" at the very least. And the rest of the specs here sound pretty good.
It's a housekeeper. It has the same dexterity as a human because it's shaped just like a human, walks around on 2 legs, has 10 fingers. It can fold laundry and put it away for you, or it can do the dishes for you from start to finish and then put everything away. It can go around and water the plants outside or inside on a perfect schedule, and it never forgets a single plant. And then it'll go around and vacuum and tidy up the house if anything gets left out. It always knows where everything is. It can find the TV remote, and it'll basically actively do all the chores that you know you have to do, but you don't actually want to do. And when it's done, it goes back to its little docking spot and charges itself.
That fully sums up the purpose of Neo. It exists to do the chores you don't usually feel like doing for 20,000 clams. So it'll go do these things to varying degrees of success, but it will do them, and then it goes and then chains itself to your wall. It goes and plugs itself in and charges itself. That's really about all that it does. Except, of course, for those little JoJo Siwa dance moves you saw it do there for a second. Other than that, it's just focus on doing chores. Its goal is to, fucking pass the butter and fold the clothes. That's really it. Now, a lot of people talk about, this is for lazy people, like people that don't want to do chores and just want, this robotic servant to do it for them. But really the main clientele, as far as I can tell, is that it's aiming to help elderly or disabled individuals whom these kind of activities are more difficult for. But at a $20,000 price tag, that's not exactly a reasonable price to try and help there. And I imagine, as Marcus Brownlee also points out towards the end of the video, that's not going to be a demographic that's really, enthusiastic about being an early adopter of this, because basically you're guinea pigging this thing. This is so new. This is such brand new technology. It's still pretty primitive here. You are beta testing it for a $20,000 buy-in. But there are, admittedly, other options that are less than $20K. Like if you want to rent it, from what I can tell, there's like monthly installments you can do. But even still, it is extremely expensive for this.
This is available to order? This feels like it could be the best tech announcement of all time in 2025. Except, this isn't real.
You know what is real, though? The Starforge solo leveling collab. Starforge just dropped its PC in collaboration with Solo Leveling. It's available right now. You can click the link in the description below. There's also a big Halloween PC sale. Marcus Brownlee goes on to mention that one of the main things about it not being real is how they're claiming you can order it today, making you believe that it's here and it's available now. I can go right now, get my Neo ordered, and it'll be here lickety-split, and then I'm going to have my nice little household chore bot running around. I can slap him on the ass and tell him, good game, keep up the good work, and then he'll maybe give me a cool catchphrase like, I've got nipples, Greg, can you milk me, or something, then he'll go charge himself, all my chores are done. It's not here. This is a pre-order. And there are options for a $500 a month subscription or $20K to own it outright. And it's expected to deliver sometime next year, but there's no actual real delivery date that we know of at the moment. So it's not here today or anything. It's still right now just an idea that you are pre-ordering with the hope that it will be delivered when they say it is. But that's not the only thing that makes this not real.
My issue with this product is the gap between what it's actually capable of today and what they're promising as they take your money today. Like, I think when people watch a video like this, they expect that this robot has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence that allows it to recognize objects and navigate around on its own and learn your house and be productive for those hours while you're gone. And that, I think, would be a reasonable thing to get out of watching that video because that's what it's designed to show. That's what you're supposed to feel. That's the dream.
He is exactly right. When you watch these showcases, what they're selling you on is a pipe dream. But what you're getting is the crack pipe. You watch these videos and you're under the impression that this robot has the ability to recognize things in space and accomplish these tasks like Sonny from iRobot or something, like what you've seen in movies throughout the decades, where this is a robot in the truest sense of the word that you picture up here in your noodle. And that this has some kind of AI driven components that are able to somehow figure things out for itself so it can do your chores. But that is not the reality of what is actually being done here to get the robot to accomplish these tasks.
But that's not actually what's happening. So Joanna Stern, the legend, she did a video with this Neo robot also this week where the company showed her all of the things that it could do. And turns out 100% of the things that they showed her were remotely controlled by a human in another room wearing a VR headset with controllers. That's not exaggerating. 100% of the stuff they showed her. The carrying things around, the loading up the dishwasher. I mean, look at this thing. Yeah, all of this is teleoperated. And this was a demo set up by this 1X company. So this is best case scenario stuff.
This is very, very, very different than what most people expect from this robot. It is not doing these things itself per se. It is being teleoperated by someone wearing a headset and everything to control it themselves. So it's basically acting like an extension of their body. They're playing a VR game in your household as your butler, basically. It is not a robot in the way that you think of it. So what you're doing is you're paying $20,000 for someone to come into your house in a robot skin suit. That's basically it. And very stiffly, like the Tin Man, walk around and very slowly go through simple chores laboriously. Even something like loading the dishwasher is a Herculean effort here for the Neo robot. And it is being controlled by a human being in the first place. The Neo robot is just the conduit for it. I think it is very misleading for people that are just going to see this robot do things and not understand that it's not the robot itself doing them. It is a human being that is controlling it outside of that robot.
And I see a lot of people defending this robot online no, there's probably other things that it can do autonomously. They just didn't show her yet. Really? You don't think they would show her the best stuff that this could do autonomously to keep selling the dream?
Fucking exactly. There's always crazy cope from people that are so desperate to defend massive corporations for no reason, man. I don't get it. How do we live in an age where people are willing to fight tooth and nail, doing free PR for companies that don't give a fuck about them in the first place, don't even know they exist? They're just a piggy bank hoping to stick their dick in at some point. I don't understand where that delusion's even coming from. This is them coming out here and trying to put the best foot forward for this product, to try and sell the dream, like Marques Brownlee mentions. Why would they not show everything it can do autonomously? That makes no sense. That'd be the stupidest fucking marketing move ever. Now, he mentions that there are two things in that video that it does label as autonomously performed. One of them was opening a door for a guest, and the other was transporting a cup. Other than that, everything was teleoperated. That's so night and day from what people perceive this robot to be. It is not capable, or at least it doesn't seem like it's capable of doing the vast majority of your chores autonomously. It needs to be teleoperated to accomplish those tasks. So basically, you're paying $20,000 for real steel, like Hugh Jackman's real steel, but instead of like Hugh Jackman boxing and having the robot throw punches, it's Hugh Jackman cleaning piss off of your toilet bowl, and it's the robot mimicking it in your household. I highly recommend you watch his full video here because he does a great job breaking it down and also going through the footage from Joanna, who is the one that got all of this information and showcased what this thing can actually do. It's extremely interesting. He mentions, and he's right, that one of the big things is that it needs tons and tons of data. So the idea seems to be to push this out to early adopters so that way, while they're using it, it can be gathering all this data so it can get better at doing things autonomously. It can learn all of these variables. And in order to do that, it needs access to individuals' households of these early adopters. So they even have something called, I think it was expert mode if I remember correctly, where you opt in, you give permission to have one of their experts tap into the mainframe here of the robot and learn how to do a task by guiding the robot through it. So basically, he's digivolving into your house, like he's manifesting himself into your house, this expert, into the robot, so that way they can do the task and collect the data and get better at autonomously doing it down the line. And it seems like it boils down to early adopters that are going to spend this money to get the Neo are going to have to be okay with sacrificing some privacy for the sake of science, because down the line, maybe it'll lead to enough data that the Neo can eventually do it without the need of a teleoperator to be scheduled to take control of the robot, look through its sensors in your house and do it. So, I mean, it is an interesting little creature here for $20K. It's a very interesting piece of technology.
5'6" humanoid that wanders around your house and does chores. Like, are there really that many people, you think, that are willing to spend that amount of money and know that they're going to have to potentially give up some pretty serious privacy and are basically going to be a beta tester for some unknown number of years to hopefully maybe someday achieve that dream? There are obviously a lot of potential downsides to this robot. You know, it's too small and weak to carry anything super heavy.
As a petite, fun-sized 5'6" man, I took great offense to him saying that right there about the robot. Too small and weak to carry anything heavy. Brother, I can carry some of the heaviest shit in Florida. I'm gonna chalk that one up to maybe he just, got a little lost in the sauce there. It has nothing to do with the robot being 5'6" or anything like that. It looks like it hasn't been hitting the gym. That's all. But he makes a very strong point here. How many people are willing to spend that kind of money and also be the guinea pigs for this technology for X amount of years? Who knows how long? Scheduling, this company's experts to take control of the robot, looking through their house to do the task to collect that data to improve it down the line, to maybe one day have it be something that's possible autonomously. I don't know. He also mentions he doesn't know. It is just a very interesting spot we find ourselves with this technology here. All I wanted to talk about here, though, is that a lot of people are really misled on what this robot is even capable of right now, because it is confusing. As he mentions in his video, what they're selling you, like the idea today, is not what it's capable of today. They're selling you the idea of what it could be many years down the line, but making it seem like it's here today, which I think is a bit scummy. In my personal perspective here, I just don't see a ton of people being comfortable paying that amount of money and just inviting all of these cameras and microphones that are remote viewable from these strangers into your household. I just imagine most people wouldn't really be comfortable with the idea of someone potentially peeping through those cameras that are remote viewable and these microphones that could be listening. Like, I imagine most people just wouldn't fully trust it. Like, around your family, like your kids and everyone around there would probably be a little on edge knowing that this robot, there is just the chance that someone is looking through it right now, even if you didn't schedule an expert to take control. Because again, these are remote viewing capable cameras and microphones, stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe there is a ton of people out there. I just would be very surprised if there were. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this because I was yapping about it 10 or so months ago, and now it's getting even closer to coming out. They're claiming that it's already here, ordered today, but it's still not actually fully here yet, but I just wanted to follow up. That's really about it. So, yeah.